True turning point of Western thought. 35 Nietzsche's criticisms of philosophical categories that fail to grasp the dynamic processes of the world are also taken up by Adorno. Nietzsche maintained that the world is in a state of continual transition and development. 36 Reality is process, it is becoming. Becoming is invention, willing, self-denial, overcoming of oneself, no subject, but an action, a positing, creative, no cause and effects. 37 Hence reality cannot be explained by reference to final states and goals. Nor can it be assessed, Nietzsche also argued, from any ultimate standpoint. Becoming is of equivalent value every moment, the sum of its values always remain the same, in other words, it has no value at all, for anything against which to measure it, and in relation to which the word value would have meaning, is lacking. The total value of the world cannot be evaluated. 38 For Nietzsche, to comprehend aspects of the continually changing world requires a method adequate to this dynamic structure. 39 To a large extent, Adorno agreed. He continually emphasized, following Nietzsche as well as Hegel and Marx on this point, that the motion of history is internalized in the structure of thinking, and that in order to grasp history we must develop methods suitable to its changing structure. 40 He employed a notion of becoming, of a continuous dynamic in history, in his critique of philosophies and sociologies that hypostasize the world. He often utilized similar notions in his critique of all attempts to uncover an ultimate origin, or to establish ultimate foundations in philosophy. There is no foundation for the cognitive process independent of history. This position, he hoped to demonstrate, does not entail a commitment to historicism or radical relativism. A critical perspective can be preserved. Nietzsche's method of asking and answering questions is dependent on his critical stance and his belief that there are no ultimate criteria to which we can appeal. He intends his criticisms as criticisms of particular phenomena. He claimed, for example, that one cannot assess humanity per se, although some of his comments and works contradict this. The critique of humanity can only be a critique of what constitutes humanity at a particular point in time. 41 Adorno's emphasis on negative dialectics shared the sense of the limits of criticism. He also shared Nietzsche's sense of the power of this approach. 42 For both thinkers the criticism of beliefs, ideas, and modes of thinking is at one and the same time the criticism of society and or nature as known. Both sought to examine, albeit very differently, the way in which we construct and represent the real. Both hoped to reveal, thereby, the fallacious nature of many interpretations of reality and to expose certain underlying neglected factors. For example, Nietzsche argued, in the formation of reason, logic, the categories, it was need that was authoritative, the need, not to know, but to subsume, to schematize, for the purpose of intelligibility and calculation. The development of reason is adjustment, invention, with the aim of making similar, equal, the same process that every sense impression goes through. No pre-existing idea was here at work, but the utilitarian fact that only when we see things coarsely and made equal do they become calculable and usable to us. 43 On Nietzsche's account, the categories of everyday life as well as the categories of classical philosophy have an instrumental value, they are valid insofar as they serve some purpose or need. Nietzsche often interpreted these needs as an expression of the will to power. Ultimately, in his opinion, it is this will which constitutes the real. Adorno rejected this view. Nonetheless, his thought is permeated by some of Nietzsche's views in this area. Adorno agreed, as Dialectic of Enlightenment reveals, that what is taken as true is often a result of instrumental reasoning and or imposition. He recognized, moreover, in all thoughts that seek to identify, a pragmatic dimension, an effort to bring objects under control. 44 His notions of different types of thinking, however, suggest other dimensions which Nietzsche's thought did not embrace. Nietzsche's lack of concern for social and economic questions is striking. 45 He absolutized the will to power without detailed consideration of power. Despite dissent from the teachings and attitudes of the day, Nietzsche's thought reflects resignation to the powers that be, to the nature-like process of social fate. 46 He was finally brought under the sway of bourgeois society. 47 His critical views were not critical enough. But his style taught Adorno an immense amount. Adorno is consistent in his admiration of the way Nietzsche's writings had sought to refuse complicity with the world. 48 For Adorno, following Nietzsche, and, of course, Benjamin, the preservation of independent thinking requires defiance of society's language. 49 Style. The meaning of Adorno's thought cannot be fully comprehended if one concentrates simply on content at the expense of form. 50 Adorno strove for a consistency between the style of his writings and their themes. The structure of many of his works enact his concern with the development of repressive systems of thought and organization. He sought to disclose and express the situation of the individual in contemporary society, a situation molded ever more by the exchange process, bureaucracy, and the culture industry. Adorno's writings emphasize the disparity, often hidden or denied, between an object's claim for itself and its actual performance. His works investigate and display discontinuity, disharmony, and contradiction within the social whole. While a society by virtue of its continual development defies exact definition, the non-identical, if it is to be revealed, must, Adorno insisted, be made apparent in the form and the content of a work. 51 In order to break the grip of all closed systems of thought, Hegelian idealism, for example, or orthodox Marxism, and to prevent an unreflected affirmation of society typical of bourgeois ideology, Adorno conceived of his writings as a series of analyses and interventions. His frequent preference for an aphoristic style or the essay form reflects his concern, on the one hand, to undermine all systems of thought that claim completeness and, on the other, to preserve the uniqueness of the particular. The contradictions and antinomies of the object were reproduced in the structure of his text. On his account it could not be otherwise. For their resolution is dependent on history, not philosophy. Further, there is more involved in the reading of a text, Adorno argued, than gleaning information. Reading involves and evokes complex experiences which can to some extent be affected by careful composition. Through provocative formulation and dramatic emphasis, Adorno hoped to create conditions under which the social world could be reappraised. The battery of techniques he employed to stir the reader include careful choice of verb tenses, a mass of references and cross-references, the use of irony and ironic inversion, hyperbole, chiasmus, a grammatical figure which inverts in a second clause the word order of the first, repetition of the familiar, seemingly endless repetition of some themes and glaring omissions of others. 52 Adorno did not believe, of course, that he could provide all the cues for the interpretation of his texts. He sought above everything else to sustain and create the capacities for new and genuine critical thinking. His comments on Schoenberg's music could equally well be applied to the demand that his own writing lays upon the reader. It requires the listener spontaneously to compose its inner movement and demands of him not mere contemplation but praxis. 53 The reader has to struggle for the meaning of phenomena in a context in which the validity of traditional categories has been severely undermined. In a total society, a reified social world, Adorno presented his themes so as to register and evoke dissonance and difference. He hoped thereby to write in a way that would prevent his texts from being integrated and co-opted. Adorno's style, however, does vary. It varies with the method he employed, the telos of a work and the audience he addressed. There are aphorisms, essays, monographs and lengthy texts. Sometimes he expressed himself simply and at other times in a very complicated manner. Despite these differences, his writings maintain a distinctive form. Given his rejection of philosophical first principles, Adorno could not present his writings around a continuous chain of deductive argument. His theory of identity thinking and reification, his view that objects do not go into their concepts without leaving a remainder, ensured that he had to develop a special way of presenting his object of inquiry if he was to sustain his claim to be going beyond conventional methods. He tried to do this by constructing the whole from a series of complexes of parts, the set of which produces inside. 54 Only a number of representations of the object can lead to an approximation of it. Adorno often referred to these as a constellation. 55 None of this means that the complexes of parts can be arranged in an ad hoc manner. Properly written texts, he stated, are like spiders' webs, tight, concentric, transparent, well-spun, and firm. 56 They should be organized around a middle point which is articulated by the constellation. In a philosophical text all statements ought to be equally close to the center. 57 Adorno often presents his findings as figures, images, prisms, models in order to underline their inevitable incompleteness. Style is an important weapon in the fight for truth against philosophical and social absolutes. Negative dialectics, non-identity thinking. The struggle for emancipation depends upon particular material and historical conditions, which Adorno believed are less and less favorable to its success. No recollection of transcendence is possible anymore, save by way of perdition. Eternity appears, not as such, but diffracted through the most perishable. 58 Yet, within Adorno's terms of reference a glimmer of hope remains. Negative dialectics is a critique of the fact that critique itself, contrary to its own tendency, must remain within the medium of the concept. It lies in the definition of negative dialectics that it will not come to rest in itself, as if it were total. This is its form of hope. 59. Adorno does not see much room for optimism. But historical circumstances, within which all metaphysics and belief systems are anchored, might change. History does not and cannot provide a stable foundation for any thought system. If thinking can continually be dissolved into a critical process, at least receptivity to a moment of transcendence can be preserved. Negative dialectics alone cannot lead to change. But it can help to break the grip of all conceptual systems which would freeze the object and ignore its genesis. Ultimately, it is the position of the particular, changing configurations of objects, whether natural or social things, or human practices, which Adorno sought to explicate. In negative dialectics he aimed to demonstrate the priority of the object and, at one and the same time, confirm the mediation of subject and object. As he wrote, an object can be conceived only by a subject but always remains something other than the subject, whereas a subject by its very nature is from the outset an object as well. Not even as an idea can we conceive a subject that is not an object, but we can conceive an object that is not a subject. To be an object also is part of the meaning of subjectivity, but it is not equally part of the meaning of objectivity to be a subject. 60. Adorno's goal was to show how the history of mind, which he conceived as the attempt of the subject to gain distance from the object, continually reveals the superiority of objectivity. 61 Objects exist for us. 62 Without conceptuality we could not grasp them. But objects do not therefore dissolve into concepts. Over time concepts disappear, as a result of their own inevitable insufficiency, into the flux and process of objects. The history of the subject is a history of it giving way to the predominance of objectivity. By means of the concept, Adorno sought to transcend the concept and reach the non-conceptual. 63 In salvaging the particular through remembrance, the hold of all embracing rationalities might be broken and a space for freedom, creative, spontaneous thought and action, might be created. How is this to be done? To comprehend something we must, to begin with, perceive it in its immanent connections with other things and examine the conditions under which it exists and becomes. 64 The history locked in the object can only be delivered by a knowledge mindful of the historic positional value of the object in its relation to other objects. 65 Adorno's materialism insists upon the necessity of tracing out the inner history of the object, the way it is mediated in history. The central category in negative dialectics for the comprehension of the object is possibility, which reality has cheated the object of, but which is nonetheless visible. 66 In exploring possibility with constellations, we can explore the historical process stored in the object, its actualization and limitation. 67 Knowledge is embedded in tradition. Tradition serves, Adorno recognized, to mediate between known objects. It is contained in the simplest of questions and in the most complex of answers. The question is, how is critical theory, embroiled in tradition, able to transcend it. 68 For Adorno the answer lay in non-identity thinking which depends upon, and yet alters, existent convention. Adorno elaborated non-identity thinking juxtaposed with identity thinking. The essential differences between the two types of thinking are summarized in the table on page 215.69. Negative dialectics is non-identity thinking, which Adorno often also referred to as immanent criticism or the immanent method. It operates within the force field between concept, Begriff, and object, idea and material world. It confronts its object with norms which the object itself has formed. It examines contradictions between the object's idea of itself and its actual existence. In this process it surpasses the object's self-image, and brings the object into flux. Thus the immanent method, through its capacity to produce a heightened perception of the thing itself, cannot escape a certain transcendent quality. 70 The transcendent element of this approach does not, of course, lead to a once and for all grasp of the totality. Identity and non-identity thinking. Identity thinking. Rational identity. Negative dialectics, non-identity thinking. Identity thinking aims at the subsumption of all particular objects under general concepts. As a result, the particular is usually dissolved into the universal. The supposition of identity is the ideological element of pure thinking, but hidden in it is also the true moment of ideology. For there is a utopian aspect in concepts. In a judgment of identification we claim that an object is adequate to its concept, Begriff. However, concepts comprehend more than a given particular object. They refer also to the central or guiding idea of the object. They point to a set of ideal properties, conditions and relations, held to be essential to the object and yet other than it. Under the present conditions of society, the object may fail to fulfill its concept. An object only does justice to its concept if it meets the specifications of its ideal characteristics. This Adorno called rational identity. The falseness of the claims of identity thinking can be revealed by negative dialectics, the thinking that explores non-identity. Negative dialectics assesses the relation between concept and object, between the set of properties implied by the concept and the object's actuality. In assessing its object, negative dialectics employs the standards and criteria the object has of itself in its concept. The historically crystallized standards suggest what the object sought and perhaps seeks to be. They also suggest possibilities which are rarely, if ever, realized and present an image of, logically entailed, unfulfilled potentialities. Non-identity thinking employs language, through the construction of constellations of concepts, as a connotative or indicative device. Thus specific sides of objects are revealed which are inaccessible to identity thinking and the dogmatic application of classificatory schema. On Adorno's account, to define identity as the correspondence of the thing in itself to its concept is hubris, but the ideal of identity must not simply be discarded. 71 For the idea of rational identity, see page 215, contained within the ideal, preserves a place for utopia, a notion of the possible, which is always in danger of being overlooked or suppressed. Non-identity thinking can uncover this moment. At one level it is not difficult to point to the non-identical element which a judgment of identity fails to grasp. Every single object subsumed under a class has definitions not contained in the definitions of that class. 72 But it is also the case, more importantly, that within a certain range of concepts, for example freedom, justice, or beauty, concepts which are not simply abstractions from the characteristic unit of individual objects, for example triangle, definitions are contained which the object itself might fail to fulfill. These concepts embody ideas which are more and less than the particular. They are less because the object always has qualities which its concept fails to grasp. They are more because the concept comprehends more than a particular thing. For these concepts point to a set of ideal properties, conditions and relations, held to be essential to the object and yet other than it. Concepts thereby can connote what the particular object is and is not. 73 They can become means to reveal the difference between the actuality and potentiality of a given thing. Cognition of non-identity thus allows identification of an object, but in more ways and to a greater extent than identity thinking. 74 The general conditions referred to in an object's concept highlight the state of existence of the object. Through the object's concept, access is provided to an understanding and evaluation of the object. For example, the judgment that a man is free refers to the concept of freedom, but this concept in turn is more than is predicated of the man, and by other definitions the man is more than the concept of his freedom. The concept says not only that it can be applied to all men defined as free, it feeds on the idea of a condition in which individuals would have qualities not to be ascribed to anyone here and now. 75. This condition would be one in which men and women meet and fulfill all the properties and conditions contained in the notion of freedom. 76 In the so-called free society in which we live, the inequality of social power ensures that the claimed identity between concept, freedom, and object, the present state of affairs, is false. The negation of the concept of freedom in practice points to aspects of society which aid, restrict and restrain freedom's actualization. In the analysis of a particular entity we start with its concept and reveal non-identity, where identity all too often is assumed. Through this immanent method, Adorno argued, the individuality of the particular can be uncovered, through categories which are intrinsic to it rather than through notions which are imposed from without. Negative dialectics depends on the internally related employment of the categories of concept and object, appearance and essence, particular and universal, and part and whole, totality. Through the examination of the formation of concepts and the disjuncture between them and the objects they seek to cover, Adorno's dialectical method aims to disclose the processes of mutual constitution and alteration between object and totality. In this examination the object is also assessed in terms of what it appears to be and what it is, its essence, revealing the universal within the particular, i.e. the nature of the particular as constituted in the totality. It is important to note that Adorno's notion of totality is decentered. Totality cannot be reduced, as in Hegel or Lukács, to a specific genetic center or creator subject, for it is, in J's words, a constellation of interactions without a specific origin. 77 As Adorno became more and more skeptical about the chances of the proletariat acting as revolutionary subject, he continually sought to uncover and clarify a foundation for critique in configurations of objects and relations. Most other approaches to the study of society, for example those typical of conventional sociology, duplicate, Adorno argued, the reified and opaque nature of society. They perceive society as an object which is to be understood through methods similar to those of the natural sciences. In contrast, critical theory seeks to understand, analyze, and enact in its very structure the subjective ground of society. Society is not simply an object, it is a subject-object. It is both the subject of knowledge and the object. Society is subjective because it refers back to the human beings who create it, and its organizational principles to refer back to subjective consciousness and its most general form of abstraction, logic, something essentially subjective. Society is objective because, on account of its underlying structure, it cannot perceive its own subjectivity, because it does not possess a total subject, and through its organization it thwarts the installation of such a subject. 78. To comprehend society we must know it from the inside, we must know its formative processes. If society is treated as a neutral object, these processes will not be grasped and society qua subject-object will be violated. The object will be attributed qualities it does not have of itself. It will be reconstructed, hence comprehended, with categories which are imposed from without. Adorno refused to define the concepts he employed. For to do so would be to suggest rational identity. The history and process that constitutes the genesis of objects ensure that they cannot be simply defined. To avoid such definitions he constructed constellations of concepts in order to indicate, to gesture the particularity of the object. He did concede, however, that some concepts, The authoritarian personality, for example, might well have to be introduced, with definitions, in order to grasp an ontology of the wrong state of affairs, that is, a state in which illusions are produced and social contradictions reproduced. 79 To interpret such a state, the introduction of theory is unavoidable. But this does not mean that theory is unconstrained. 80 As Adorno wrote, theory must transform the concepts which it brings, as it were, from the outside into those which the object has of itself, into that which the object would, left to itself, like to be, and confront it with what it is. It must dissolve the rigidity of the temporally and spatially fixed object into a field of tension of the possible and the real. Each one, in order to exist, is dependent upon the other. In this sense theory is indisputably critical. 81. The development of such theory is the telos of social science. 82. Negative dialectics and Marx's theory of value. Subject and object, mind and material world are relational concepts, they presuppose each other. Yet the process of their mutual constitution, Adorno contended, takes place in the formation of the object. Subject and object are differentiated by objectivity. Their separation is a feature of the object. In order to comprehend the object we must grasp its development, in order to assess it we must grasp the standards it crystallizes. There is no method independent of the object, no strict separation between reality and method can be sustained. Anyone who wishes to follow the structure of his object and conceptualizes it as possessing motion in itself does not have at his disposal a method independent of the object. 83. Methods themselves must be adequate to the character of social forms. From this perspective one can understand the importance Adorno placed on Marx's work and particularly the theory of value. In a number of places throughout his writings he used Marx's analysis of exchange as an example of non-identity thinking. Exchange, on Marx's account, is claimed to be exchange of equivalence, yet it is unequal. As Adorno expressed it, the assertion of the equivalence of what is exchanged, the basis of all exchange, is repudiated by its consequences. As the principle of exchange, by virtue of its immanent dynamics, extends to the living labors of human beings, it changes compulsively into objective inequality, namely that of social classes. Forcibly stated, the contradiction is that exchange takes place justly and unjustly. 84. But the significance of Marx's work goes beyond its use as an example, aspects of it provide the model for Adorno's own method. In a grand manner, he wrote, the unity of the critique of scientific and metascientific sense is revealed in the work of Marx. Unwilling to accept traditional modes of grounding knowledge, Adorno adopted the critical procedure which has most successfully disentangled bourgeois ideology, namely the method Marx employed in his analysis of exchange value and commodity fetishism. He claimed, therefore, that his approach was historically relevant and, more important, adequate to history's dynamic. Marx's analysis exposed, Adorno maintained, the prime source of illusion in capitalism and the necessity of immanent criticism to overcome it. 85 Through the exchange process and its subsequent fetishization, unlike phenomena are equated. This occurs in two ways: social phenomena are reified on the one hand and, on the other, inanimate things are treated as if they had the qualities of the social. Both processes create and sustain identity thinking. As a result of reification, definite relations between human beings appear in the form of characteristics of, or relations between, material objects, and concepts of things are applied to social relations. With the attribution of properties of social relations to things, a deceptive equation of concept and object also occurs. It is important not to conceive of these phenomena as simple errors of consciousness. They are socially created illusions which project images about the world which contain both truth and error. They contain truth in so far as they reflect the process of commodity exchange, a process which does equate unlike things. The exchange principle, the reduction of human labor to its abstract universal concept of average labor time, is fundamentally related to the principle of identification. Identification has its social model in exchange, and exchange would be nothing without it. 86. It is through the universalization of exchange that the dissimilar becomes comparable. But identity thinking, as, for instance, reified thinking, is unable to penetrate the appearances of society and perceive the non-identical underlying it. Thus, it cannot comprehend the nature of the social relations of production which, in their many complex forms, determine society's character. According to Adorno, Marx showed that conceptuality is immanent to reality not merely as the constitutive conceptuality of the knowing subject but as a conceptuality which holds sway in reality such itself. 87 The latter is an illusion immanent to the bourgeois social world and created by the exchange process. Marx also demonstrated, in Adorno's opinion, that some of the effects of exchange and fetishism can be dissolved with an examination of the specific conditions under which concepts and things exist and evolve. Adorno adopted Marx's approach and applied it to the study of cultural phenomena in the bourgeois world. Following this perspective, one can understand Adorno's view that the study of ideology, of false consciousness, of socially necessary illusion would be nonsense without the concept of true consciousness and objective truth. Nevertheless, genesis and validity cannot be separated without contradiction. They must certainly be critically distinguished in the individual cognitive acts and disciplines. But in the realm of constitutional problems they are inseparably united. 88. The meaning of phenomena cannot be simply given. It changes historically. The truth and/or untruth of a phenomenon, of what that phenomenon would like to be, can, however, be judged. The truth and falsity of capitalist society can be assessed according to whether or not it is adequate to its concept. 89 Marx's work on exchange, or Adorno's on culture, shows that it is not. For bourgeois society to be true, it would have to have rational identity, it would have to meet its claim to represent a free and just process of exchange, it would have to fulfill its promise of liberty and equality. To be rationally identical with these concepts, society would have to undergo radical transformation. In the end, the idea of scientific truth cannot be split off from that of a true society. Only such a society would be free from contradiction and lack of contradiction. 90 Negative dialectics points to unfulfilled potentialities for emancipation. It uncovers values which are immanent to its object and yet, most often, negated by the object's actuality. As such, negative dialectics is neither simply a method nor reality. It is not simply a method because its object is contradictory, has no unambiguous starting and ending points, resists complete interpretation, and itself drives thought to dialectics. On the other hand, negative dialectics is not simply a reality, for it recasts the real in the process of reflection. Contradictoriness is a category of reflection, the cogitative confrontation of concept and thing. To understand and express this contradiction is to contradict reality, the fetishized bourgeois world. To contradict reality is not to leave everything as it is. Negative dialectics represents a practical challenge. 91. Meditations on metaphysics. Negative dialectics closes with a series of meditations on metaphysics. As always, Adorno emphasized the centrality of the objectivity of history, the contradictory character of social reality, and the poverty of identity theory. Within these anti-Hegelian terms of reference, Adorno's final position draws closer to aspects of the spirit of Kantian philosophy than to the spirit of many other philosophical positions. The antinomies of Kant's metaphysics are said to represent accurately the position of metaphysics in a contradictory historical situation. Adorno praised Kant for having contributed to forestalling the mythology of the concept and for having appreciated that the mind does not and cannot exhaust what it touches upon. Adorno did not, of course, accept Kant's transcendental method. But he felt that Kant's stress on the import of what lies beyond the mind must be saved. 92 For Adorno, the preservation of this moment is the preservation of the moment of possibility, of possible transcendence, the inspiration of genuine thought. It is the possible, never the immediately existing, that contains locked up within itself a place for utopia, which is why in the midst of the actually existing it appears abstract. The color that cannot fade comes from the non-existent. Thought is its servant, a piece of existence extending, however, negatively, to that which is not. The utmost distance alone would be proximity. Philosophy is the prism in which its color is caught. 93. Although negative dialectics continually evokes the possibility of the transcendence of existing belief systems and material conditions, it does not give an absolute status to this idea. As Adorno put it, dialectics allow us to think the absolute, but the absolute as transmitted by dialectics remains in bondage to conditioned thinking. Dialectics cannot escape this bondage. No absolute can be expressed other than in topics and categories of immanence, although neither in its conditionality nor in its totality is immanence to be deified. 94. The concept of immanence is itself historical. Negative dialectics seeks to be the self-consciousness of the context of ideology. It does not claim to have entirely escaped this context, though it does hope to break out of the context from within. 8. Marcuse's notions of theory and practice, epistemology and method. 3. Differences with Horkheimer and Adorno. Marcuse shares Adorno's concern with the critique and transcendence of reification and fetishism. In a similar vein to Horkheimer, he stresses the unconcluded nature of the dialectic, a potential in man that is yet to be realized, the centrality of human practice in the constitution and assessment of knowledge, and the importance of interdisciplinary approaches to the comprehension of the social totality. But despite considerable overlaps, there are also major differences in position. While the importance of the writings of the early Marx is acknowledged by Horkheimer and Adorno, Marcuse places a greater emphasis on them and, in particular, on the economic and philosophical manuscripts. He is more willing to defend the discoveries of the young Marx and to argue that they are presupposed and refined in works like Capital. A general theory of labor and alienation provides a backdrop to all his writings. In light of this, it is not surprising that in some ways Hegel had a more profound impact on Marcuse than on either Horkheimer or Adorno. Marcuse is directly indebted to some of Hegel's central ideas, for instance, Hegel's notions of reason, dialectics, and understanding of the structure of history. Hegel is also relevant because Marcuse sees in his work early formulations of a number of Marx's most challenging ideas, the nature of labor, alienation, and the anarchic state of civil society. Marcuse's writings engage more fully than those of Horkheimer and Adorno with the interests of classical Marxism. Politics plays a key, if not the central role in his life and work. His career represents a constant attempt to examine, defend, and reconstruct the Marxist enterprise. A preoccupation with the fate of revolution, the potentiality for socialism and the defense of utopian, seemingly unobtainable, objectives, is apparent in his work. The goals of his critical approach to society are the emancipation of consciousness, the nurturing of a decentralized political movement, and the reconciliation of humanity and nature. Further, unlike Horkheimer and Adorno, Marcuse has, as one commentator accurately observed, continually striven to relate the comprehensive picture of the social process offered by critical theory to currently existing and emerging forms of opposition, no matter how fragmented, distorted, or hopeless they may seem at the moment. 1. There are other differences that mark off Marcuse's interests from those of the other two men. For example, while he always adopts an interdisciplinary perspective, he has undertaken less empirical work than the other institute members. He is primarily a philosopher and a social and political theorist. He has also been more positively influenced by certain 20th-century philosophical developments. 2. As a student of both Heidegger and Husserl, he was sympathetic to their enterprises. For a period he worked closely with Heidegger, and the latter's concerns and language are manifest in most of his early publications, including his Habilitationsschrift, Hegels Ontologie und die Grundlegung einer Theorie der Geschichtlichkeit, Hegel's Ontology and the Foundation of a Theory of Historicity. 3. But the extent of Heidegger's influence has sometimes been exaggerated. 4. There is little unqualified approval of Heidegger's phenomenological program even in Marcuse's earliest writings. For instance, in an essay published in 1928, Marcuse wrote, "A phenomenology of human existence falls short of the necessary clarity and completeness as it bypasses the material condition of historical existence." 5. In 1932, In a review of Hegel's Ontology, Adorno noted with approval Marcuse's movement away from the meaning of being to an openness to being in the Worldsinden, from fundamental ontology to philosophy of history, from historicity Geschichtlichkeit to history. Point 6. The concept of critical theory. Critical theory is oriented, according to Marcuse, toward the understanding of all forms of social practice and the factors which hinder their self-consciousness and free development. As such, it is concerned with both preventing the loss of truths which past knowledge labored to attain and the critique of current conditions and the analysis of their tendencies. Point 7. Through an inquiry into the structure of society present in all social phenomena, present in all particular facts and conditions and determining their place and function, it seeks to show that this structure contains unrealized potentialities, potentialities created by a gulf between prevailing human existence and human essence, the unfulfilled historically constituted abilities and capacities of human beings. This gulf can be grasped by examining what exists in opposition to the established order, social struggles, concepts which transcend conventional patterns of description, the dominant use of language, and wants and desires which reflect frustration and longing for a different order of things. Despite a belief in the historical rootedness of all knowledge, Marcuse firmly believes that the array of potentialities and possibilities projected by thought can be rationally adjudicated. But in agreement with Horkheimer and Adorno, he holds that historical rather than purely epistemological conditions determine the meaningfulness and truth of propositions. The conditions of, as he put it in his early work, being in the world generate the criteria for the assessment of the validity of statements. For the Marcuse writing before the late 1940s, it is in Reason and Labor that these criteria are revealed. Marcuse defends a rationalist and, therefore, critical approach to society. This approach has two main guidelines. First, the given situation of man as a rational organism, i.e. one that has the potentiality of freely determining and shaping his own existence, directed by the process of knowledge and with regard to his worldly happiness. Second, the given level of development of the productive forces and the corresponding or conflicting relations of production as the criterion for those potentialities that can be realized at any given time in men's rational structuring of society. Point 8. Marcuse does not regard reason as the absolute ground or essence of what is. Rather, he comprehends reason as the reason of concrete individuals in their specific social situations, situations which place limits on human knowledge and on the extent to which action may be explained as the pursuit of rational ends. But these situations themselves, he argues, are to be comprehended rationally and, on the basis of this comprehension, to be transformed. Point 9. Marcuse's critique of society is both theoretical and practical. Stages of development. Marcuse's work demonstrates both continuity in direction and a number of fairly striking stages of development. It is worth describing the latter briefly, for they provide a useful point of contrast to Horkheimer's and Adorno's interests. The first stage can be characterized as an attempt to synthesize Heideggerian phenomenology and Marxism and to lay a critical foundation for theory. In the first long essay he published, Contribution to a Phenomenology of Historical Materialism, 1928, Marcuse struggled to work out the relation between ontology, historicity, and dialectics. The second phase of his work was marked by a re-examination of Hegel's oeuvre, a discovery of the radical and political nature of Hegel's concepts of, among things, reason and labor, and the development of his understanding of Marxism in light of the early Marx. During this time Marcuse engaged in sustained criticism of empiricism, positive philosophy, and positivism. The period culminated with the publication of Reason and Revolution, 1941. This book represents one, if not the most significant, attempt to establish the revolutionary character of Hegel's thought. The views it promulgated were in direct opposition to most standard Anglo-American commentaries which claimed Hegel to be a precursor of 20th-century right-wing totalitarianism. From 1942 to 1950 Marcuse published very little, working for part of the war and a number of years thereafter in United States government offices. But with the publication of Eros and Civilization in 1955, a crucial new dimension was added to his thinking. This derived, of course, from his reading of Freud. His approach to Freud demonstrates similar tactics to those employed in his assessment of Hegel. As one commentator aptly put it, with both he attempted to make his case by disregarding their explicit political pronouncements and turning instead to an analysis of their basic philosophical or psychological conceptions. In each case Marcuse found a revolutionary message, which remained intact despite all overt concessions to historical pessimism, authoritarianism, the status quo. And in both instances the result was to uncover beneath an apparently conservative veneer the same critical impetus which achieved explicit formulation in the writings of Karl Marx. Point 10. With the aid of instinct theory, Marcuse sought to explore the relation between the individual and society and the possibility for the exercise of rationality in history. The late 1950s and early 1960s saw the publication of Marcuse's critical analyses of Soviet Marxism and industrial capitalism. In these works his concern with the multiple roots of domination, economic, political, cultural, intellectual, sexual, was given its most elaborate expression. Both Soviet Marxism, 1958, and One-Dimensional Man, 1964, had an explicitly polemical intent. They are best understood as particular historical interventions designed to analyze, and project, tendencies in the most highly developed societies, on the one hand, and expose the factors which paralyze social criticism and block the possibility of a truly democratic society, on the other. In the last few years Marcuse devoted a great deal of time to aesthetics, uncovering in autonomous art a critical spirit. It is this spirit which he has continually sought to examine and express. Heidegger and history. The structure of Marcuse's concerns was laid down in his earliest published work, in which Heidegger's being and time was juxtaposed with Marx's program. Through phenomenological investigation, a process of letting things reveal themselves, Heidegger showed, according to Marcuse, that the problems of transcendence, reality, and the demonstrability of the world in their traditional contexts turn out to be pseudo-problems, for human existence is always being in the world, in der Welt sein. Point 11. Marcuse was sympathetic to this finding and to some of Heidegger's main preoccupations, including establishing the extent to which philosophy express the struggles, the truths and deceits, of being in the world, examining the meaning and essence of humankind in terms of concrete existence, exploring the nature of authentic existence and the conditions for its possibility. Here, however, Marcuse's interest in Heidegger's enterprise ended, for Heidegger's whole approach stopped short of concreteness, of an understanding of the material constitution of historicity, that is, of the boundaries of concrete historical conditions under which concrete existence exists, and in which this existence and the totality of the relationships in its world are rooted. It is meaningless, Marcuse insisted, to answer questions concerning, for example, concrete authentic existence in terms of existence itself. The division of society into classes necessitates a carefully differentiated analysis of the social totality. Only an historical analysis, such as that provided by Marx, can be adequate for this purpose. Marx's approach, Marcuse noted, is historical in two fundamental senses. First, its object is historical and is treated historically. Second, it is itself embedded in concrete historical situations, it is an active factor in history. The approach is dialectical. This term, Marcuse argued, does not connote a rattling scaffold or ready-made schema to be imposed on social forms. Rather, it frees historical categories abstracted into rigid one-sidedness by uncovering them as forms and determinations of actual existence, thus bringing them back, to their concrete, living foundations. Point 12. Therein, Marcuse emphasized, is the methodological relevance of the Marxist dialectic. To pursue a dialectical analysis is to grasp and investigate the context of relations and mediations, the developments and transformations, the whole of human practice, of which any given object is a part. But the examination of these processes must not, in turn, neglect certain Heideggerian concerns. On the one hand, Marcuse demanded that Heidegger's phenomenology of human existence be driven to dialectical concreteness so that it can be fulfilled in a phenomenology of concrete existence and of the historically concrete act demanded of it. And, on the other hand, the dialectical method of knowing must go the other way and become phenomenological so as to incorporate concreteness in a complete account of its object. In the analysis of the given, it must not simply locate it historically, or indicate its roots in an historical existential situation. It must also ask whether the given is thereby exhausted, or whether it contains an authentic meaning which, although not ahistorical, endures through all historicity. 13. Reason and dialectics, Hegel. The issues raised by the confrontation of Heideggerian phenomenology and Marxism were pursued in many of Marcuse's writings. They were clearly articulated in his efforts to come to terms with dialectics, which he understood as an attempt to express the nature of true being. In On the Problem of the Dialectic, published in 1930, he traced a number of the most important formulations of the concept. His intention, as in all his discussions of concepts, was not to write the history of an idea. Instead, his goal was to grasp the meaning of the concept and to examine its critical potentiality. The analysis began with Plato. The Platonic dialectic, in its earliest form, expressed an ability or capacity of human reason to uncover the nature of true being or the unity of being, the ideas, discernible within the world of movement, multiplicity, and opposition. But the notion failed to capture, in Marcuse's words, the problematic of becoming, that is, the development of new forms of being in opposition to, but within the boundaries set by, old forms of being. In his later writings Plato sought to address this issue. But while his analysis pointed to the historicity of being, its historic quality or character, and the necessity of grasping it, his views remained, as a result of the inclusion of the dialectic in the theory of ideas, the product of an a priori intuition which lacked concrete historical foundation. Hegel and Marx decisively altered Plato's perspective, and Marcuse adopted aspects of both their contributions. For Hegel, the dialectic is, as it had been for Plato, a cognitive power and a cognitive method, because, reality itself is dialectical. 14 The most important principle of the dialectic is to surrender to the life of the object, Hegel, to express and represent the coming into being of reality itself. Dialectical method, on this account, seeks to free all being from the appearance of rigidity and from ahistorical interpretations. It treats all objects as many-faced, coming into being, acting and passing away in time. 15 As a result, reality is comprehended as a process of becoming, in which reality as a whole, as well as each particular, individual part, is understood as developing out of an earlier stage of its existence and as evolving into something else. This entails grasping not only an object's positive features but also its negative qualities, what the historical object has been, what it is becoming, and what it is not, for all these things contribute to its character. 16. In Reason and Revolution, Marcuse explained the constitutive elements of Hegel's dialectic at considerably greater length. As he put it, the driving power of the dialectic is the power of negative thinking, used as a tool for analyzing the world of facts in terms of its internal inadequacy. 17 The inadequacy is disclosed by uncovering the way in which the real opposes and denies potentialities inherent in itself, potentialities which represent its possible determinate negation. In Marcuse's view, the negation is determinate if it refers to forces which make for the destruction of the established state of affairs and lead to alternatives beyond it. As such, negative thinking is historical thinking and historical thinking is critical thinking, for it reveals modes and contents of thought which transcend the codified pattern of use and validation. Hegel focused on the triad subject, object and their synthesis. It is the true form of thought. He did not understand this, however, in terms of a mechanistic scheme, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, to be applied to the historically given. Rather, the triad, triplizitad, is the appropriate form of thought because it expresses the dynamic unity of reality, that is, the dynamic unity of opposites, a reality in which every being is the synthetic unity of antagonistic conditions. To know what a thing really is, we have, then, to get beyond its immediately given state, and follow out the process in which it turns into something other than itself. Its reality is the entire dynamic of its turning into something else and unifying itself with its other. The dialectical pattern represents, and is thus the truth of, a world permeated by negativity, a world in which everything is something other than it really is, that is, the present state of things differs from their essence, and in which opposition and contradiction constitute the laws of progress. Point 18. Dialectics has both a negative and a positive character. Its negative character arises from a twofold process. In the attempt to reflect the actual nature of reality, dialectics first negates the fixed categories of common sense and, second, reveals the limitations of the world designated by these categories. It shows that the existence of things taken as isolated particulars is basically negative or incomplete. Everything is because it is both itself and its opposite. Thus, any finite thing, or concept of a thing, is said to contain within itself a contradiction, that is, it is constituted both by what it is and by what it is not. Non-A, what is excluded or repelled by A, belongs to the identity of A. Therefore, every particular must be grasped, according to Marcuse's account of Hegel, as transgressing its given state, as negating its negativity. Point 19. The positive character of the dialectic emerges from the attempt to grasp the negativity of the real. The particular exists only in and through the totality of relations of which it is a part. To grasp its nature is, therefore, to grasp the complete set of its relations or the universal that makes it what it is. Human beings, to take an example, are constituted as such only in the context of groups, classes, and institutions. It is not as isolated particulars, but by virtue of their relations, such as being a father, worker, citizen, that they are what they are. Thus, the true form of reality is not the unity of the particular as such but the universal that comes to be in and through particulars. Dialectical thinking is positive because, in Hegel's words, it is the source of the universal in which the particular is comprehended. But Hegel maintains, according to Marcuse, that the universal is not only the totality of relations but is further the rational structure of being. The content of the universal is preserved in the notion or concept. The notion gives us the truth about phenomena, it captures their essence or nature. Point 20. In other words, it grasps the dynamics of being as becoming. In expressing the essence of a phenomenon, the notion refers not only to what is the case, but also to the phenomenon's potentiality. Every state of existence is comprehended in its movement and formation as something negative, which things, desert for another state, which again reveals itself as negative. Point 21. The real meaning of the finite exists only as a passing beyond itself. To be what it really is, each thing must become what it is not, it must overcome its limitations and realize its potentialities. A particular's identity can only be uncovered by thought, which must reconstruct the process whereby every being or entity becomes its own opposite and then negates this opposition by transforming itself. The motor of all change is, of course, in this view, contradiction. As Marcuse put it, by virtue of the inherent negativity in them, all things become self-contradictory, opposed to themselves, and their being consists in that force which can both comprehend and endure contradiction. All things are contradictory in themselves. This proposition, which so sharply differs from the traditional laws of identity and contradiction, expresses for Hegel the truth and essence of things. Contradiction is the root of all movement and life, all reality is self-contradictory. Motion, especially, external movement as well as self-movement, is nothing but existing contradiction. Point 22. But contradiction is not the end of all life processes. It is as much historical as ontological, it perishes as the negative is gradually abolished and potentialities are progressively realized in reality. Hegel believed that in his age the discrepancy between the possible and the actual would be steadily overcome and truth would be realized. It is worth elaborating what Hegel, at least on Marcuse's reading, means by truth, for it has a direct bearing on Marcuse's own position. The fulfillment of potentialities inherent in reality is called the truth. Truth, therefore, is not just an attribute of propositions and judgments but of the process of reality itself. It is a category of being. Something is true if it is what it can be, fulfilling all its objective possibilities. 23 Something becomes true only as a result of a process of overcoming the negativity in a given state of affairs. In its developed state, a phenomenon can be said to fulfill, and be identical with, its notion. For Hegel, the realization of truth depends on the comprehensive process of the subject's development. 24 He did not claim that truth is complete, that everything exists in conformity to its potentiality, but rather argued that mind has attained the self-consciousness of its freedom, and become capable of freeing nature and society from the restrictions on their development. 25 Foundations of historical materialism. For over a century prior to the development of Hegel's system, philosophy had taken reason as its banner. Many philosophers maintained that the natural and social world could, indeed must, if it was to be adequately grasped, be understood and steered by reason. The realization of reason promised the eventual dissolution of all arbitrary and external authority, the freedom of men and women to act according to their will, and the reconciliation of reality to human endeavor. 26 Hegel was the last to interpret both nature and history in terms of the standards of thought and to comprehend the world as reason. But because he understood that the fulfillment of reason was dependent upon the social and political order, he, according to Marcuse, brought philosophy to the threshold of its negation. It required only a few steps to change the direction and form of the critical tradition. 27 By revealing the nature of the proletariat, Marx, in Marcuse's opinion, took one of the most important of these steps and successfully refuted Hegel's claim to have confronted the world of, the coming into being of, truth. The existence of the proletariat contradicts the alleged reality of reason, for it sets before us an entire class that gives proof of the very negation of reason. 28 The truth of Hegel's philosophy was negated by historical reality itself. The critique of society could no longer be carried forward merely by philosophical discourse. The negation of philosophy became necessary for the realization of its concerns. It was now apparent that the truth could only be uncovered and fulfilled in the historical process and through the collective practice of men and women. While Hegel's social and economic categories are all philosophical concepts, the philosophical concepts of Marx's thought are all, Marcuse stresses, social and economic categories. 29 But Marx's categories are by no means all original. As previously noted, many of them derive from Hegel. The most significant of these is the concept of labor, a decisive contribution, according to both Marx and Marcuse. Hegel's use of the concept points directly to a process of practical, human sensuous activity, Marx, a dynamic process of creation. 30 By focusing his theory on the labor process, Marcuse contends, consummated the principle of the Hegelian dialectic that the structure of the content, reality, determines the structure of the theory. 31 He established the labor process, the foundations of society, as the foundation of his theory of society. This was achieved from his earliest works onward. Marcuse affirms the significance of the manuscripts not only for the whole of Marx's development but also for Marxist studies and for the general theory of scientific socialism. In his now famous introduction to these early writings, Marcuse argues that orthodox Marxism violates the essence of some of Marx's most central ideas. 32 Far from entailing an economistic view of history and an image of a society which simply resolves, at a technical level, the contradiction between the forces and relations of production, the categories, of Marx's political economy, evaluate reality with a view to what it has made of man, of his faculties, powers, and needs. Marx summarizes these human qualities when he speaks of the universal essence of man. His examination of the economy is specifically carried on with the question in mind whether that economy realizes man's Geltungswesen, universelles Wesen. 33. In this, Marcuse thinks, lies the decisive justification of revolution. It is because capitalist society threatens the very existence of human reality and the qualities of the human species that a total and radical revolution is both necessary and defensible. 34 If revolution fails to further human fulfillment, it betrays its purpose and, as a consequence, cannot justify itself as progressive. In order to explore the basis of this view, one needs to ask, what is meant by universal essence, or, as Marx and Marcuse sometimes express it, human essential powers, man's essential being? Individuals become what they are, in Marcuse's interpretation of Marx, in the labor process. The labor process is man's act of self-creation, a process in which, struggling to fulfill anticipated needs, humanity is formed, a knowing and conscious activity in which the human world is created. It is a process of becoming, a process with a central meaning, the satisfaction of need. Any account of the essential being of men and women has to capture this in its categories. Any assessment of Marx's contributions has to begin from this consideration, for the essential premise of his work, of historical materialism, is a specific conception of human essence and human development. The starting point of Marx's analysis is the human being as a species being. In Marcuse's interpretation of the manuscripts, what are the species' characteristics? Humans are not restricted to exist in a particular state. Their being and their object world are not exhausted by their immediate circumstances. They can recognize and grasp the possibilities contained in every being, can exploit, alter, mold, treat, and take further, any being. 35 It is precisely this quality that distinguishes humans as universal animals and, therefore, free beings. Human beings treat themselves as the actual, living species, all being becomes objective for them. The universality of humankind constitutes its freedom. 36 Human beings mold their lives through real, sensuous objects. The power of their being is dependent upon their enactment, through and in external objects, of everything they are. 37 The world of objects is objective, that is, material, only for them. It is the self-objectification of man, or human objectification. Humans are objectifying animals, objectification constitutes the unity of humanity and nature. But people not only create and posit objects, they are also posited by them. This is the fundamental determinant of sensuousness, the quality of having senses, which are affected by objects. 38 Men and women are born into a world of pre-established objectivity on which they depend for the satisfaction of needs and cares. It is through the sensuousness of their own material being that they relate to this world and develop as universal and free beings. The mode of relating and developing is given by human activity, that is, by labor. It is in and through labor that they know and possess the world. In his labor man supersedes the mere objectivity of objects and makes them into the means of life. He impresses upon them the form of his being, and makes them into his work and his reality. The objective piece of finished work is the reality of man. Man is as he has realized himself in the object of his labor. It is precisely in labor that, specifically, human universality is realized. 39 It is not the single, isolated individual who is active in this process. All labor is within the sphere of community, it is social, always with and for and against others. Hence, the world is always a social world and, as such, an historical reality. The given and pre-established is the medium and means for all acts of labor and appropriation. In sum, Marx's concept of humanity depicts a natural and sensuous, objective, being, a being that is universal and free. The condition of this being is labor. Men and women realize themselves only through labor in which they produce themselves and their own reality. This, according to Marcuse, is the core of Marx's concept of species being. Species being, therefore, does not refer to some abstract human essence, which remains valid at all stages of history. The essentials of man and history, essence, and the situation of factual history, facticity, are not separate and autonomous spheres. Rather, the historical experience of man is taken up into the definition of his essence. Essence can be defined in history and only in history. 40 Social inquiry, on this account, is directed to explore how people, their social relations and their object world have developed as they have. It becomes a critical analysis insofar as it discloses the extent to which existence is a means or a block to free self-realization. In an essay published in 1933 and in subsequent works, particularly Reason and Revolution, Marcuse made this analysis his own. 41 In these writings, labor is made an a priori category of human existence, for only in labor, and not before, man becomes historical and acquires his determinate position in the historical process. 42 Following Marx, Marcuse argues that labor is not a mere economic activity, Erwerbstätigkeit. He reaffirms the view that labor is the becoming for itself of man within externalization in Tauserung, the self-creating or self-objectifying act of man. Marx, 43 In his view, labor is the condition of human existence independent of all social forms, the foundation of every activity. As such, it is characterized by duration and permanence. What is created becomes part of the environment of the laborer, it becomes actual, existent, historical objectivity Objektivität, which acquires an objective form in the becoming Geschehen of the world. 44 In his essay of 1933, Marcuse also characterizes labor as intrinsically burdensome, because it is directed towards things which impose alien conditions on human activity. This position, however, is modified in Reason and Revolution, where Marcuse can conceive of labor, free from capitalist relations of production, as potentially a self-directed and free activity. 45 Through labor, irrespective of its form, every situation people encounter they make their own, by mediating it themselves, by producing and reproducing it. Production and reproduction do not simply refer to the becoming of material existence in economic doing, but to the active process of human existence as a whole, appropriation, overcoming, transforming and further developing all of human existence in all of its vital spheres. 46 This doing is essentially a conscious, purposeful set of activities which is shaped by a particular goal, the creation and development of human existence, and of an ever more suitable world for human beings. 47 This goal is, Marcuse maintains, the ground of labor and basis of all becoming. The driving force of human activity is need. Drawing on the work of Friedrich von Gottel, Marcuse argues that the remedy of wants always leaves something to imagine and that some unfulfilled want always remains behind. 48 This derives from the very structure of being human and explains, in part, an incapacity to remain inactive and an ability to be constantly involved in a process of sieve-making. Being human always involves more than humanity manifests in its present form, a situation which demands constant labor. This essential excess of being over existence constitutes the primordial and ineliminable human necessity for life. Gottel. Man's very structure of need is grounded in it, and its fulfilling is the final meaning of labor, the need for an enduring and lasting self-fulfillment of existence in the actuality of all its possibilities, a task in whose service the economy ultimately is also engaged. 49 Labor, therefore, cannot be conceived as an end in itself. Its meaning is inextricably tied to the advancement of human existence. It is an expression of desire, a lack, and is oriented toward the overcoming of this through creation and appropriation. Labor always takes place, of course, within the boundaries set by past accomplishments. It is frequently, at the level of everyday life, a mundane activity. But all labor is, at least as Marcuse boldly stated it in the early 1930s, subordinated to the final intention, the goal and end of labor, the real fulfillment of human existence in its duration and permanence. Labor is, Marcuse concluded in accord with Marx, the means for the development of humankind's universal nature. 50 An understanding of labor in general is not a substitute, Marcuse stresses, for understanding its determinate social forms. Clearly, these vary with natural and historical circumstances. Labor can only be adequately comprehended through concrete investigations of the distinct form it takes in each mode of production. Through an inquiry of this kind, the basic patterns and processes of society, as well as the potentiality for change, can be grasped. 51 For the process of labor determines the essential structures of society and, therefore, the conditions for the possibility of the realization of reason and freedom. In Reason and Revolution, Marcuse accepts the basic findings of Marx's work on capitalism. He even sees his more recent work, One-Dimensional Man, as a development of this analysis. Relations such as those of labor and capital, capital and commodity, are understood in terms of human relationships, which determine a particular form of social existence. This existence, dominated as it is by the mechanisms of the labor process and the laws of the economy, is seen to mortify the worker's body and ruin his mind. 52 As the accumulation of capital exacerbates poverty, and rapid technological change leads to the rule of dead matter over the human world, the fundamental nature of workers' alienation is exposed, that is, their alienation from their product, process of work, fellow man, and species being. The situation is one in which the product of labor becomes a force independent of the producer. The worker has little, if any, control over the labor process. Individuals are divided against each other by competition and possession, and men and women are in danger of losing their capacity to be universal and free in all the spheres of life. 53 In the analysis of the wage-labor/capital relation, Marcuse sees the origin of the Marxian dialectic. Comparing aspects of Hegel's and Marx's approach to dialectics, he wrote, For Marx, as for Hegel, the dialectic takes note of the fact that the negation inherent in reality is the moving and creative principle. Every fact is more than a mere fact, it is a negation and restriction of real possibilities. Wage labor is a fact, but at the same time it is a restraint on free work that might satisfy human needs. Private property is a fact, but at the same time it is a negation of man's collective appropriation of nature. 54 Marx's concepts grasp the negativity of the existing order, the alienation of labor, with an eye to its positive resolution. The concepts embrace two interrelated dimensions, the existing pattern of social relationships and the tendencies inherent in it toward revolutionary change. A dialectical approach is necessary for the study of these phenomena because their very structure is dialectical. The Marxian dialectic. Marx detached Hegel's dialectic from its ontological base. His analysis focuses on the inherent contradictions of a particular stage of the historical process. The totality he discloses is the totality of class societies. The negativity he portrays is the product of this type of society. It is a historical condition, which cannot be hypostatized. 55 Following Marx, Marcuse holds that the antagonisms of capitalism are unique. Capitalism not only denies and opposes real possibilities, it also, by virtue of its very structure, creates the possibility of the negation, the overcoming of alienated social relationships. This possibility has a very special character. It marks the establishment of the conditions for human fulfillment. While Hegel's philosophy was based on the idea of the universality of reason, in which every part or thing was integrated into a structural and comprehensive whole, Marcuse contends, that it was capitalist society that first put such a universality into practice. Capitalism developed the productive forces for the totality of a uniform social system. Universal commerce, universal competition, and the universal interdependence of labor were made to prevail and transformed men into world historical, empirically universal individuals. 56 Furthermore, capitalism created a subject whose interest is essentially universal. The proletariat is distinguished by the fact that, as a class, it signifies the negation of all classes. Marcuse justifies this claim, in part, by reference to the structural position and potential consciousness of the proletariat. The universality of the proletariat is, a negative universality, indicating that the alienation of labor has intensified. The labor of the proletarian prevents any self-fulfillment, his work negates his entire existence. This utmost negativity, however, takes a positive turn. The very fact that he is deprived of all assets of the prevailing system sets him beyond this system. He is a member of the class which is really rid of the old world and at the same time stands pitted against it. The universal character of the proletariat is the final basis for the universal character of the communist revolution. The proletariat is the negation not only of certain particular human potentialities, but also of man as such. All specific distinguishing marks, property, culture, religion, nationality by which men are differentiated lose their validity. His concern to exist is not the concern of a given group, class, or nation, but is truly universal and world historical. 57. The universality that capitalism puts into practice is created by dint of circumstances in an uncontrolled and alien manner. The realization of control, of freedom, and reason, requires a transformation of the situation, a universal revolution which ensures that the universal will no longer operate as a blind natural force, but rather, as a general plan formulated by freely combined individuals. 58. The negation of the negation, however, is not, as it was for Hegel in the last analysis, an inevitable process. The liberation of the possibilities immanent in the existing order requires man's historical action to fulfill them. 59. The dialectic remains unconcluded so long as autonomous, emancipatory action is not forthcoming. Although dialectical analysis describes a system that will necessarily perish and must necessarily be superseded by a socialist society, this does not mean, Marcuse insists, that it describes an inevitable and positive transformation of capitalism, as Marx himself sometimes assumed. 60. What is necessary and inevitable is capitalism's demise. What is necessary but not inevitable is a genuinely socialist society. And it itself is necessary, Marcuse points out, only in the sense that it is necessary to use available productive forces for the general satisfaction of all individuals. 61. The concept of truth Marx works with in this context is similar in nature to Hegel's. Despite the emphasis in historical materialism on the determination of consciousness by being and, in particular, by material circumstances, an epistemological and ethical relativism is not, Marcuse argues, entailed. There is only one truth and one practice capable of realizing it. Theory has revealed the tendencies, and demonstrated the conditions, that make possible a rational society, a society free of the contradictions of the existing order. It has formulated the broad goals of the new and necessary social practice, the progressive eradication of alienated labor, and the planned use of collectively owned means of production for the satisfaction of all individual potentialities. 62. In defending the interest in a rational society, critical theory, from Marx onward, preserves the truth of the present order, the vision of a society in which existing potentialities are fulfilled. The correct theory, therefore, is the one that retains the consciousness of the practice necessary for the progressive attainment of this ideal society. 63. The interest in a rational society is also, however, the interest in the creation of the conditions for the realization of the species' capacities. In this lies, in fact, its foremost significance. Accordingly, the rational society represents the true, just and virtuous life, the unity of theory and practice. The foundation of the unity is given in labor. In labor, theory finds its ultimate ground, a ground which can only be articulated by theory and realized by practice. In the analysis of labor, theory finds a criterion of truth that is both internal to practice and independent of its given form. Labor contains its own critical criterion. For every moment of labor anticipates the good life, fulfillment of species being, an enduring and lasting fulfillment of existence in the actuality of all its possibilities. 64. It is a central tenet of Marcuse's analysis that the capacity of human beings to realize their essence evolves and changes over time. It is only with capitalism that a social form is created which might genuinely lead to the progressive delineation of men and women. From this position one can understand Marcuse when he wrote, "Theory accompanies the practice at every moment, analyzing the changing situation and formulating its concepts accordingly. The concrete conditions for realizing the truth may vary, but the truth remains the same and theory remains its ultimate guardian. Theory will preserve the truth even if revolutionary practice deviates from its proper path. 65. Marcuse's position until the 1950s can be summarized as follows. The labor process is pivotal in the constitution of being. It discloses the unfolding of human powers in history. It determines both the basic structure of human existence and society's basic patterns. It involves a process defined by negativity, contradiction, and change, a dialectical process. But the dialectic is, as it was for Horkheimer, unconcluded and open. The opportunities for human beings to realize their essence are not part of any iron laws. As manifest in capitalism, productive activity is thought to have created the possibility of realizing the species' nature. The truth of this process is the world constitutive activity of labor. The key element in the overcoming of capitalism is the proletariat. The truth claims of critical theory are, thus, intertwined with man's historico-practical activity. The interest in freedom and a rational society is grounded in every act of labor. Every moment of labor anticipates the fulfillment of the species' capacities. As a consequence, we can assess what exists in terms of its potentiality. The analysis of particular modes of labor and production can be empirical, analytical, and critical. The integration of Freud. Marcuse's relation to Freud and psychoanalytic theory has already been discussed in Chapter 4. The introduction of Freud complicates the picture of the foundations of historical materialism. While a marriage seems possible between the theory of labor and Freud's insights, the exact relation between the two is never outlined by Marcuse at any length. In Eros and Civilization, it was argued that civilization has of necessity been antagonistic to the demands for immediate happiness. It has continuously modified these impulses. The fate of happiness, and freedom, is held to depend on the life and death struggle of the instincts in which soma and psyche, nature and civilization participate. But this struggle, and the subsequent development of the individual and society, cannot be adequately conceived without reference to the process of labor. For Marcuse interprets Freud's categories and theories both in terms of their explicit and implicit socio-historical content and in terms of the main tenets of historical materialism. The development of civilization is argued to rest on sublimation and continuous labor. It is only as a result of the products of labor that non-repressive de-sublimation becomes a real possibility. The dialectics of labor remains at the center of Marcuse's theory of social development. A major change occurs, however, in the concept of species being. Marx's notion is enriched by Freudian categories. His view of the species as a universal and free being is supplemented by the theory of instincts, a conception of the essence of being as Eros. 66 Marcuse interprets Freud's work as having a general ontological meaning. Being, thereby, can be conceived in terms of the striving for pleasure. This striving becomes an aim in human existence. The erotic impulse to combine living substance into ever larger and more durable units is the instinctual source of civilization. The sex instincts are life instincts. The impulse to preserve and enrich life by mastering nature in accordance with the developing vital needs is originally an erotic impulse. Anang scarcity is experienced as the barrier against the satisfaction of the life instincts, which seek pleasure, not security. And the struggle for existence is originally a struggle for pleasure. Culture begins with the collective implementation of this aim. 67. Human existence is grounded in Eros. Cultural development is shaped by this aim. But Eros is dependent on, and interlocked with, labor. It is only through labor that scarcity can be sufficiently overcome so that the life instincts are satisfied. In terms of their orientation to the satisfaction of individual potentiality, Eros and labor are one. In its exploration of thoughts, dreams, and wishes, psychoanalysis is, of course, able to penetrate much further than historical materialism. In these phenomena, psychoanalysis discloses a drive for integral gratification which is often tabooed by the present society. Through therapeutic activity, the many manifestations of the drive can be uncovered. The vehicle for this is memory. Its importance derives from its truth value, which lies in the specific function of memory to preserve promises and potentialities which are betrayed and even outlawed by the mature, civilized individual, but which had once been fulfilled in his dim past and which are never entirely forgotten. 68 Through remembrance, psychoanalysis yields a range of additional, critical standards that the existing order systematically abrogates. Fantasy occupies a special place within the psyche. It has, on Marcuse's account, a truth value of its own. Here, perhaps more clearly than anywhere else, a longing for reconciliation, between desire and reality, happiness and reason, can be found. Behind illusion lies knowledge, a knowledge which overcomes the antagonisms of reality and expresses the claim of the whole of the individual, in union with the genus and the archaic past. 69 For Marcuse, art reveals a similar cognitive dimension. The aesthetic form preserves the repressed harmony of sensuousness and reason. The development of critical theory depends on its capacity to draw as readily from these domains as from political economy. For the struggle for socialism involves not only a struggle for a rational economy but also for an individual free from surplus repression and repressive desublimation. The standards for the latter struggle can only be derived from the psychology sensitive to history, psychoanalysis, nature and natural science. History is the negation of nature. Through labor the negative in nature, including human nature, can be overcome, that is, nature can be freed of insufficiency. 70 This process of change, however, Marcuse believes, has been fundamentally distorted by modern science and technology, both of which have developed under an a priori of technical usefulness. 71 Science is, Marcuse contends, in one of his most controversial statements, a priori technology, the a priori of a specific technology, namely, technology as a form of social control and domination. It projects an image of nature as the stuff of control and organization. 72 For prior to all actual use, it is tied to a specific societal project, the technical control of nature. The organization of nature under these circumstances, organized by instrumental reason and usually by profit as well, offers greater capacity for control, but deprives man from finding himself in nature, beyond and this side of alienation. It also prevents him from recognizing nature as a subject in its own right, a subject with which to live in a common universe. 73 To refer to nature as a subject and to speak, as Marcuse often does, of its necessary liberation, is not to attribute a plan or intention to nature itself. Liberation, Marcuse emphasizes, is always the plan or goal of human beings. It is, however, to conceive of nature as a subject-object, as a cosmos with its own potentialities, necessities, and chances. It is to insist that nature is susceptible to the project of emancipation, and that there are forces in nature which could support and reinforce the liberation of human beings. 74 The realization of human potentiality is linked directly to the realization of nature's inherent possibilities. A free society, Marcuse holds, may well have a very different a priori and a very different object. The development of the scientific concepts may be grounded in an experience of nature as a totality of life to be protected and cultivated, and technology would apply the science to the reconstruction of the environment of life. 75 The nature of concepts, appearance and essence. Marcuse's approach to history and society, as analytical, empirical and critical, is revealed clearly in one of his early Zeitschrift essays, The Concept of Essence, 1936. The essay expresses many of Marcuse's main doctrines and, thus, provides a useful basis for highlighting his position. Critical theory functions at two fundamental levels. It seeks, first, to grasp the social world in its immediacy, the reified and fetishized world of appearances. Second, it abstracts from these abstractions and centers its analysis on essential social relations and practices which ensure the production of society. In pursuing this investigation, its concepts aim to embrace the essence of the social whole. This essence can be unfolded by examining the way in which the totality of the social process is organized in a particular epoch, various levels of social reality are grounded in a fundamental level, for example the economy. Constellations of social relationships condition the difference between the appearance of society and its core structures. The individual is restricted, by real need and suffering, from the liberation of becoming himself. 76 Appearance and essence are the constitutive elements of particular historical structures. They are members of a real antithesis which reveals differences between what things are in their immediate existence and what they are in themselves as historical being and becoming. From an assessment of this antithesis, objective possibilities can be uncovered, possibilities which suggest paths for social development. These possibilities, projected by thought, can be systematically evaluated. Marcuse proposes a number of criteria for deciding their truth value. What humans can be in a given historical situation depends on the measure of control of natural and social productive forces, the level of the organization of labor, the development of needs in relation to possibilities for their fulfillment, the availability, as material to be appropriated, of a wealth of cultural values in all areas of life. 77. A concern with people's capacity to fulfill themselves through labor, to integrate culture and play, and to act with self-determination without depriving others of their ability to do the same can be distinguished from utopian thinking. 78 For theory can show, Marcuse argues, the concrete roads to their realization and can adduce as evidence those attempts at realization which are already underway. But the knowledge wielded by critical theory, like all knowledge, cannot be guaranteed. It can have recourse neither to evidence afforded by mere perception nor to an eternal system of values. The truth of the model of essence of man's existence and potentiality is preserved better in human misery and suffering and the struggle to overcome them than in the forms and concepts of pure thought. This truth is indeterminate and remains necessarily so as long as it is measured against the idea of unconditionally certain knowledge. For it is fulfilled only through historical action, and its concretion can thus result only post festum. 79. The truth that theory discloses cannot be confirmed through thought alone. For while its adequate expression requires a consistent system of concepts and statements, its confirmation depends on historical struggles. Only in them can the essential theoretical truths be ultimately verified. 80. The very way the concept of essence is derived is determined, furthermore, by historical and practical presuppositions, that is, it is determined by the framework of historical goals with which materialist theory is linked. Critical theory understands all knowledge to be rooted in interests, by making those interests conscious and by distinguishing between particular and general interests. Critical theory makes its own an interest in the objective advancement of humankind. In this way it moves beyond historical relativism in linking itself with those social forces which the historical situation reveals to be progressive and truly universal. 81 In expressing and clarifying the general interest, critical theory distinguishes its goals from sectarian interests and allies itself with those social groups and individuals who are part of the struggle for a rational society. Its concepts are intertwined with the consciousness of these forces. A similar view was defended by Marcuse 30 years after the concept of essence was written. In discussing how one judges between various transcendent projects, he argued that the criteria for their historical truth can best be formulated as criteria of rationality. As he wrote, the transcendent project, in order to falsify the established totality, must demonstrate its own higher rationality in the threefold sense that a. It offers the prospect of preserving and improving the productive achievements of civilization. b. It defines the established totality in its very structure, basic tendencies, and relations. c. Its realization offers a greater chance for the pacification of existence, within the framework of institutions which offer a greater chance for the free development of human needs and faculties. 82. Notions like the chance for the free development of human needs and faculties can be empirically assessed, Marcuse believes, in light of the attained level of material and intellectual culture. On this basis, the truth value of various social practices can be assessed. The historical negation of the existing order can be anticipated. It cannot, of course, be simply predicted, for it represents a possibility, a determinate choice, which future historical action alone can realize. While dialectical theory transcends the given facts, defines options, and even necessities, it is only in theoretically guided practice that these can be fulfilled. All the facts are there, Marcuse maintains, which suggest that a rational society is necessary, the increasing irrationality of the whole, waste and restriction of productivity, the need for aggressive expansion, the constant threat of war, intensified exploitation, dehumanization. 83 The material basis is there that makes a rational society possible. But these are torn pieces of a whole that does not, as yet, add up to a movement that would forge a new society. It is critical theory's ultimate objective to help create this movement and bind these pieces together. Part 2. Critical Theory, Habermas. The human interest in autonomy and responsibility is not mere fancy, for it can be apprehended a priori. What raises us out of nature is language. Through its structure, autonomy and responsibility are posited for us. Our first sentence expresses unequivocally the intention of universal and unconstrained consensus. Jürgen Habermas, Knowledge and Human Interests. 9. Introduction to Habermas. The thought of the Frankfurt School has been a major source of stimulus to the man who has now become the leading spokesman for a new generation of critical theorists, Jürgen Habermas. Born in 1929, and brought up in Nazi Germany, Habermas did not become radicalized until the late 1950s. Under the influence of, among others, Adorno, to whom he became an assistant, Habermas discovered the systematic use that could be made of Marx and Freud. After teaching at Heidelberg, he took up a chair in 1964 in philosophy and sociology at the University of Frankfurt. He left the post in 1971 and moved to the Max Planck Institute in Sternberg, West Germany, where he is currently working. Although his oeuvre should not simply be regarded as the outcome of a path of progressive development that begins with the earliest writings of Horkheimer and Adorno, his efforts have been directed, from the late 1950s onward, to the remolding of critical theory. The works of Jürgen Habermas, and the debates they have stimulated, are gradually becoming familiar to the Anglo-American world. But the reception of his thought has not been without difficulties. Like those of the Frankfurt School, his writings are steeped in German traditions which often remain undiscussed and untranslated in the English-speaking world. As a result, the import of his work has often been missed. 1 Problems of interpretation have also arisen due to the appearance of only some of his writings in English and to the time lapses between publications. Further, the work of many of Habermas's past and present collaborators, including Clausewitz, Albrecht Wellmer, Klaus Eder, Rainer Daubert, and Ulrich Evermann, as well as the thought of contemporaries who have influenced him, most notably Karl Otto Apel, remain largely unknown in Britain and America. In the discussion below, the work of these individuals will be drawn upon, wherever helpful, to elucidate Habermas's views. Habermas conceives of his project as an attempt to develop a theory of society with a practical intention, the self-emancipation of people from domination. Through an assessment of the self-formative processes of the human species, Habermas's critical theory aims to further the self-understanding of social groups capable of transforming society. While the status he ascribes to his enterprise has changed, and a greater emphasis has been placed in recent times on what he calls its empirical theoretical or empirical reconstructive tasks, critical theory remains designed to help in the making of history with will and consciousness. In order to defend the idea of a critical theory of society, Habermas has been concerned systematically to develop its philosophical underpinnings. This involves a reconstruction of some of the central theses of classical Greek and German philosophy, the inseparability of truth and virtue, of facts and values, of theory and practice. The project is defined as a struggle for the critical soul of science and the scientific soul of criticism. 2. The imperative to reformulate critical theory derives its force, for Habermas, from the course of history. He maintains that 20th century history is characterized by a number of major developments in socialist and capitalist societies. the degeneration of the Russian Revolution into Stalinism and technocratic social management, the failure hitherto of mass revolution in the West, the absence of mass proletarian revolutionary class consciousness, the frequent collapse of Marxist theory into either a deterministic, objectivistic science or a pessimistic cultural critique, all, he holds, are important features of recent times. He sees structural changes in capitalist society as having altered both its appearance and its essence. State intervention grows, the marketplace is supported and replaced, capitalism is increasingly organized, instrumental reason and bureaucracy, seeming ever to expand, threaten the public sphere, the sphere in which political life is discussed openly by a reasoning public. 3 Habermas contends that in light of these events, doubt can be cast on the validity of Marx's work, the general Marxian framework, and on many other well-known theories of society. He finds it necessary, therefore, to assess, and in fact reformulate, the major traditions of social thought. The events of the 1960s, particularly the advent of the student movement, also had a significant impact on his thinking. Initially, Habermas was a leading spokesman for the movement and, in fact, for all those who sought a radical democratization of society. However, by the late 1960s, he had become estranged from the movement's leading groups. He was critical of what he saw as their departure from their original democratic and non-authoritarian goals. Instead of struggling for an expansion of the sphere of freedom and initiative, they were working, he believed, to impose new restrictions on thought and action. The students in turn criticized Habermas for, among other things, failing to become involved in actual struggles, retreating into theoretical reflection, and for uniting theory and practice in theory only. Since this time, Habermas appears to have put less emphasis on the practical political aspects of his program. He has sought to defend and elaborate his theoretical interests, only pointing occasionally to their practical implications. His work at Starnberg reflects this changed emphasis. Continuities and discontinuities with the Frankfurt School. Many of the ideas and theories of members of the Frankfurt School can be found, in a recast form, in Habermas's early writings on social theory. In Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit, Structural Transformation in the Public Sphere, 1962, and Towards a Rational Society, a selection of essays written in the latter half of the 60s but not published in English until 1970, he documented the growth of large-scale economic and commercial organizations, the increasing interdependence of science, technology, and industry, the increasing interdependence of state and society, the commercialization of the media, and the extension of means-end rationality to more and more areas of life. These developments, he argued, in accord with the central Frankfurt School position, have created a new constellation of economics and politics. Politics is no longer only a phenomenon of the superstructure. 4 The expansion of the state, symptomatic of the crisis tendencies of capitalist society, leads to an ever greater involvement of administrators and technicians in social and economic affairs. 5 It also leads, in conjunction with the fusion of science, technology, and industry, to the emergence of a new form of ideology. Ideology is no longer simply based on notions of just exchange but also on a technocratic justification of the social order. 6 Practical issues, underpinned by particular historical class interests, are defined as technical problems. Politics becomes the sphere for the technical elimination of dysfunctions and the avoidance of risks that threaten the system. This conception of industrial capitalist societies can still be found in Habermas's more recent works, in Legitimation Crisis, 1973, and Zur Rekonstruktion des historischen Materialismus, The Reconstruction of Historical Materialism, 1976. But in these writings his analysis of the key elements of capitalism radically departs from the Frankfurt view. The framework in which Horkheimer and the others understood modern society is recast. Important differences with, for example, Marcuse are already evident in Habermas's early writing. 7 However, the range of material over which they differ has extended and now includes interpretations of science, technology, culture, crisis tendencies, and the prospects for revolutionary change. Habermas is not as optimistic about radical social transformation as the Marcuse, who defends the possibility of a non-repressive desublimated society, although he is certainly not as pessimistic as Horkheimer or Adorno were in the latter part of their lives. Unlike most of the members of the Institute of Social Research, Habermas has not been much concerned with aesthetics and with the study of, for example, contemporary popular culture. But he stresses the importance of psychology for explicating the links between the institutional framework of society and individual identity formation. He agrees that the heritage of natural history, consisting of unspecified impulse potentials that are both libidinal and aggressive, determines the initial conditions of the conflict-ridden reproduction of the human species. 8 Although he employs psychoanalytic concepts to explore the relations between power and ideology, he does not, as did the earlier critical theorists, make direct use of many of Freud's categories. It is striking, for instance, that Habermas rarely discusses the central psychosexual dimensions of Freud's work. The sensual and erotic do not play a key role in his writings. It is unclear how much of Freud's substantive contributions Habermas would defend. His interest in psychoanalysis seems to be mainly methodological. 9 On the other hand, Habermas has sought to develop the psychological dimension of critical theory by drawing on and integrating a range of contributions to contemporary individual and social psychology, including the symbolic interactionist theory of action, Mead, Goffman, role theory, Parsons, and cognitive developmental psychology, Piaget, Kohlberg. He has recently set out the basis for an analysis of ego development, the integration of inner nature into the universal structures of language, thought and action, and identity formation, the capacity to produce a continuity in life history. Habermas does not share the views of Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse on philosophy. For instance, while Adorno maintained that there are no ultimate foundations for knowledge and values, Habermas defends a position which suggests the opposite. He rejects Adorno's, and Horkheimer's, antipathy for systematic thought. The whole emphasis in his work, on engaging and appropriating competing traditions of philosophy and social thought, reformulating the foundations of social theory, and demonstrating the superiority of his stance over others, contrasts markedly with the main interests of the Frankfurt theorists. A series of public debates with, for example, Hans-Georg Gadamer, in relation to hermeneutics, and Niklas Luhmann, in relation to systems theory, has both stimulated the development of his thought and led to the alteration of some of his ideas. His work is marked by a general eclecticism. Habermas's project, an overview of fundamental concepts. Despite an overlap of concerns with the Frankfurt School, Habermas develops his ideas in a framework which is significantly different from the positions outlined in Part 1. Before reconstructing this framework in detail, I will provide a brief overview of his key concepts and theories. This should help to show both the extent to which he differs from Horkheimer and the others and how the various parts of his project fit together. One cautionary note is necessary: Habermas's views have changed over time and, indeed, are still in the process of development. He often gives his positions a tentative and programmatic status; they are part of an ongoing project. The positions he elaborated and defended in his important Knowledge and Human Interests, 1968, have been modified and, in many cases, substantially reworked. 10 His conception of the logical structure of critical theory has altered, and with it his view of the nature of social science. The influence of Hegelian ideas has diminished, and this has had important consequences. 11 These, along with other recent changes, will be highlighted in later sections, but they will be largely passed over in the following introductory sketch. A major concern of Habermas since Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit has been the spread of instrumental reason to many areas of social life. The rise of technocratic consciousness, with its disintegrative effect on the public sphere, is discussed at two fundamental levels. At the level of social theory, Habermas argues that the increasing tendency to define practical problems as technical issues threatens an essential aspect of human life, for technocratic consciousness not only justifies a particular class interest in domination, but also affects the very structure of human interests. 12 Accordingly, reflection on this state of affairs must, on Habermas's account, penetrate beyond the level of particular historical class interests to disclose the fundamental interests of mankind as such. Point 13. At the level of the theory of knowledge, Habermas investigates the way instrumental reason has dominated modern thought. Focusing on the dissolution of epistemology and the ascendance of positivism during the last century, he examines the way the significance of the epistemic subject, and the capacity for reflection by the subject on his or her activities, has been gradually eclipsed. Today, he argues, if emancipation from domination is to remain a project of humanity, it is essential to counter this tendency and to reaffirm the necessity of self-reflection for self-understanding. This Habermas tries to do by a systematic investigation of the nature of human interests, action, and knowledge. The investigation takes the form of an immanent critique of writers from a wide range of traditions, from Kant and Hegel to Mach, Peirce, and Freud. Like Horkheimer, Habermas contends that knowledge is historically rooted and interest-bound. But he understands this in quite different terms from his predecessor. In Knowledge and Human Interests and Theory and Practice, Habermas develops the theory of cognitive interests, or knowledge-constitutive interests, the important first stage in his elaboration of the relationship of knowledge to human activity. Point 14. In more recent work he has extended this inquiry and formulated the theory of communicative competence. These complex theories have been developed in order to justify the critical enterprise. The theory of cognitive interests is concerned with uncovering the conditions for the possibility of knowledge. While accepting the need to understand knowledge as the result of the constituting activity of the cognizing subject, Habermas rejects the Kantian approach of locating such activity in an ahistorical, transcendental subject. Rather, starting with an essential tenet of historical materialism that history, social reality, and nature, as known, are all a product of the constituting labor of the human species, Habermas understands knowledge in light of the problems man encounters in his efforts to produce his existence and reproduce his species being. The conditions of the constitution of knowledge which determine the structure of objects of possible experience, are the historical material conditions in which the development of the species has occurred. It is Habermas's contention that the human species organizes its experience in terms of a priori interests, or cognitive interests or knowledge-guiding interests. That there is a basis of interests follows, he argues, from an understanding of humans as both tool-making and language-using animals. They must produce from nature what is needed for material existence through the manipulation and control of objects and communicate with others through the use of intersubjectively understood symbols within the context of rule-governed institutions. Thus, humankind has an interest in the creation of knowledge which would enable it to control objectified processes and to maintain communication. There is, however, on his account, a third interest, an interest in the reflective appropriation of human life, without which the interest-bound character of knowledge could not itself be grasped. This is an interest in reason, in the human capacity to be self-reflective and self-determining, to act rationally. As a result of it, knowledge is generated which enhances autonomy and responsibility, Mündigkeit, hence, it is an emancipatory interest. Cognitive interests, which are the transcendental conditions of knowledge, are themselves naturalistically grounded. That is, the rule systems governing the activities of the species have a transcendental function but arise from actual structures of human life. Habermas accords to the category of cognitive interests a somewhat problematic status as quasi-transcendental. The endpoint of this analysis, of the mode in which reality is disclosed, constituted, and acted upon, is a trichotomous model of the human species' interests, anthropologically rooted strategies for interpreting life experience, media, means of social organization, and sciences. The interests are the technical, the practical, and the emancipatory. These unfold in three media: work, instrumental action, interaction, language, and power, asymmetrical relations of constraint and dependency, and give rise to the conditions for the possibility of three sciences: the empirical analytic, the historical hermeneutic, and the critical. It is one of Habermas's central claims that these three sciences only systematize and formalize the procedures required for the success of human activity. The theory of cognitive interests, as developed in Knowledge and Human Interests, represents Habermas's initial attempt to specify the relation between knowledge and human activity. He has recently recognized, however, the need to examine this relation further, particularly, the distinction between processes of constitution and justification. This he attempts to do in the theory of communicative competence. In this theory, Habermas argues that all speech is oriented to the idea of a genuine consensus, a discursively achieved consensus, which is rarely realized. 15 The analysis of consensus, he claims, shows this notion to involve a normative dimension, which is formalized in the concept of what he calls an ideal speech situation. A consensus attained in this situation, referred to as a rational consensus, is, in Habermas's opinion, the ultimate criterion of the truth of a statement or of the correctness of norms. The end result of this argument is that the very structure of speech is held to involve the anticipation of a form of life in which truth, freedom, and justice are possible. On Habermas's account, the critical theory of society makes this its starting point. Critical theory is, therefore, grounded in a normative standard that is not arbitrary, but inherent in the very structure of social action and language. It is just this anticipation of an ideal form of discourse which can be used as a normative standard for a critique of distorted communication. It is Habermas's contention that in every communicative situation in which a consensus is established under coercion or under other similar types of condition, we are likely to be confronting instances of systematically distorted communication. This is, in his view, the contemporary formulation of ideology. On this account, ideology is, as Trent Troyer put it, those belief systems which can maintain their legitimacy despite the fact that they could not be validated if subjected to rational discourse. 16 The process of emancipation, then, entails the transcendence of such systems of distorted communication. This process, in turn, requires engaging in critical reflection and criticism. It is only through reflection that domination, in its many forms, can be unmasked. In his latest work, Habermas explores the acquisition of communicative competence, of cognitive, linguistic, and interactive abilities, in ontogenesis and phylogenesis. By examining the major stages of individual development and social evolution, he hopes to show that at both levels there is a growing capacity to master theoretical and practical discourse, respectively discourse about statements that make problematic truth claims and discourse about the rightness or correctness of norms. A reconstruction of communicative competence is needed for self-reflection and criticism, in order that an adequate basis be provided for an historically relevant critique and the exploration of developmental possibilities. Human beings' capacity for freedom is dependent, on Habermas's account, on cumulative learning in theoretical and practical activity. Through such learning, knowledge is generated that makes possible the technical mastery of the natural and social world and the organization and alteration of social relations, that is, the expansion of the sphere of sensuous human activity or praxis. Habermas analyses praxis, both in his early and later writings, but more clearly in his later writings, as a complex consisting of two key parts: work, or instrumental action, purposive rational action, and interaction, or communicative interaction. 17 He also refers sometimes to a third type of action, strategic action, which is both instrumental, means, end-oriented, and bound to a context of interaction. But, as Thomas McCarthy has pointed out, it is misleading to present strategic action, as Habermas sometimes does, as a wholly distinct type of action. 18 Unless otherwise stated, I will, therefore, understand Habermas's basic action categories, work and interaction, as shown in the diagram on page 257. Work. Interaction. Orientation. Technical control over objectified processes. Mutual understanding. Coordinating elements. Rational decision procedures, involving e.g. preference rules, decision maxims, and efficient use of technical knowledge. Intersubjectively recognized norms and rules, reciprocity and consensus predominate. Work bounded by interaction, strategic action. Orientation. Calculated pursuit of individual interests. Coordinating elements. Rational decision strategies interlocked in a framework of norms and intersubjectively recognized rules of procedure. Under the categories of work and interaction, attention is directed to issues concerning, respectively, the technical mastery of the natural and social worlds and the organization of social relations. Habermas takes as central to his theory of social evolution the claim that through work and interaction the human species evolves in two separate but interrelated dimensions, namely the development of the forces of production and the development of normative structures of interaction. Point 19. In both these dimensions, cumulative processes are involved which allow a direction to be perceived. The table on page 259 outlines some of the main elements of this process. Habermas's ideas about social evolution provide the framework within which he examines the development of specific societies or social formations. Part of this project involves the identification of first, the possibility spaces, the potential avenue of development, which a society's core structures open to evolution, and second, the crisis tendencies to which such structures are vulnerable. Although Habermas is concerned to investigate pre-civilization, primitive communities, and traditional societies, his main focus hitherto has been on modern capitalism. He explores, in particular, the way advanced, or, as he sometimes calls it, late or organized, capitalism is susceptible to legitimation crisis, the withdrawal from the existing order of the support or loyalty of the mass of the population as their motivational commitment to its normative basis is broken. It is Habermas's contention that the seeds of a new evolutionary development, the overcoming of capitalism's underlying class contradiction, can be uncovered in this and other related crisis tendencies. From the above sketch it can be seen that Habermas's work covers an extraordinary range of problems. It is his ultimate objective to provide a coherent framework within which a large number of apparently competing approaches to the social sciences can be integrated. These include the critique of ideology, the perspective of action theory, the analysis of social systems and evolutionary theory. It is also his hope that the framework will provide a basis for bringing together the interests and findings of the ever more fragmented, individual disciplines within the social sciences. The following chapter will examine Habermas's contributions to the theory of society. The next two will deal with problems of epistemology and method. 10. Discourse, Science, and Society. The public sphere and the scientization of politics. From his earliest published writings, Habermas has been concerned with the development and disintegration of the public sphere and with the principle of discursive will formation, constrained free discussion, on which it was founded. By public sphere, Habermas refers to a realm of social life in which something approaching public opinion can be formed. 1. It is a sphere in which citizens can confer in an unrestricted fashion, that is, with the guarantee of freedom of assembly and association and the freedom to express and publish their opinions, about matters of general interest. 2. It is a realm in which, in principle, political life can be discussed openly, debate proceeds in accordance with standards of critical reason, and not by simple appeal to traditional dogmas and authorities, the divine right of kings, for instance. The procedures and presuppositions of free argument are the basis for the justification of opinions. It is these conditions of argument that lend public opinion its legitimizing force. Public opinion becomes distinguished from mere opinion, for example cultural assumptions, customs, and collective prejudice. Point 3. In a detailed historical study, Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit, Habermas traces the emergence of public opinion to the 18th century. Forums for public discussion, clubs, newspapers, journals, developed rapidly in Europe to mediate the growing division between the state and civil society, a division which followed from the expansion of market economies. Point 4. These centers of debate and information nurtured opposition to the traditional and hierarchical forms of feudal authority. The public sphere anticipated the replacement of the rule of tradition with the rule of reason. Public discussions, Habermas argues, grew out of a specific phase of the development of bourgeois society. A particular constellation of interests lay at the roots of this type of interchange. A large number of private individuals, merchants, etc., excluded from the, then, dominant political institutions, became concerned about the government of society because the reproduction of life in the wake of the developing market economy had grown beyond the bounds of private domestic authority. These individuals promoted and shaped the public sphere by, among other things, maintaining as many newspapers and journals as possible in order to further debate about the nature of authority. As a result, newspapers changed from mere institutions for the publication of news into bearers and leaders of public opinion, weapons of party politics. 5 Until the establishment of a more open and accountable authority structure, large numbers of papers and journals joined the struggle for freedom, public opinion, and the principle of the public sphere. The public sphere was thought to represent the general interest, although those who participated in it were generally of high standing, people with education and property. Members of the bourgeoisie were the reasoning public, armed with what they took to be knowledge of the general interest. They sought to change society into a sphere of private autonomy free of political interference, and to transform the state into an authority restricted to a limited number of functions and supervised by the public. The earliest modern constitutions reflected this desire directly. In the first modern constitutions, the catalogues of fundamental rights were a perfect image of the liberal model of the public sphere. They guaranteed the society as a sphere of private autonomy and the restriction of public authority to a few functions. Between these two spheres, the constitutions further ensured the existence of a realm of private individuals assembled into a public body who as citizens transmit the needs of bourgeois society to the state, in order, ideally, to transform political into rational authority within the medium of the public sphere. The general interest, which was the measure of such a rationality, was then guaranteed. 6. The social basis of the public sphere meant, however, that its commitment to rational self-determination was never fully actualized either within its own boundaries or in politics generally. The bourgeois or liberal idea of free speech and discursive will formation was always at some distance from reality. The discrepancy increased with the development of the capitalist economy. The press gradually became less and less involved in political struggles. Journalism altered from an occupation motivated by conviction to one stimulated primarily by commerce. 7 The general commercialization of the media eventually excluded political and practical questions from large areas of the public sphere. The growth of large-scale economic organizations, the increase in state intervention to stabilize the economy, the expanding influence of science and, more generally, of instrumental reason in social life, furthered the process of depoliticization. Under these conditions the public realm was transformed. In industrially advanced mass democracies the public sphere was reduced and compressed. Group needs that can expect no satisfaction from a self-regulating market tend to be regulated through the state. The public sphere, which now mediates these demands, becomes a field for the competition of interests. With the interweaving of the public and private realms, not only do political authorities assume certain functions in the sphere of commodity exchange and social labor, but conversely social powers now assume political functions. This leads to a kind of refeudalization of the public sphere. Large organizations strive for a kind of political compromise with the state and with one another, excluding the public whenever possible. But at the same time they must secure at least a plebiscitary support among the mass of the population through the development of demonstrative publicity, demonstrative publicitat. 8. As a result of these processes, the original notion of public opinion was undermined. The creating and probing of public opinion through publicity, public relations work and public opinion research replaced discursive will formation. The critical functions of the public sphere were thoroughly weakened. Habermas notes a number of counter-tendencies to these developments. For instance, the weakening of the public sphere as a principle is opposed by the extension of fundamental rights in the social welfare state. The demand that information be accessible to the public is extended from organs of the state to all organizations dealing with the state. To the extent that this is actualized, aspects of the public sphere can be upheld. but the public sphere could only be fully realized today on an altered basis, as a rational organization of social and political power under the mutual control of organizations committed to the public sphere in their internal structure as well as in their relations with the state. 9 The rise of technocratic consciousness and the institutions that support it, make this, Habermas concluded in his early work, an unlikely possibility. Towards a Rational Society, and several essays in theory and practice outline some of the major social forces which have combined in recent times to alter the structure of society and state. 10 In particular, Habermas stresses two developmental trends which have become marked in advanced Western capitalism in the last quarter of the 19th century, an increase in state intervention in order to stabilize economic growth, and the growing mutual dependence of research and technology, which has turned the sciences into a leading force of production. 11 The permanent regulation of the economic process arose to combat and correct the dysfunctional tendencies, that is, for the private utilization of capital, which are generated through the business cycle. With the advent of large-scale investment in research and development, science, technology, and industrial production were interlocked. Since then, industrial research has been linked with research under government contract, which primarily promotes scientific and technical progress in the military sector. From there, information flows back into the sectors of civilian production. 12 Thus technology and science contribute significantly to productivity and production. Surplus value is no longer simply dependent on labor power, it is generated also by scientific technical innovation. As a consequence, Marx's labor theory of value is undermined, his theory of base and superstructure, as well as his theories of ideology and class struggle, are also affected by these developments. 13. The base and superstructure of society could only be analyzed separately, while the polity and civil society were distinct spheres. As civil society is no longer autonomously regulated through the market, the relationship between base and superstructure must be reassessed. To do this, it is no longer sufficient to restrict attention to economic analysis, for the burgeoning of state intervention has altered both economic and political life. It has altered the former by restructuring economic activity and displacing economic crisis tendencies, an idea which I will return to later. It has altered the latter by transforming the structure of ideology and communication. The classical capitalist ideology of fair exchange is eroded as the exchange process increasingly operates under direct political regulation. This amounts to a repoliticization of many social institutions. The power that once operated indirectly over the exchange process is superseded by the more visible hand of the state. 14 A new form of legitimation is required, one that ensures sufficient latitude for state intervention to secure both the private utilization of capital and mass loyalty to the system. This requirement is met to a considerable extent by the depoliticization of practical issues. The imminent development of the capitalist economy produces objective exigencies which must be met if social and political stability is to be maintained. 15 Accordingly, politics takes on a peculiarly negative character. It becomes oriented towards the avoidance of risks and the eradication of dangers to the system, not, in other words, towards the realization of practical goals but towards the solution of technical problems. 16 The tasks governments face appear as if they can be solved only by science and technology. Propaganda can then refer to the necessary role of the experts and the important position of science in the economy in order to explain why in modern societies the process of democratic decision-making about practical problems loses its function and must be replaced by plebiscitary decisions about alternative sets of leaders of administrative personnel. 17 The legitimation system of advanced capitalism, thus, tends to become a technocratic one, based upon the ability of groups of administrators, technicians, and politicians to guarantee a minimum level of welfare, manage the economy successfully and sustain economic growth. Technocratic consciousness is both more and less ideological than all previous ideologies. It is less ideological because it does not have the opaque force of a delusion that only transfigures the implementation of interests. It does not express, in any straightforward sense, an interpretation of interaction grounded in an idealized view of life. On the other hand, It is more ideological than its predecessors, for it is more irresistible and farther-reaching. Point 18. In veiling practical problems, it severs the criteria for justifying the organization of social life from any normative regulation of interaction. By apparently eliminating the distinction between the practical and the technical, it represses ethics as such as a category of life and blocks reflection on the many factors and practical orientations which determine social processes. Point 19. Technocratic consciousness fulfills the ideological function of legitimating the pursuit of particular interests. It conceals behind a facade of objective necessity the interests of classes and groups that actually determine the function, direction, and pace of technological and social development. Point 20. At the core of technocratic consciousness is instrumental reason. At the center of technocratic domination is the creeping erosion of the institutional framework of society, the realm of symbolic interaction, by systems of purposive rational action. The growth of technological control in society ultimately implies, Habermas argues, an entire organization of society, one in which technology, become autonomous, dictates a value system, namely, its own, to the domains of praxis it has usurped. Point 21. Specifically, Habermas notes 4 levels of progressive rationalization of technical control. Point 22. The first is in the application of techniques generated by science to social problems for the realization of specific goals. The second emerges when there is a conflict between competing technical solutions on the first level. This type of conflict is rationalized in decision theory. On the first 2 levels, values are isolated from rational decision procedures and enter into the process as subjectively given goals. The technical values of efficiency and economy tend to dominate the selection of means. The ends as such cannot be questioned within the terms of the procedures, they admit only of compromise between competing parties. As decision theory rationalizes choice of techniques, however, the operative value systems also change, for values themselves are subject indirectly to a pragmatic test of their validity. Point 23. This testing of values becomes particularly necessary when a system is confronted with a conflict situation in which there is a rationally operating opponent who has a choice between various plans of action. At this point, a third level of rationalization becomes relevant. Technical rationality is extended directly to values themselves. Here all previous value orientations are measured against a basic formalized value, survival or successful self-assertion. Actors' strategies are then clarified in terms of a specific technical task, namely standing up to the opponent. All other value systems are discounted. This type of strategic decision-making framework can be widened to subsume all decision situations. At this point, a fourth level of rationalization becomes possible, a level on which decision-making could be completely delegated to computers. A cybernetically centered systems theory, oriented around the primary goal of reproduction and self-maintenance, can, Habermas speculates, become the basis for the automatic analysis and steering of action systems in complex environments. Habermas regards this fourth level of rationalization as the stage towards which modern technocratic politics is moving. Its ideal is a cybernetically self-regulated organization of society, a negative utopia of technical control over history. He notes, of course, that this technocratic goal has nowhere been realized. The institutional framework of society is not fully absorbed by systems of purposive rational action. But he sees the removal of decisions from the bulk of humanity's control as a distinct possibility. As a consequence, he is extremely critical of systems theory, although he adopts aspects of it for his own program. His debate with Niklas Luhmann must be understood in this light. Point 24. While class and privilege still remain integral elements of advanced capitalism, class conflict, Habermas argues, recedes behind conflicts which, although often explosive, do not affect the central structures of society. Following an analysis by Klausoff, Habermas holds that open conflicts about social interests break out with greater probability the less their frustrations have dangerous consequences for the system. Point 25. State-regulated capitalism, which emerged from a reaction against the dangers to the system produced by open class antagonism, suspends class conflict. The system of advanced capitalism is so defined by a policy of securing the loyalty of the wage-earning masses through rewards, that is, by avoiding conflict, that the conflict still built into the structure of society in virtue of the private mode of capital utilization is the very area of conflict which has the greatest probability of remaining latent. It recedes behind others, which, while conditioned by the mode of production, can no longer assume the form of class conflicts. This means not that class antagonisms have been abolished but that they have become latent. The political system has incorporated an interest, which transcends latent class boundaries, in preserving the compensatory distribution facade. Point 26. There are, of course, conflicts over wages, conditions of work, etc., but these are quickly resolved in most cases. While more violent and destructive forms of conflict do erupt, they are, Habermas holds, usually a result of uneven development, disproportionately scattered state intervention, which produces areas in need of urgent development, and the general displacement of the conflict zone from the class boundary to the underprivileged regions of life. Point 27. These developments have significance, Habermas maintains, not only for the relevance of Marx's ideas and theories but also for his emphasis on political economy as the most suitable approach to the study of society. Political economy, Habermas concludes, is an insufficient basis for the development of a theory of society. Many of Marx's basic assumptions require new formulations. In order to understand the alternative positions Habermas has in mind, it is useful to examine his works which discuss Marx directly. Through his critique of Marx, and, as is revealed in the next section, Freud, one can grasp why and how he sets out to reconstruct social theory. Marx and historical materialism. Habermas engages with Marx's work in a number of his major writings. Of these, his comments in Knowledge and Human Interests and Zur Rekonstruktion des historischen Materialismus are the most important. Point 28. In Knowledge and Human Interests he explores a fundamental unresolved tension in Marx which, he claims, has contributed to the positivist atrophy of Marx's social theory, on the one hand, and to the justification of technocratic social management in, for example, East European societies, on the other. In Zur Rekonstruktion des historischen Materialismus he seeks to reconstruct historical materialism. By reconstruction he means taking a theory apart and putting it back together again in a new form, in order to attain more fully the goal that it has set for itself. Point 29. I shall begin by elaborating his position in Knowledge and Human Interests. In his empirical investigations and in his work on historical materialism, Marx, in Habermas's view, always takes account both of productive labor and practical activity, or, as Habermas most often expresses it, both of work and interaction. Marx incorporates an analysis of the way human beings reproduce the material conditions of their lives, transforming their material world, with an analysis of the mode in which they interpret and alter their institutions in historical struggles, establishing and changing their identities. Point 30. His concrete social inquiries embrace both the material, economic, basis of society and the institutional framework, the structure of symbolic interaction and the role of cultural tradition. Marx draws on analytic distinctions between two, dialectically related, dimensions of the reproductive process of society. On the one hand, there is the realm of scientific technical progress which is characterized by epochal innovations, the forces of production. On the other hand, there is the institutional realm, the relations of production, which distributes rewards, obligations, and charges. The latter comprises forms of social integration, domination, and social conflict, class struggle. The course of institutional change is marked by stages of reflection through which the dogmatic character of surpassed forms of domination and ideologies are dispelled. 31. The human self-formative process is viewed, then, as dependent on both confrontation with nature in production and on the transformation of society in social struggles. Marx's theory of capitalism develops within this frame of reference. It attempts to take account of both technical and practical activity. It is at one and the same time an analysis of the crisis-ridden dynamics of capitalism and a critique of ideology. It is both an analysis of political economy, qua political economic activity, and a critique of political economy, qua an incorrect theory of such activity. It is both science and criticism, a theory of exploitation, etc., which also conceives of itself as the critical consciousness of revolutionary practice. But Marx's self-understanding, Habermas argues, is inconsistent with this categorical framework. In reflection on his own work in, for instance, his preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx had a strong tendency to reduce practical to technical activity, or productive labor or instrumental action, becomes the paradigm for the analysis of sensuous, practical activity. Marx does not actually explicate the interrelationship of interaction and labor, but instead, under the unspecific title of social praxis, reduces the one to the other, namely communicative action to instrumental action, the productive activity which regulates the material exchange of the human species with its natural environment, becomes the paradigm for the generation of all the categories. Everything is resolved into the self-movement of production. Because of this, Marx's brilliant insight into the dialectical relationship between the forces of production and the relations of production could very quickly be misinterpreted in a mechanistic manner. 32. On the level of philosophical anthropology and epistemology, Marx's brilliant insight would require a concomitant distinction between humans as tool-making and as language-using animals. In contrast, however, at both levels Marx has a strong tendency to incorporate the latter in the former. The reductionist tendency in Marx's thought is complemented by his misunderstanding of the epistemological and methodological status of his own enterprise. On Habermas's account, although Marx himself established the science of man in the form of critique and not as a natural science, he continually tended to classify it with the natural sciences. 33. Marx makes frequent analogies between the status of his work and that of the natural sciences. Habermas regards this demand for a natural science of man, with its positivist overtones, as astonishing, although not difficult to explain. It is a logical consequence of a framework restricted to instrumental action. If patterns of interaction are tied to a feedback relation with production, then it is possible to describe these patterns in the same terms as those used for the productive process. If interaction is not an independent dimension of human activity, if it is reduced to technical activity, then knowledge of social processes can be developed by searching out laws which operate independently or over the heads of human agents. The emphasis on critique in Marx's concrete studies is displaced by a concern for nomological knowledge. An emphasis on the interplay between freedom and necessity gives way to an exclusive emphasis on necessity, determinism. Marx failed, Habermas contends, to work out a satisfactory meta-theory which would relate work and interaction and the respective forms of knowledge that are generated in each domain. There is an unresolved tension in his work between the reductionism and positivism, or scientism, as Habermas sometimes writes, of his general theoretical approach and the critical, dialectical character of his concrete social investigations. 34. In the work of Engels, Lenin, Bukharin, and Stalin, among others, Habermas claims, this tension was resolved in favor of reductionism and positivism. Dialectics uncovered, guaranteed, the unity of humans and nature. 35. The objective workings of every branch of life were thought to be accessible. Accordingly, knowledge of the laws of motion of history made possible the control of social processes in a manner analogous to the control exercised by the natural sciences. With knowledge, apparently, available about the outcomes of social processes, the possibility existed of taking the objectively correct course of action in any given situation. Prediction allows control in accord with the facts. Thus science, developed as dialectical materialism, legitimizes technocratic activity and centralized management by experts. The import of the subject's own reflections on his or her activity or on the practices of the party and state is eclipsed. Indeed, from the point of view of those that wield objective knowledge, these reflections are superfluous, for the emancipation of the subject follows, in principle, automatically from the scientific control of the objective structures of history. Habermas's own notion of critical theory, elaborated in the following chapters, seeks to reformulate the philosophical and methodological foundation of Marxism so as to unambiguously prevent the critical enterprise from becoming a support of technocratic ideology. But he is not just concerned, as previously indicated, with the philosophical problems of Marxism. In Zur Rekonstruktion des historischen Materialismus he assesses some of the basic concepts and assumptions of historical materialism as they were explicated by Marx and subsequent orthodox Marxists. 36 In his view, Marx's theory of capitalist development, worked out in the Grundrisse and Capital, is a subtheory of historical materialism. Accordingly, historical materialism is not a guide or a method but rather a theory of social evolution, which, owing to its reflective status, is also informative for purposes of political action. 37 Although Habermas feels that the stimulus from historical materialism has not yet been exhausted, he thinks that it requires revision in many respects. Many of the difficulties derive from Marx's emphasis on the forces of production as the motor of history. Whereas Marx localized the learning processes important for evolution in the dimension of the productive forces, there are in the meantime good reasons for assuming that learning processes also take place in the dimension of moral insight, practical knowledge, communicative action, and the consensual regulation of action conflicts, learning processes that are deposited in more mature forms of social integration, in new productive relations, and that in turn first make possible the introduction of new productive forces. 38. Habermas focuses his discussion of historical materialism on what he takes to be its two basic concepts, social labor and the history of the species, which is linked to the idea of developmental sequences of modes of production, and its two fundamental theorems, the theory of base and superstructure and the theory of crisis, development, that is, the dialectic of the forces and relations of production. For Marx the concept of socially organized labor specifies the way human beings, as opposed to animals, reproduce their lives. According to Habermas, however, recent anthropological findings contradict this thesis. Socially organized labor and economic life forms characterize not only Homo sapiens but also hominids. 39 Marx's notion reaches too deeply into the evolutionary scale. While social labor is fundamental to Homo sapiens, it is their form of social organization, along kinship lines, that marks, Habermas argues, their distinctiveness. The institutionalization of a father role, with the establishment of the incest taboo between father and daughter and a familial social structure, created the specifically human form of reproducing life. This evolutionary development was dependent on the emergence of linguistic communication which enabled the formulation of a system of social roles and norms. Habermas stresses that language is one of the crucial media through which the social life of the human species unfolds. The evolutionary disjuncture between human and animal occurs because at the socio-cultural stage of development, human-animal behavior is reorganized by the structure of linguistic communication. Linguistically produced intersubjectivity cannot be achieved without interchange about both particular experiences and patterns of interpersonal relations. This, Habermas suggests, is an expression of the specifically human interpenetration of cognitive abilities, action motives, and linguistic intersubjectivity. In this process language functions as a kind of transformer, since psychic processes such as sensations, needs, and feelings are fit into the structures of linguistic intersubjectivity, inner episodes of experiences are transformed into intentional contents, that is, cognitions into statements, needs, and feelings into normative expectations, precepts and values. The transformation produces a distinction rich in consequences between the subjectivity of opinion, of wanting, of pleasure and pain on the one hand, and the utterances and norms which appear with a claim to generality Allgemeinheitsanspruch on the other. Social systems reproduce themselves, Habermas maintains, through actions incorporating claims to generality and validity. 40 Production and socialization, social labor, and systems of roles, the familial principle of organization, are, he concludes, equally important for the reproduction of the species. Marx conceives the historical process as a discrete series of stages of development. Social labor produces both the material conditions of life and a particular historical dynamic. The key to the reconstruction of the history of the species is, on this account, the concept of mode of production. A mode of production is characterized, according to Habermas, by a specific state of development of the forces of production, forces comprising the labor power of producers, technical knowledge insofar as it is converted into means and techniques of production, and organizational knowledge insofar as it is used for the deployment of labor, and a specific form of social intercourse, relations of production, those institutions and social mechanisms that regulate access to the means of production and determine indirectly the distribution of social wealth and the interest structure of society. 41 In the orthodox Marxist version of historical materialism, most clearly elaborated by Stalin, social evolution is seen as passing through 5 stages of development, from the primitive communal to the ancient, feudal, capitalist and socialist modes of production. 42 The course of history, in this view, sets down the unilinear, necessary, uninterrupted, and progressive development of a macro or species-subject. Habermas has strong analytical and empirical objections to this position. He argues, first, that historical materialism must reject, and does not need, the notion of an evolving macro-subject. The bearers of evolution are rather societies and the acting subjects integrated into them. 43 Second, it is important to distinguish the rationally reconstructible pattern rules for possible problem-solving of a hierarchy of more and more comprehensive structures of purposive rational and communicative action, from the processes through which the empirical substrates develop. 44 He does not reject the idea of teleology in history but aims to develop an acceptable formulation of it. He seeks to defend the thesis that if a society is involved in evolution, a matter which itself depends on empirical circumstances, there is development of a cumulative kind which exhibits direction. Both in the spheres of technical and practical activity progressive rationalization can occur. New technically useful knowledge and moral practical knowledge can be employed to develop and advance the forces of production and the basic institutions of society. The complex claims embedded in this view will be elaborated later. Third, Habermas maintains that recent anthropological and historical research creates important difficulties for the schema of modes of production because many different societies combine elements of several different modes. The concept is often hard to apply and leaves unresolved significant questions. For example, can Paleolithic societies be distinguished from Neolithic societies on the basis of the primitive communal mode of production? Does state-regulated capitalism mark the last phase of the old capitalist mode of production or the transition to a new one? The concept of mode of production is an insufficient basis for distinguishing some of society's most important characteristics, for instance, the complex patterns of interaction which are not in a simple feedback relation to production. 45. These and other considerations, Habermas concludes, require the development of an approach to the history of the species which would allow both the grasp of developmental logical structures and the analysis of complex historical conditions. This, he believes, can be achieved by working, on the one hand, at higher levels of generalization than Marx, and, on the other, by paying more attention to specific empirical mechanisms. In order to lay the basis for this program, the Marxian concept of social formation is introduced along with the notion that each formation is determined by a principle of social organization. By principle of organization, Habermas understands those innovations which institutionalize levels of societal learning. The organizational principle of a society determines ranges of possibility within which particular dimensions of institutions can be changed, available productive forces can be utilized, new productive forces can be developed, and system complexity can be heightened. A principle of organization consists of regulations so abstract that within the social formation which it determines a number of functionally equivalent modes of production are possible. Accordingly, the economic structure of a given society would have to be examined at two analytic levels, firstly in terms of the modes of production that have been concretely combined in it, and then in terms of that social formation to which the dominant mode of production belongs. 46. Habermas attempts a tentative classification of social formations and organizational principles in both legitimation crisis and zur Rekonstruktion des historischen Materialismus. In the former, this is undertaken through an analysis which seeks to pinpoint the institutional core that determines the dominant forms of social integration, for instance, kinship in primitive societies, class domination in a political form in traditional societies. In the latter, this is achieved by bringing societies under the perspective of a developmental logical series, that is, by classifying, according to evolutionary features, the forms of social integration determined by principles of social organization. 47, by a form of social organization Habermas means, following Durkheim, the establishment of the unity of a social life world through values and norms. The theory of base and superstructure was elaborated by Marx in order to uncover the social forces which play a leading role in social evolution. For Marx, the basic domain of society is constituted by the forces and relations of production. They form an economic structure that delimits the realm in which the most testing problems for a society are generated. The identification of the base of society with economic structures is, however, according to Habermas, inadequate for the comprehension of many different forms of society. The base need not be the economic realm. For if relations of production are understood as the mechanisms that regulate access to the means of production and indirectly determine the distribution of social wealth, then it can be seen that they have, in the past, been rooted in non-economic social institutions. In primitive societies this function was performed by kinship systems, and in civilizations by systems of domination. Only in capitalism, when the market, along with its steering function, also assumed the function of stabilizing class relationships, did the relations of production come forth as such and take on an economic form. 48 It was only at this point that the base actually coincided with the economic subsystem. The institutional nucleus around which the relations of production are formed determines a particular form of social integration. If problems emerge which cannot be solved within a society's dominant framework of integration, its identity is threatened, it is in crisis. In Marx's analysis, societal crises develop as a result of the dialectic of forces and relations of production. The endogenous development of the productive forces creates structural incongruities with the relations of production. Habermas has both an empirical and analytic objection to this position. He notes, first, that the events which led to the first civilizations and to the rise of European capitalism were not conditioned but followed by the significant developments of productive forces. 49 In other words, the forces of production did not in these cases create the conditions for an evolutionary thrust. Second, the theorem of forces and relations itself fails to explain how and why the structural problems facing a mode of production are solved, how and why the evolutionary step to new forms of social integration is taken. Habermas proposes the following answer: the species learns both in the dimension of technically useful knowledge and in the dimension of moral practical consciousness, decisive for, respectively, the development of productive forces and the structures of interaction. 50 Social evolution comprises a learning process which can be reconstructed on the basis of a developmental logic. The notion of a developmental logic is taken from the cognitive developmental approach to psychology, Piaget, and moral consciousness, Kohlberg. It implies a structured sequence of development in which there are qualitatively distinct stages, each of which must be passed through if development is to be fully advanced. Individual elements of a particular stage comprise a structured whole. They represent, as Kohlberg puts it, an underlying thought organization which determines responses to tasks which are not manifestly similar. 51 The schemata of each stage are ordered in an invariant and hierarchically structured sequence. This means that no later phase can be attained without passing through all those preceding it. Further, that in later stages of development the elements of earlier phases are transformed, aufgehoben, and reintegrated at a higher level, and moreover that for the sequence as a whole a direction of development can be specified. 52. Although there does, on Habermas's account, seem to be a pattern of development of technology, one can get behind the level of the history of technology. 53 Taking his cue once more from Piaget, he suggests that the evolution of technology might well be explained, in part, by reference to the developmental sequence of formal structures of thought, from pre-operational through concrete operational to formal operational thought. Point 54, so far he has only offered a number of clues as to how this idea might be further elaborated. If this strategy were successful, one would have an account of the logic of technical development, the logic behind the development of the productive forces. This would not yet be, however, an analysis of the actual historical development of these forces, for the genesis of them, Habermas insists, cannot be understood independently of changing patterns of worldviews. The evolution of worldviews mediates between the stages of development of interaction structures and advances in technically useful knowledge. 55. The rationality structures that find expression in worldviews, and which become a practical force in social movements and institutions, have a strategically important position from a theoretical point of view. Point 56. The approach Habermas takes to their analysis has changed over time, particularly from knowledge and human interests to legitimation crisis and more recent work. It is important to outline his position in the early as well as the later writings in order to understand more fully the emphasis on belief systems and moral representations, how he develops these issues, why he draws extensively on social psychology. Freud, Social Psychology, and Normative Structures. In Knowledge and Human Interests, Habermas takes Freudian psychoanalysis as an exemplar for critical theory. Point 57. His interest in Freud's work is first and foremost in its theoretical and methodological structure. However, he stresses that certain elements of Freud's substantive theory can be usefully employed to supplement and enrich Marx's conception of the nature of social organization. Point 58. Specifically, he argues that in Freud's later work, in his contributions to social theory and social psychology, there are systematic insights into the origins and functions of social institutions which aid the elucidation of the concepts of social power and ideology. According to Habermas, Freud understood institutions as the manifestation of historically required repression of instinctual drives which result from the conflict between surplus impulses and conditions of collective self-preservation. Point 59. Faced with conditions of scarcity, human beings, in order to survive, are forced to adapt to their environment in ways which prevent complete gratification of instinctual desires. The process of adaptation is the central principle behind Freud's conception of social organization. On Habermas's interpretation, Freud held that there are important similarities between the development of the individual and the development of the species. Point 60. As long as the pressure of reality is overpowering and ego organization is weak, so that instinctual renunciation can only be brought about by forces of affect, the species finds collective solutions for the problem of defense, which resemble neurotic solutions at the individual level. The same configurations that drive the individual to neurosis move society to establish institutions. Point 61. The effectiveness of social institutions in facilitating survival occurs at the cost of repression of wants and needs. This repression is operationalized through the development of patterns of distorted communication on a social scale. Freud distinguished, Habermas claims, the forces and relations of production, in a way similar to Marx. He understood that the level of necessary social repression was a function of the level of development of productive forces. As the technical power of a society to control the forces of outer nature increases, the constraints of scarcity are progressively overcome, thus decreasing the degree of socially necessary repression. As the level of repression diminishes, the institutional framework of a society can be changed to accommodate a higher level of needs gratification. The impetus for such a change emerges from the experience of members of a given society who suffer as a result of repression. Beyond the level of general repressions which are imposed on all members alike, there are, Habermas points out, in accord with Marcuse, class-specific privations and denials. Hence the classes who experience the most deprivation and suffering are potentially the least integrated into society and the most likely source of radical change. It is Habermas's contention that by conceiving of social institutions as the result of repressed needs and, therefore, as the source of distorted and limited communication, Freud was able to give a better account of ideology than Marx. Marx was unable, given his focus on production and labor, to develop a satisfactory conception of ideology and power as distorted communication. This is reflected in his tendency to conceive the development of social organization in terms directly dependent on the productive process. Freud, on the other hand, by focusing on the development of socially expressible needs and motivational patterns, was able to perceive that the power of social norms is based on a defense which enforces substitute gratifications and produces symptoms as long as it is a result of unconscious mechanisms and not of conscious control. 62 Accordingly, although a precondition of emancipation is the extension of objective possibilities by the productive forces, there is no certainty that emancipation will follow automatically from greater technical progress. 63 For emancipation entails not only overcoming constraints of nature, like scarcity, but also dissolving systems of distorted communication. In Habermas's view, historical materialism must be supplemented by a theory of ideology understood in terms of distorted communication. In order to investigate capacities for the eradication of barriers to self-reflection and communication, Habermas has turned his attention to the study of linguistic, cognitive, moral, interactive, and psychosexual development. 64 He thinks that a developmental logic for the ontogenesis of action competence, particularly of moral reasoning, has already been plausibly established. His aim is to elaborate both a general model of individual development and a model of the development of forms of social integration. This is clearly an enormous project which, Habermas recognizes, is only at a very early stage in its formulation. But he hopes to establish an integrated framework for the analysis of communicative competence and, thus, for the analysis of the conditions and possibilities of individual and social development. It is only in such a framework, he believes, that systematic answers can be given to questions concerning human capabilities. Habermas thinks that ontogenetic models of developmental processes provide a number of important clues for the unraveling of social evolution, although, he stresses, one cannot draw from them any direct conclusions about developmental levels of societies. 65 The models provide insights into the structures of consciousness of socialized individuals and into the structures of social institutions, the infrastructure of action systems, for individuals acquire their competencies not as isolated monads but by growing into the symbolic structures of their life worlds. 66 It is Habermas's view that within the history of the individual and the species homologous structures of consciousness can be uncovered in three domains: ego development and the evolution of worldviews, ego and group identities, and moral judgments and actions of individuals and legal and moral systems. The investigation of the evolution of forms of social integration requires analysis and study of these different areas before a framework can be developed for their interrelation. The first two areas, Habermas notes, have had little systematic attention. In Zur Rekonstruktion des historischen Materialismus he devotes some space to their consideration. Ontogenesis can be examined by focusing on the capability for cognition, speech, and action. These three aspects of individual development can, Habermas maintains, be brought under one unifying idea of ego development. The ego is formed in a system of demarcations. The subjectivity of internal nature demarcates itself in relation to the objectivity of a perceptible external nature, in relation to the normativity of society, and in relation to the intersubjectivity of language. 67 Habermas analyzes the process, very tentatively, into a number of stages of development: the symbiotic, where there are no clear indications of a demarcation of subjectivity; the egocentric, subject and object are differentiated but judgments are linked to a body-bound perspective; the sociocentric objectivistic, clear differentiation of the environment into physical and social domains, awareness of the perspectival character of one's own standpoint; and the universalistic stage, subject can become free of the dogmatism of the given and existing, systems of ego demarcation become reflective. 68 A similar series of stages of demarcation can, Habermas conjectures, be found in worldviews. In both dimensions, development apparently leads to an ever clearer categorical demarcation of the subjectivity of internal nature from the objectivity of external nature, as well as from the normativity of social reality and the intersubjectivity of linguistic reality. 69. At the level of worldviews, he distinguishes a number of stages of development from the magical, animistic representational world of Paleolithic societies, which are centered in tribal life, to the establishment of universalistic forms of intercourse in contemporary society, governed by rules which can, in principle, be subjected to reflection and transformation. To date, Habermas claims only that his work has rendered plausible the idea that there are homologies between the structures of the ego and worldviews. 70. From a more socio-psychological viewpoint, he has examined the formation of ego and group identities. 71. He distinguishes three essential stages of the development of the former: natural identity, based on the temporal continuity and the character of the child's body; role identity, based on intersubjectively recognized, stable expectations; and ego identity, based on the individual's capacity to construct identities and integrate them into an unmistakable life history. 72. Habermas contends that the pattern of development of individual identity is a key to uncovering the change of collective identities. In both dimensions, identity projections apparently become more and more general and abstract, until finally the projection mechanism as such becomes conscious, and identity formation takes on a reflective form. 73. Although he qualifies the comparison, he clearly sees parallels between the genesis of individual and collective identity. The development of societies from the Neolithic to the modern world displays similar stages to those of the histories of the individual. 74. However, Habermas's main concern hitherto has been with an examination of what he calls one of the core domains of interaction: law and morality. Law and morality represent arrangements and orientations to resolve action conflicts on the basis of agreement. They mark both the moral consciousness of the individual and the regulations of society. Following Kohlberg, who has studied patterns of moral consciousness in ontogenesis, he outlines three important stages or structures of consciousness: the pre-conventional, conventional, and post-conventional. 75. At the pre-conventional stage, at which actions, motives, and acting subjects are still perceived on a single plane of reality, only the consequences of action are evaluated in cases of conflict. At the conventional stage, motives can be assessed independently of concrete action consequences. Conformity with a certain social role or with an existing system of norms is the standard. At the post-conventional stage, these systems of norms lose their quasi-natural validity; they require justification from universalistic points of view. 76. The different stages represent modes of problem solving, the ability to make moral judgments. Habermas appears to be in little doubt that the different stages of moral consciousness uncovered in cognitive developmental psychology can be found in the social evolution of moral and legal systems. As in the behavior of individuals, different stages can be present simultaneously in a given social formation. In order to grasp this, Habermas stresses that it is necessary to distinguish the core structures that underlie and serve to maintain the consensual regulation of conflict from the general structures, the institutions and norms, that underpin normal interaction, for example routines of daily life, with relatively little conflict. If one also distinguishes the expression of moral consciousness in the judgment of conflicts from processes of actively resolving them, then one is in a position, he suggests, to offer a tentative sketch of levels of social integration. These can be summarized as follows. 1. In Neolithic societies, normal interaction is conventionally structured. Mythical worldviews, which are still interlaced with the action system, contain conventional patterns of conflict resolution. The legally institutionalized regulation of conflicts is, however, tied to pre-conventional points of view, such as assessment of the consequences of action, restoration of the status quo ante. 2. In archaic civilizations, normal interaction is conventionally structured. Mythical worldviews, set off from the system of action, take on the function of providing legitimation for the occupants of dominant positions. Conflicts are regulated from the standpoint of a conventional morality tied to the dominant figure who administers the law or represents justice, evaluation according to intentions, transition from retaliation to punishment, from group to individual liability. 3. In developed civilizations, normal interaction is conventionally structured. There is a break with mythical thought and the formation of rationalized, cosmological and monotheistic worldviews containing post-conventional moral representations. Conflicts are regulated from the point of view of a conventional morality disengaged from the person of the ruler. Expanded system of legal administration, law dependent on tradition but systematized. 4. In early modern societies, certain spheres of interaction are structured post-conventionally. Spheres of strategic action, such as capitalist enterprise, are regulated universalistically, and there are the beginnings of political will formation grounded on principles. Formal democracy, legitimating doctrines are developed along universalistic lines. Rational natural law, for example, conflicts are regulated from the point of view of a strict separation of legality and morality. General, formal, and rationalized law, private morality guided by principles. Point 77. Reconstruction of historical materialism. On Habermas's account, therefore, learning takes place in two central dimensions: moral practical insight and empirical analytic knowledge. The results of learning are passed down in cultural traditions. These traditions provide the essential resources for social movements, a cognitive potential for dealing with disturbances and crises in the reproductive process of society. Cultural traditions are the basis of the rationalization of action. The table on page 283 outlines Habermas's conception of the essential elements of the rationalization process. Point 78. Despite his emphasis on the centrality of both these dimensions, Habermas holds that the development of normative structures is the pacemaker of social evolution, for new principles of social organization mean new forms of social integration, and the latter, in turn, first make it possible to implement available productive forces or to generate new ones. Point 79. Habermas is quick to point out that his description of patterns of normative structures, and of the development of productive forces, is not in itself a theory of social evolution. It is a depiction of a development logic inherent in cultural traditions and institutional change. It says nothing about the mechanisms of development, it tells us only something about the range of variations within which cultural values, moral representations, norms, and the like, at a given level of social organization, can be organized. The actual developmental dynamics of normative structures are dependent upon system problems conditioned by economic circumstances, and the learning processes that emerge in reaction to them. Point 80. In this sense, culture remains, on Habermas's account, a superstructural phenomenon, even if it does seem to play a more prominent role in the transition to new developmental levels than many Marxists have heretofore supposed. As a consequence, he claims, his approach remains materialist and historical. The analysis of developmental dynamics is materialist insofar as it makes reference to crisis-producing systems problems in the domain of production and reproduction, and the analysis remains historically orientated insofar as it has to seek the causes of evolutionary changes in the whole range of those contingent circumstances under which, a. new structures are acquired in the individual consciousness and transposed into structures of worldviews, b. systems problems arise, which overload the steering capacity of a society, c. the institutional embodiment of new rationality structures can be tried and stabilized, and d. the new latitude for the mobilization of resources can be utilized. Only after rationalization processes, which require explanations that are both historical and materialist, have been historically completed can we specify the patterns of development for the normative structures of society. These developmental logics betoken the independence, and to this extent the internal history, of the spirit. Point 81. It is important to keep in mind that social evolution proceeds at two levels, in processes of learning and adaptation at each given level of learning, until its structural possibilities are exhausted, and in those unlikely evolutionary thrusts that lead to new learning levels. Point 82. The emergence of problems which overload the adaptive capacity of society is a contingent matter. If such problems do arise, whether and how they are resolved depends on access to new stages of learning. Solutions to severe crises require both attempts to alter existent forms of social integration, and a social environment that can sustain such attempts. 83 Evolutionary learning, the constructive movement to new stages, is subject to, at least, two initial conditions. On the one hand, unresolved system problems that represent challenges, on the other, new levels of learning that have already been achieved in worldviews, but are not yet incorporated in action systems and thus still remain institutionally inoperative. 84. Rationalization of action. Purposive rational action. Communicative action. Learning dimension. Objectivating thought. Moral practical insight. Action can be rationalized in terms of a. Empirical efficiency of technical means. b. Consistency of choices between means. A moral practical aspect of responsibility of acting subject. b. Justifiability of underlying norms. Rationalization of action requires a. Technically utilizable, empirical knowledge. b. Testing of inner consistency of value systems and decisions maxims and correct derivation of choices. A. Truthfulness of intentional expressions. b. Justification of rightness of norms. Rationalization of action affects productive forces. Normative structures, forms of social integration. Rationality embodied in technology, strategies, organizations, qualifications. Mechanisms of regulating conflict, law and morality, worldviews, identity formation. Rationalization. Growing capacity to control outer nature, development of productive forces. Expansion of realm of consensual action, overcoming of systematically distorted communication. Crisis and the development of capitalism. For Habermas, the history of the species can be reconstructed as the history of humanity's increasing capacity for freedom from the vicissitudes of both environmental and personal conditions. People's autonomy is dependent upon developments in the spheres of production and normative structures of interaction. This history, however, is also the history of crises. There is no guarantee that these crises will be resolved, there is no guarantee of progress. Habermas reinforces this point in his discussion of the dialectic of progress. Whilst maintaining the existence of developmental stages, he points out that the extent of exploitation and repression by no means stands in inverse proportion to these levels of development. New stages of learning expand both choices and the range of possible problem solutions. A higher level of, for example, productive forces does remove certain burdens. But new problems arise which can, to the extent that they are comparable with the older problems, increase in intensity. The dialectic of progress can be seen in the fact that with the acquisition of problem-solving abilities new problem situations come to consciousness, suffering from the contingencies of an uncontrolled process gains a new quality to the extent that we believe ourselves capable of rationally intervening in it. This suffering is then the negative of a new need. At every stage of development the social evolutionary learning process itself generates new resources, which mean new dimensions of scarcity and thus new historical needs. 85. Habermas develops his program through the application of the general theory of social evolution to the development of specific societies or social formations. In particular, he focuses on the emergence of class societies organized around a state and on the possibilities of a postmodern society. In his discussion of the development of class societies he draws heavily on the work of his associate Klaus Eder. Since this material has already been summarized in a recent article, and in Zur Rekonstruktion des historischen Materialismus, by Habermas himself I will not repeat it here. 86. The second focus is essentially the topic of legitimation crisis. The key themes of this text will be elaborated in the remainder of the chapter. The analysis of late capitalism offered by Habermas is set within the terms of his theory of evolution. Before turning to this analysis it is useful to explicate briefly his concept of social crisis. In a brief history of the concept he suggests that the idea is often associated with an objective force which deprives subjects of part of their sovereignty. Resolution of the crisis implies a liberation of the subject caught in it. A scientifically useful concept of crisis, Habermas argues, must retain this idea while grasping the connection between social integration and system integration. We speak of social integration in relation to the systems of institutions in which speaking and acting subjects are socially related, Vergelskaften. Systems are seen here as life worlds that are symbolically structured. We speak of system integration with a view to the specific steering performance of a self-regulated system. Social systems are considered here from the point of view of their capacity to maintain their boundaries and their continued existence by mastering the complexity of an inconstant environment. Both paradigms, life world and system, are important. Point 87. The notion of crisis implies, when used with respect to social systems, a change in the identity of the system itself. The question is, how do we know when a society has changed its identity? The identity of a society can, Habermas thinks, be regarded from 2 points of view. From the perspective of a systems theoretic approach, identity change involves alterations of structures essential to the stability and maintenance of a particular social configuration, for example the wage capital structure in capitalism. The difficulty for systems theorists is that they must be able to distinguish which are in fact the essential structures of a given society. Obviously, not all changes of structural elements endanger the system's identity. From a different point of view, that taken by action theory, or an interpretative theory, we can talk of the identity of a society as it is experienced and understood by the members of that society. Social systems appear here under the aspect of a life world which is symbolically constituted in terms of normative structures, values, and institutions. On the level of social integration, crises are felt as a threat to the social identity of an individual or as an impetus for an individual to actively change that identity. The difficulty here, of course, is that a society does not plunge into crisis when, and only when, its members so identify the situation. Point 88. To rely exclusively on either approach would be a mistake. If the paradigm of systems theory is reduced to that of the life world of action theory, the issues of system steering and control of essential structures are screened out, investigations stay at the level of common sense or everyday knowledge of social procedures. If, on the other hand, there is an attempt to reduce the life world to a systems theoretic approach, we are faced with the danger of losing sight of the realization that social reality is constituted through the meaningful interaction of social agents who, in the last instance, determine the tolerance levels of social conditions. What is needed, Habermas therefore maintains, is the integration of the two approaches in a historically oriented analysis of social systems. Point 89. Using the concept of an organization principle, Habermas claims that it can be determined for a given social formation first, if and how system and social integration can be functionally differentiated, second, when dangers to system integration must result in dangers to social integration, and third, how problems of control and maintenance develop into dangers to identity, that is, what type of crisis predominates. Point 90. Given this conceptual framework, we can turn to Habermas's examination of capitalism in legitimation crisis. He first provides an analysis of liberal capitalism which follows Marx closely. He explicates the organization principle as the relationship of wage, labor and capital. The fundamental contradiction of capitalism is formulated as that between social production and private appropriation, namely social production for non-generalizable interests. But here, in Habermas's view, a number of questions arise. Have events in the last 100 years altered the mode in which this contradiction affects the dynamic of society? Has the logic of crisis changed, from the path of crisis growth, unstable accumulation, to something fundamentally different? Does the developmental dynamic of advanced capitalism ward off economic crises permanently? If so, are there consequences for patterns of social struggle? Several of these questions informed Habermas's early writings. However, the way he now addresses them represents a marked development of his earlier views. The model of advanced capitalism Habermas uses follows many well-known recent studies. Point 91. He begins by delineating three basic subsystems: the economic, the political administrative, and the socio-cultural. The economic subsystem is itself understood in terms of three sectors, a public sector and two distinct types of private sector. The public sector, industries such as armaments and space, is oriented towards state production and consumption. Within the private sector, a distinction is made between a sector which is still oriented towards market competition and an oligopolistic sector which is much freer of market constraints. Advanced capitalism, it is claimed, is characterized by capital concentration and the spread of oligopolistic structures. Habermas contends that crises specific to the current development of capitalism can arise at different points. These he lists as follows. Point of origin. System crisis. Identity crisis. Subsystems. Economic. Economic crisis. Political. Rationality crisis. Legitimation crisis. Socio-cultural. Motivation crisis. His argument is that late capitalist societies are endangered from at least one of four possible crisis tendencies. It is a consequence of the fundamental contradiction of capitalist society that, other factors being equal, there is either an economic crisis because the requisite quantity of consumable values are not produced, or a rationality crisis because the requisite quantity of rational decisions are not forthcoming, or a legitimation crisis because the requisite quantity of generalized motivations are not generated, or a motivational crisis because the requisite quantity of action motivating meaning is not created. The expression the requisite quantity refers to the extent and quality of the respective subsystems products, value, administrative decision, legitimation, and meaning. Point 92. The reconstruction of developmental tendencies in capitalism are pursued in each of these dimensions of possible crisis. For each sphere, theorems concerning the nature of crisis are discussed, theories which purport to explain crisis evaluated, and possible strategies of crisis avoidance are considered. Each individual crisis argument, if it proves correct, is a sufficient explanation of a possible case of crisis. But in the explanation of actual cases of crises, Habermas stresses, several arguments can supplement one another. Point 93. At the moment, in Habermas's opinion, there is no way of cogently deciding questions about the chances of a self-transformation of advanced capitalism. He does not exclude the possibility that economic crises can be permanently averted, although only in such a way that contradictory steering imperatives, which assert themselves in the pressure of capital utilization, social production for non-generalizable interests, produce a series of other crisis tendencies. That is not to say economic crises will be avoided, but that there is no logically necessary reason why the system cannot mitigate the crisis effects as they manifest themselves in one subsystem. The consequences of controlling crises in one subsystem are, however, achieved only at the expense of displacing and transforming the contradictions into another. What is presented is a typology of crisis tendencies, a logic of their development and, ultimately, a postulation that the system's identity can only be preserved at the cost of individual autonomy, with the coming of a totally administered and manipulated world. Two theorems of economic crises are mentioned, but only the first is important and will be discussed here. This is the orthodox Marxist thesis that the crisis tendency is still determined by the law of value, that is, the structurally necessary asymmetry in the exchange of wage labor for capital. Under these conditions, the state cannot compensate for the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Point 94. The state cannot intervene substantially in the economic process without setting off an investment strike, nor can it avoid, in the long run, cyclical disturbances of the accumulation process, nor can it even control crisis substitutes, that is, chronic deficits in the public budget and inflation. Point 95. Habermas has two objections to this orthodox view. The first is that by uncritically utilizing the conceptual strategy of value theory, the economic theory of crisis is deprived of a possible empirical test. It cannot dogmatically be assumed that the law of value still holds, that is, that commodities still exchange at their value. The increasing role of the state has, Habermas argues, as he did in Towards a Rational Society, altered the form of the production of surplus value. In particular, governmental support of the material and non-material infrastructures indirectly contributes to the production of surplus value by increasing the productivity of human labor. This is expressed in the cheapening of constant capital and a rise in the rate of surplus value. An important element of this problem is whether reflexive labor, e.g. research, administration, much of which is non-productive in the classical Marxist definition, should be regarded as productive. Habermas's position is that such labor does contribute to the production of more surplus value by altering the conditions under which surplus value can be appropriated. It is indirectly productive. As a result, he concludes, the classical fundamental categories of the theory of value are insufficient for an analysis of governmental policy in education, technology, and science. Furthermore, it is an empirical question whether the new form of production of surplus value can compensate for the tendential fall in the rate of profit, that is, whether it can work against economic crisis, a question which has been insufficiently explored. Point 96. The second argument against the continued applicability of the law of value has to do with what Habermas calls the quasi-political nature of the wage structure, a wage structure determined by bargaining between opposing parties. The erosion of the free competition of the labor market has, he contends, had an effect on the price of labor taken as a commodity. The theory of value can allow for commodities other than labor to be sold above their value. Labor as a commodity, however, presents special difficulties, for it is used as the unit measure against which the deviations of other commodities are gauged. To dogmatically take the average wage, as many orthodox Marxists do, as equal to the cost of reproduction of labor power is, in Habermas's opinion, to prejudice. At the analytical level, the, no doubt, empirically substantial question of whether the class struggle, organized politically and through unionization, has perhaps had a stabilizing effect only because it has been successful in an economic sense and has visibly altered the rate of exploitation to the advantage of the best organized parts of the working class. Point 97. In light of these objections, Habermas holds that the nature of economic crisis cannot be established without more evidence concerning productivity and government intervention. His belief seems to be that this evidence will demonstrate the inadequacy of a purely economic analysis of crisis. For economic crisis can, in his opinion, be averted, but only through increased activity on the part of the state. This activity in turn generates its own crisis tendencies, rationality crises. Increased state activity in the interest of avoiding economic crisis forces the government to shoulder an increasing share of the costs of socialized production. Point 98. In addition, in order to fulfill its increasingly diversified roles, the state has to expand considerably its bureaucratic structures, thus increasing its own internal complexity. This growing complexity, in turn, entails an increased need for cooperation and, more importantly, requires an ever-expanding state budget. The state must finance itself through taxation, but it cannot do this in a way which will interfere with the accumulation process and jeopardize economic growth. These constraints have helped to create a situation of almost permanent inflation and crisis in public finances. If the state cannot develop adequate policy strategies within the systematic constraints it encounters, the eventual result is a breakdown in policy and planning operations. Such a breakdown can exacerbate economic situations, it can lead back to an economic crisis. But rationality crises themselves cannot be analyzed simply in economic terms. If the state is conceived of as a system on which various demands are made, for policy and administrative decisions and action, then a rationality crisis can be said to occur when the administrative system does not succeed in reconciling and fulfilling the imperatives received from the economic system. Point 99. These imperatives are essential to maintain steady growth and accumulation. The major theorem of the rationality crisis which Habermas discusses claims that the crisis results from the anarchistic, unplanned nature of commodity production being transferred onto the administrative system. This situation arises from the position of the state in the accumulation process. On the one hand, the state is supposed to act as a collective capitalist. In this role, it acts to safeguard the accumulation process as a whole. On the other hand, competing individual capitals cannot form or carry through a collective will as long as freedom of investment is not eliminated. 100 Thus particularized interests of capital press for competing policy decisions, none of which may coincide with the general interests of the whole. In this situation, the state supposedly cannot initiate coherent and consistent planning measures and thus lapses into a rationality deficit. But rationality crises are not, Habermas argues, inevitable. He has three objections to a belief that they are. First, in the administrative system contradictions are expressed as policy failures, but these lie within thresholds of tolerance which are hard to determine. There are no clear criteria of failure as there are in the economic realm, for example unemployment, bankruptcy. Thus we cannot prejudge the state's ability or inability to adjust to a contradictory environment. Second, the state can make its policy alternatives visible to its conflicting clients, thereby opening up a possible bargaining, compromise opportunity. Third, since the state can consciously formulate its objectives and alternatives, it is less likely to fall prey to unintended consequences. That is to say, the anarchy of the market cannot be directly transferred into the administrative system. Therefore, the possibility of avoiding a rationality crisis cannot be ruled out. 101. The state's decisions, of course, are not merely based on economic considerations. Whilst on the one hand, the state has the task of sustaining the accumulation process, on the other, it must also maintain a certain level of mass loyalty. In order for the system to function, there must be a general compliance with the laws, rules, etc. Although this compliance can be secured to a limited extent by coercion, societies claiming to operate according to the principles of bourgeois democracy depend more on the existence of a widespread belief that the system adheres to the principles of equality, justice, and freedom. Thus the capitalist state must act to support the production process and at the same time act, if it is to protect its image as fair and just, to conceal what it is doing. If mass loyalty is threatened, a tendency toward a legitimation crisis is established. As the administrative system expands in late capitalism into areas traditionally assigned to the private sphere, there is a progressive demystification of the nature-like process of social fate. The state's very intervention into the economy, education, etc., draws attention to issues of choice, planning, and control. The hand of the state is more visible and intelligible than the invisible hand of liberal capitalism. More and more areas of life are seen by the general population as politicized, as falling within its, via the government's, potential control. This development, in turn, stimulates ever greater demands on the state. If the administrative system cannot fulfill these demands within the potentially legitimizable alternatives available to it, while at the same time avoiding economic crisis, that is, if governmental crisis management fails, the penalty is the withdrawal of legitimation. 102 The underlying cause of the legitimation crisis is the contradiction between class interests. In the final analysis, this class structure is the source of the legitimation deficit. 103 The state must secure the loyalty of one class while systematically acting to the advantage of another. As the state's activity expands and its role in controlling social reality becomes more transparent, there is a greater danger that this asymmetrical relation will be exposed. Such exposure would only increase the demands on the system. The state can ignore these demands only at the peril of further demonstrating its non-democratic nature. To this point the argument establishes only that the advanced capitalist state might experience legitimation problems. Is there any reason to expect that it will be confronted by a legitimation crisis? It can be maintained that since the Second World War, Western capitalism has been able to buy its way out of its legitimation difficulties, through fiscal policy, the provision of services, etc. While demand upon the state may outstrip its ability to deliver the goods, thus creating a crisis, it is not necessary that this occurs. In order to complete his argument, therefore, and to show, as he seeks to, that the legitimation crisis is the central and predictable form of crisis confronting advanced capitalism, Habermas must demonstrate that needs and expectations are being produced, on the part of at least a section of the population, which will tax the state's legitimizing mechanisms beyond their capacity. Habermas's position, in essence, is that the general development of late capitalism, and in particular, the increasing incursion of the state into formerly private realms, has significantly altered the patterns of motivation formation. The continuation of this tendency will lead, he contends, to a dislocation of existing demands and commitments. Habermas analyses these issues under the heading Motivation Crisis. I speak of a motivation crisis when the socio-cultural system changes in such a way that its output becomes dysfunctional for the state and for the system of social labor. 104 This crisis will result in demands that the state cannot meet. The discussion of the motivation crisis is complex. The two major patterns of motivation generated by the socio-cultural system in late capitalist societies are, according to Habermas, civil and familial vocational privatism. Civil privatism engenders in the individual an interest in the output of the political system, steering and maintenance performances, but at a level demanding little participation. Familial vocational privatism promotes a family-orientated behavioral pattern centered on leisure and consumption, on the one hand, and a career interest orientated towards status competition, on the other. Both patterns are necessary for the maintenance of the system under its present institutions. Habermas argues that these motivational bases are being systematically eroded in such a way that crisis tendencies can be discerned. This argument involves two theses: 1, that the traditions which produce these motivations are being eroded, and 2, that the logic of development of normative structures prevents a functionally equivalent replacement for the eroded structures. The motivational patterns of late capitalism are produced, Habermas suggests, by a mixture of traditional pre-capitalist elements, for example the old civic ethic, religious tradition, and bourgeois elements, like progressive individualism and utilitarian. Given this overlay of traditions, thesis 1 can itself be analyzed into two parts: a, that the pre-bourgeois components of motivational patterns are being eroded, and b, that the core aspects of bourgeois ideology are likewise being undermined by social developments. Habermas acknowledges that these theses can only be offered tentatively, they are intended as aids for future research. 105. The process of erosion of traditional, pre-bourgeois, worldviews is argued to be an effect of the general process of rationalization. This process results in, among other things, a loss of an interpretation of the totality of life, and the increasing subjectivizing and relativizing of morality. With regard to thesis 1, b, that the core elements of bourgeois ideology are being undermined, Habermas examines three phenomena: achievement ideology, possessive individualism, and the orientation towards exchange value. 106 The idea of endless competitiveness and achievement seeking is being destroyed gradually as people lose faith in the market as a fair distributor of scarce values, as the state's very intervention raises issues of distribution, and as the increasing level of education provides aspirations and expectations that cannot be coordinated with occupational opportunity, etc. Possessive individualism, the belief that collective goals can only be realized by private individuals acting in competitive isolation, is being undermined as the development of the state, with its contradictory functions, is, evermore, forced into socializing costs and goals of urban life. Additionally, the orientation to exchange value is weakening as larger segments of the population, for instance, welfare clients, students, the criminal and sick, the unemployable, no longer reproduce their lives through labor for exchange value, wages, thus weakening the socialization effects of the market. The second thesis, that the logic of development of normative structures prevents a functionally equivalent replacement of eroded traditions, also has two parts. They are, a, that the remaining residues of tradition in bourgeois ideology cannot generate elements to replace those of destroyed privatism, but, b, that the remaining structures of bourgeois ideology are still relevant for motivation formation. With regard to, a, Habermas looks at three elements of the contemporary dominant cultural formation: scientism, post-erratic or post-representational art, and universalistic morality. He contends that in each of these areas, the logic of development is such that the normative structures no longer promote the reproduction of privatism and that they could only do so again at the cost of a regression in social development, that is, in increased authoritarianism. In each of these areas the changing normative structures embody tendencies towards universality and critique. It is these last and developing elements which undermine privatism and which are potentially threatening to the inequalities of the economic and political system. But the undermining of privatism does not necessitate that there will be a motivation crisis. If the motivations being generated by the emerging structures are dysfunctional for the economic and political systems, one way of avoiding a crisis would be to uncouple, an obscure notion in Habermas's writings, the socio-cultural system from the political economic system so that the latter would no longer be dependent on the former. 107 To complete his argument, Habermas must make plausible the contention that the uncoupling process has not occurred and that the remaining structures are still relevant for some type of motivation formation. His claim is that evidence from studies of adolescent socialization patterns, from Keniston and others, and such phenomena as the students' and women's movements indicate that a new level of consciousness involving a universalistic, communicative, ethic is emerging as a functional element in motivation formation. On this basis he argues that individuals will increasingly be produced whose motivational norms will be such as to demand a rational justification of social realities. If such a justification cannot be provided by the system's legitimizing mechanisms, on the one hand, nor bought off via distribution of value on the other, a motivational crisis is the likely outcome. The system will not find sufficient motivation for its maintenance. Habermas's conclusion, then, is that, given its logic of crisis tendencies, organized capitalism cannot maintain its present form. If his argument is correct, then capitalism will either evolve into a kind of brave new world or it will have to overcome its underlying class contradiction. To do the latter would mean the adoption of a new principle of organization. Such a principle would involve a universalistic morality embedded in a system of participatory democracy, providing the opportunity for discursive will formation. What exact institutional form the new social formation might take, Habermas does not say, nor does he say, in any detail, how the new social formation might evolve. 11 Interests, knowledge, and action. If emancipation is to remain a project for humanity, if a brave new world is to be avoided, it is essential, Habermas argues, to counter the influence of scientism in philosophy and other spheres of thought. Scientism means that we no longer understand science as one form of possible knowledge, but rather identify knowledge with science. Habermas's critique of scientism focuses on its relation to positivism, since positivism provides scientism's most sophisticated defense. Although positivism began life as a critique of ideology, of religion, dogma, speculative metaphysics, etc., it became a central element of technocratic consciousness and a key aspect of modern ideology. While Habermas's treatment of this issue recalls a familiar Frankfurt School theme, the critique of instrumental reason, his analysis is original, as is his formulation of the relationship between knowledge and human activity. In outlining his position, a variety of his writings will be drawn upon, particularly those published in the 1960s. Knowledge and Human Interests, perhaps the best known of these works, explicates some of the key themes in this area. But other works which examine the relationship between knowledge, interests, and action, for example, Zur Logik der Sozialwissenschaften, will also be consulted. Knowledge and Human Interests investigates the dissolution of epistemology in the last 2 centuries. Since Kant, Habermas argues, epistemology as the critique of knowledge has been progressively undermined. As a result, science can no longer be comprehended by philosophy, science can no longer be understood as merely one category of knowledge. For the rise of scientism resulted in a radical de-emphasis of what had been the traditional concern of the critique of knowledge, inquiry into conditions of possible knowledge as well as into the meaning of knowledge as such. Epistemology became increasingly restricted to an examination of questions internal to methodology, thereby losing sight of the significance of the role of the epistemic subject, the knower, and of reflection by the subject on his or her activities. Point 2. The possibility of philosophy taking a critical approach to knowledge dissolved. Point 3. From an epistemological standpoint, there could be no attempt to question the meaning or function of science because there was no source of knowledge held to be independent of science by which to criticize its results. As Habermas puts it, the meaning of knowledge itself becomes irrational, in the name of rigorous knowledge. Point 4. If critical theory is to remain a possibility, it is necessary, Habermas contends, to understand the activity of the knowing subject and, in particular, the moment of reflection and of self-understanding. In Knowledge and Human Interests he seeks to do this by analyzing the connections between knowledge and human interests. On his account, knowledge must discard the illusion of objectivism, the idea that the world appears objectively as a universe of facts whose law-like connection can be grasped descriptively. Point 5. The illusion conceals the processes in which facts are constituted, and thereby prevents consciousness of the interlocking of knowledge with interests from the life world. Point 6. For Habermas, it should be recalled, knowledge is formed in virtue of three interests: information that expands our power of technical control, interpretations that make possible the orientations of action within common traditions, and analyses that free consciousness from its dependence on hypostatized power. Point 7. The knowledge constitutive, or knowledge leading, interests are general interests, they are underlying modes through which reality is disclosed and acted upon. They delineate a general orientation which yields a viewpoint from which reality is constituted. The basic cognitive strategies of the human species are determined by the conditions and problems governing its reproduction, that is, by the socio-cultural form of life as such. 8. It is Habermas's contention that the critique of knowledge is possible only as social theory. Point 9. The critique of knowledge. Kant understood science as one category of possible knowledge. But the framework within which he comprehended the different types of knowledge was problematic. His successors criticized the framework, focusing in particular on what he took as given, the transcendental conditions, categories and forms of intuition, and his concept of the subject constituted within these conditions. Point 10. Hegel sought to supersede Kant's project by reflection on the forms of knowledge that emerge in human experience. Such reflection aims, on Habermas's interpretation, to reveal the dimension within which transcendental determinations themselves take form, that is, the process in which the conditions of knowledge are themselves generated. Point 11. But although Hegel successfully revealed weaknesses in Kant's project, weaknesses connected with Kant's ahistorical conception of the epistemic subject and the knowing process, he failed to provide an adequate basis on which science and knowledge generally could be understood. In accord with Horkheimer and Adorno, Habermas argues, although for somewhat different reasons, that Hegel's project is severely flawed. For in asserting philosophy itself to be the authentic science, it mischaracterized the relation between science and philosophy. Instead of understanding the empirical sciences as one category of possible knowledge, it dissolved their independent status in a philosophy of absolute spirit. The claim, however, that philosophy represents universal scientific knowledge was not made good by Hegel, indeed, it was unmasked, Habermas contends, by the actual fact of scientific progress, as bare fiction. Point 12. Marx provided the guide to appropriating Hegel's insights while demythologizing them. By tracing the genesis of possible experience to social labor, to the process of social reproduction of the species, he uncovered, according to Habermas, the basis for comprehending the epistemic subject, the knowing process, and social change. But the ambiguity in Marx's epistemological categories, the reduction of practical activity to labor, of praxis to techne, meant that he too failed to satisfactorily ground epistemology in social theory. Point 13. All the elements of a critique of knowledge radicalized by Hegel's critique of Kant are present in Marx and yet not combined to construct a materialist epistemology. Habermas elaborates the ambiguity in Marx's theory of knowledge by reference to what he calls its Kantian and Fichtean strains. Kantian residues can be found in Marx's view that humans have an invariant relation to nature in which they struggle to satisfy their needs and reproduce themselves in the realm of necessity. For Marx, the labor process represents the perpetual natural necessity of human life. The conditions of possible objects of experience are rooted in a deep-seated structure of human action, the universal structure of mediation constituted by laboring subjects. The Kantian dimension of Marx's thought suggests that people are engaged in a trial-and-error encounter with nature in everyday life, acquiring, inquiring and learning in the realm of feedback-controlled action. The resultant knowledge increases the range of control over nature and the capacity to transform the world. But the instrumental relation to nature does not alter in this process, it is invariant, for the natural processes over which humans must secure control to reproduce life cannot be overturned. As Marx wrote in a letter to Kugelmann, natural laws can absolutely not be abolished. What can change in different historical states is only the forms in which these laws take effect. 14 The historically changeable effect of natural laws is conditioned by the level of productive forces. While dependent on the labor of the entire previous course of world history, the human subject achieves its identity only through the comprehension of its self-positing struggles. 15 The struggle for identity, according to Habermas, represents the Fichtean moment of Marx's analysis. For Marx, this moment refers, of course, to a self-conscious positing in historical struggles, not to a logical relation between ego and non-ego, as Fichte understood the elements of the self-formative process. The mechanisms for the achievement of self-consciousness are not those determined by the extension of technical control, rather, they involve a complex struggle for reflection and understanding. Habermas holds that the Fichtean moment of self-formative activity is logically irreducible to the Kantian dimension of human action. However, since Marx reduced the self-constituting act of reflection to a feedback relation to the productive process, he deluded himself about the nature of reflection and critical activity. Although, in Habermas's view, Marx retained important insights from the philosophy of reflection at the level of social theory, he failed to recognize its implications for the epistemological and methodological status of his own work. Natural science becomes his basic paradigm for knowledge, the technical interest becomes the key knowledge-guiding interest. The sciences of humans, instead of appearing under the categories of knowledge for the enhancement of self-reflection, appear under categories of knowledge for control. 16 In the materialist synthesis, Marx relegates the Fichtean moment to an area bounded by the Kantian, on the one hand, and Darwin's theory of evolution, on the other. Marx failed to distinguish between the logical status of the empirical analytic sciences and the sciences of humankind as critique. On Habermas's account, the elaboration of this distinction is crucial to the adequate development of a science of human beings. Positivism and the empirical analytic sciences. In Knowledge and Human Interests, Habermas engages in a critique of positivism. Its main purpose is to retrieve a dimension of the problem of knowledge which positivism had effaced, namely, the dimension in which it is acknowledged that knowing subjects play an active role in constituting the world they know. 17 But Habermas does not offer a simply negative assessment of this school of thought. He recognizes that positivist philosophy had an initially liberating intent, its concern to provide a criterion for a strict separation between science and metaphysics was motivated by the desire to dispel all dogmas, all modes of thought that placed themselves beyond empirical test and relevant independent controls. The exclusive concern with science, and in particular, natural science, had, he thinks, a certain plausibility in the 18th and 19th centuries. The results of scientific activity were impressive, science appeared to offer the road to salvation. But the preoccupation with science and, in philosophy, with an examination of its methodology, impaired the understanding of the meaning and import of knowledge. This tendency reinforced technocratic consciousness. On Habermas's account, scientific knowledge, while a necessary condition, is certainly not sufficient for human emancipation. Habermas regards the critique of positivism as a necessary prolegomenon to the re-establishment of philosophy as critique. In order to place positivism, both its advances and limitations, in perspective, it is necessary, he argues, to examine the position as it has developed over the last 100 years. He takes as his task the reconstruction of the prehistory of modern positivism. 18 He focuses on the thought of Kant, Mach, and Peirce. 19 He believes that by systematically examining the works of these men and by exploring certain questions within the philosophy of science, positivism can be brought to the point of transcending its own limitations. The discussion of Mach and Peirce is particularly significant. The exposition below will concentrate on Habermas's interpretation of their thought. It is his contention that positivism, as expounded by individuals like Mach, cannot understand science and scientific activity. He thinks that Peirce's writings in the pragmatist tradition provide a more adequate conception of scientific inquiry and a basis for uncovering the conditions of scientific knowledge. In Kant's writings, positivism did not appear in its purest form, for it was interlaced with a philosophy of history which gave an account of the development of science in the evolution of the human species. Such a philosophy was held to be necessary in order to interpret the meaning of positive knowledge. 20 As science developed in the 19th century, however, it became less and less important to justify its status by reference to its relation to other things. Positivism shed its philosophy of history and became increasingly scientistic. Although there is a tension in Mach's work between an evolutionary perspective and an adherence to phenomenalism, crudely, the doctrine that phenomena, the immediately perceived, are the only objects of science, his writings on the latter were extremely influential and were often thought to provide a relevant epistemology for science. 21. Mach's phenomenalism was inspired by a particular science, a new science, energetics. 22 Following ideas from this developing discipline, he argued that a scientific object exists if its symbol is the name of a set of particular perceptions. Scientific entities are uncovered in ordered bundles of observations abstracted from the flux of immediate sense experience. 23 Although this notion served to aid both the elimination of cherished metaphysical, unobservable, aspects of scientific theories, and to provide a basis for the unification of various sciences into a general science of sensed experiences, it had several other important, but unexplicated, consequences. Of these, the conflation of appearance and reality is central. Facts, Mach's term, are given in sensory experience. Since science is held to merely describe and correlate these facts, it is objectivistic. It is assumed that it adequately describes reality as it is. 24 But the facts which constitute the world on this view have, according to Habermas, an ambiguous status. On the one hand, they are subjective. They are given in sensory experience and expressed in terms of individual observation reports. On the other hand, they must be established as intersubjectively valid, if science is to be viewed as objective. The ambiguity was not resolved by Mach. If the objective, intersubjective aspects of the facticity of the world are emphasized, then positivism falls into a circle. If science describes facts and their relations, and if we use this criterion to demarcate science from metaphysics, then we need a criterion of facticity in order to know if a science is genuine. One way to avoid this demand is to ontologize facts or sensations and, with Mach, make them the given in experience. Subjectivism is then ruled out a priori. 25 But if science is distinguished principally as a methodological procedure for correlating assortments of facts, as it was by Mach, the status of the ontology is problematic. Habermas expresses the difficulty as follows. How, prior to all science, can the doctrine of elements facts make statements about the object domain of science as such, if we only obtain information about this domain through science? 26. In order to guarantee the objectivity of science, Mach was led to assume an objectivistic perspective and to posit an ontology of facts. Since these assumptions cannot be justified, except circularly, science itself remains ungrounded. 27. Habermas's position implies that Mach's philosophy generates difficulties which render it incapable of understanding science. The world of intersubjectivity and social practice remains unthematized, much less accounted for. However, it is insufficient to found a critique of positivism merely on an examination of phenomenalism. Not all positivist programs are of this type. The logical positivists, for example, realized the inadequacies of their early commitment to phenomenalism. By the mid-1930s, Carnap, one of the leading figures of the school, accepted a physicalist position. 28 This position allowed for observation reports to be made in terms of physical objects and coordinates which were supposedly intersubjectively accessible. The physicalist thesis made possible the doctrine of the unity of science, the possible reduction of all knowledge to a single conceptual framework. But while this version of positivism avoids some of the difficulties facing Mach's position, it too, Habermas argues, is open to a number of objections. In trying to establish a single framework for knowledge, positivists must either presuppose as unproblematic the availability of an intersubjectively constituted language, or assume, as Carlotto Apel expresses it, a position of methodical solipsism. This amounts to the tacit assumption that objective knowledge should be possible without intersubjective understanding by communication being presupposed. 29 In either case, positivists are unable, within their own terms of reference, to account for the possibility and nature of ordinary language and of intersubjective agreement in general. While adhering to the program of a unified science, positivists could not, Habermas argues, recognize that there are methodological procedures appropriate to understanding communicative interaction and intersubjectivity, procedures which differ from those utilized to gain knowledge of objectified processes of nature. The import of these differing procedures arises from the fundamental difference, previously mentioned, between the interaction of a subject with an object, which can be regarded as another subject, and that of a subject with an object which cannot be so construed. In the former case, we have dialogic or communicative interaction, in the latter case monologic or instrumental activity. Insofar as the employment of symbols is constitutive for the behavioral system of instrumental action, the use of language involved is monologic. But the communication of investigators requires the use of language that is not confined to the limits of technical control over objectified natural processes. It arises from symbolic interaction between societal subjects who reciprocally know and recognize each other as unmistakable individuals. This communicative action is a system of reference that cannot be reduced to the framework of instrumental action. 30. In a position parallel to Habermas, Apel argues that the fundamental shortcomings of positivism spring from a lack of reflection upon the fact that all cognition of objects presupposes understanding as a means of intersubjective communication. 31 Science, he contends, is unintelligible qua human activity, if one cannot understand the implicit and explicit conventions and rules, or more generally, the communication community or language game, which it presupposes. On his account, even tacit conventions about the use of words, not to mention explicit conventions about definitions, theoretical frameworks, or statements of facts in empirical science, imply an intersubjective consensus about situational meanings and aims of practical life. 32 Science, in its adoption of procedural conventions, goes beyond the scientific rationality of operations on objects which could be performed in a repeatable way by exchangeable human subjects, and passes into the realm of a pre- and metascientific rationality of intersubjective discourse mediated by explication of concepts and interpretation of intentions. 33. The additional dimension of rationality needed to understand science entails the presupposition of what Apel calls, under the inspiration of Wittgenstein's later philosophy, the a priori of communication, a dimension of communication that is both a condition of the possibility of science, and the basis for the understanding of science as a particular mode of activity. 34. In Knowledge and Human Interests, Habermas argues that Peirce was one of the first philosophers to realize the need to systematically reflect on science and to go beyond a limited positivist position in order to understand the logic of science and its relation to action. 35. What separates Peirce from both early and modern positivism is his understanding that the task of methodology is not to clarify the logical structure of scientific theories but the logic of the procedure with whose aid we obtain scientific theories. 36. While Habermas argues that Peirce, ultimately, failed to appreciate that the intersubjective basis of scientific beliefs cannot be understood within the terms of a science of objectified processes, he is fundamentally in agreement with the spirit of Peirce's project, to uncover the connections between knowledge, inquiry, and action, and to reveal thereby science's foundations in human beings' practical activity. Central to his interpretation of Peirce is the idea that science only systematizes and formalizes the procedures required for the successful completion of certain types of activity. On this account, the knowledge generated by the methods of natural science, or by the methods of all empirical analytical sciences, is to be understood as the reflected form, reflections form, of learning processes already posited within the framework of instrumental action, activity used for the control of the external conditions of existence. 37 Scientific inquiry represents a refinement of the conceptual framework according to which reality is constituted in relation to purposive rational feedback monitored action. The process of inquiry 1. Isolates the learning process from the life process. Therefore the performance of operations is reduced to selective feedback controls. 2. It guarantees precision and intersubjective reliability. Therefore action assumes the abstract form of experiment mediated by measurement procedures. 3. It systematizes the progression of knowledge. Therefore as many universal assumptions as possible are integrated into theoretical connections that are as simple as possible. 38. Empirical analytic science is the necessary outcome of disturbances or disruptions in routinized intercourse with nature. It aims to eliminate problematic situations which emerge from disappointed expectations. The theoretical connections made within this type of science have the form of hypothetico-deductive systems. Particular phenomena are conceived in terms which allow their subsumption under hypothetically proposed general concepts. Through the use of such concepts, knowledge is generated which makes possible the duplication of conditions and the reproducibility of results. Thus, empirical analytic knowledge is predictive knowledge. Theories comprise hypothetico-deductive connections of propositions, which permit the deduction of law-like hypotheses with empirical content. The latter can be interpreted as statements about the covariance of observable events. Given a set of initial conditions, they make predictions possible. 39. Theory is connected to action by means of certain operations and activities, in particular, systematic observation, experimentation, and operations of measurement. 40 These actions and the monologic language required to express them objectify reality under the conditions of a restricted mode of experience. 41 Objects constituted as observable are at one and the same time objects whose behavior can be described in causal laws and objects which are instrumentally manipulable. Observation or basic statements, therefore, are not simple representations of fact in themselves, but rather expressions of the success or failure of operations. 42 Facts are constituted through particular structures of experience and action. In the empirical analytic sciences they are generated through an a priori organization of our experience in the behavioral system of instrumental action. 43 The logical structure of admissible propositions and the conditions of their corroboration suggest that, within this type of science, theories disclose reality subject to the constitutive interest in the possible securing and expansion, through information, of feedback monitored action. This is the cognitive interest in technical control. 44 There is a systematic relationship between the form of knowledge claims and the uses to which such knowledge can be put. In his discussion of Peirce, Habermas attempts to demonstrate that natural science is oriented toward the production of technically useful information. Although Habermas does not reduce natural science to a simple or crude instrumentalism, he claims that it can be understood as oriented toward the production of knowledge which can be used for the manipulation and control of the environment. While not every study or inquiry in the natural, or behavioral, sciences need produce technically utilizable results, nor need have as a conscious intent the production of such knowledge. Nevertheless, with the structure of propositions, restricted prognosis concerning observable behavior, and with the type of conditions of validation, imitation of the control of the results of action, a methodical decision has been taken in advance on the technical utility of information. Similarly, the range of possible experience is prejudiced, precisely the range to which hypotheses refer and upon which they can founder. 45. The interest in technically useful knowledge and the rationality which it embodies are values implicit in science, although they are frequently not recognized as such. Positivists especially do not regard them as values which need to be defended, for they identify rationality with purposive rational procedures. The methods which positivism considers scientific and therefore rational are those which allow for the gathering of knowledge useful for prediction and feedback control operations. Theoretical knowledge and questions of scientific inquiry are, as a result, made coextensive with technically useful knowledge. Questions of practical reason are ruled out of the range of science and beyond rational investigation. Practical questions become the province of the private individual and in the final analysis can be justified only by reference to a decision or a commitment of belief or faith. The effect on social consciousness, on interaction, is a conceptualization of problems and solutions which encourages the development of a technocratic rationality and mentality. 46 Positivism fails, however, to grasp this. It is prevented by its own presuppositions from an adequate interpretation of its own status. In conclusion, therefore, it is Habermas's claim that science cannot be fully comprehended merely as a formal abstract system, but must be understood as a product of concrete, social activity. To view science in this way forces us not only beyond the limits of positivist presuppositions, but also beyond the framework of the empirical analytic sciences. For the approach of empirical analytic science, its concepts, methods, and theories, is an insufficient basis from which to understand the very element of scientific activity that it presupposes, namely, human interaction and language. To grasp this domain more fully we require a different form of knowledge which, Habermas claims, is grounded in a different orientation to life. To the extent that actions are causally produced as the effects of social and natural forces beyond the knowledge and/or control of actors, it is possible to consider them in an objectified manner. Habermas, it should be noted, does not argue that it is never appropriate to study human subjects with the methods of a causal, nomological science. Rather, the claim is that a science that restricted itself to this procedure would, by itself, be incapable of understanding social reality. The hermeneutic sciences. In his investigation of the hermeneutic sciences, Habermas is concerned to disclose their methodological framework and constituting interest. 47 It should be borne in mind that he is not describing an ontologically distinct sphere of objects. Rather he is attempting to delineate another viewpoint from which reality is disclosed. While knowledge claims of the empirical analytic sciences grasp reality with regard to technical control that, under specified conditions, is possible everywhere and at all times, knowledge claims in the hermeneutic sciences, Habermas holds, grasp interpretations of reality with regard to possible intersubjectivity of action orienting mutual understanding specific to a given hermeneutic starting point. 48. Individuals act within a matrix of intersubjective meanings. These require controlled appropriation of key aspects of behavior, not the least of which are motives, purposes, and beliefs about action, are to be understood. 49 In Knowledge and Human Interests Habermas focuses his analysis on Dilthey's approach to these phenomena. He finds in this an important attempt to uncover the basis of the cultural sciences, although he also discovers a number of crucial limitations which lead to descripticism, objectivism, and relativism and, consequently, to the loss of a critical perspective. In Zur Logik der Sozialwissenschaften he assesses a number of more recent attempts to lay the foundations for an interpretative approach to social life including various schools of phenomenological, hermeneutic, and linguistic analysis. He discovers similar limitations in these schools. The following discussion will focus on Dilthey and the writings of Hans-Georg Gadamer, the men who, Habermas thinks, have provided the most important statement on hermeneutics. The other positions, which have been well expounded elsewhere, will only be briefly mentioned. 50. Dilthey sought to distinguish the foundations of Geisteswissenschaften from those of the natural sciences. He contended that the categories of the cultural sciences had to be sufficient to understand humans, to analyze their consciousness as expressed and shaped in symbolic systems. 51 The respective domains of the Geisteswissenschaften and the natural sciences overlap only insofar as nature enters into social interaction, but then nature is viewed from a different standpoint, as socially meaningful. While explanation, on Dilthey's account, is the cognitive task of the natural sciences, which pursue the questions why, and how, the cultural sciences have a different cognitive goal, Verstehen, understanding. Verstehen attempts to answer the questions, what? What is this item of behavior? What is this object? Initially, Dilthey conceptualized Verstehen in terms of empathy, the reenactment or reliving of the psychological state of one's past self or of others. Through the use of this technique, he claimed, the historical world could be reconstructed. 52. Dilthey himself came to appreciate that his early formulation of Verstehen contained a number of fundamental problems. In his later writings he sought to address these. The following questions, among others, were posed: how can the idea of reliving the experience of another be made sense of? Can the problem of Verstehen be reduced to the attempt to re-experience psychological states? 53. Gradually, Dilthey turned against the psychologism inherent in his early works. From his revised position he argued that the attempt to recapture a former experience was not dependent on having the same experience, but on our capacity to reconstruct the same intentional or symbolic object. The cultural scientist must recapture the meaning of social objects and of agents' actions. Since these things are objective in the sense that they have a publicly accessible structure, it is possible to have objective knowledge of them. Experience does not reflect fundamental organic states, rather, it is formed by publicly established symbolic structures, by language. In order to develop knowledge of a socio-cultural phenomenon, the scientist must, at least according to Habermas's interpretation of Dilthey, penetrate the language and the social context of the object. Knowledge can only be enhanced through the establishment of intersubjective understanding. 54. But the specific meanings of experiences and actions are not determined merely by linguistic communication. The realm of the cultural sciences is more complicated than this. In Habermas's view, Dilthey postulated the community of life unities, defined by the process of self-formation and ego identity, on the one hand, and a dialogic relation between subjects who reciprocally recognize each other as intentional subjects sharing meanings, on the other, as the objective framework of the Geisteswissenschaften. Individual life histories are constituted in the cumulative experiences of individuals over time, the diachronic dimension, and in the intersubjectivity of communication common to different subjects, the synchronic dimension. The community of life unities is formed in the multitude of overlapping structural connections in which the two dimensions merge. The cultural sciences must explicate these connections if the meaning of life practices is to be grasped. 55. Through his reading of Dilthey, Habermas affirms that social scientists must learn the language of their subject/object, they must learn to speak the language that they interpret. 56. But all interpretation, it is stressed, should be given the status of hypotheses, for they can be tested and changed in light of further information. As experiences, linguistic acts have a significance beyond their role as carriers of meaning within systems of grammatical structures. Since ordinary language is intertwined with practice, the meanings and experiences that an interpretation attempts to grasp can be seen as part of a stream of life. 57. Linguistic analysis, therefore, also reveals the empirical context of indirectly communicated life experiences. 58. If there is a manifest discrepancy between the posited interpretation and its object, it will be uncovered as a gap between actions anticipated and the actual resultant actions. An interpretation fails when there is a disappointment of expectations. Within a given social context, a disappointment of expectations takes the form of a disturbance of a certain mutuality or consensus. Such a consensus is essential to interaction and to the integration of society. Habermas quotes Dilthey with approval. Understanding first arises in the interests of practical life. Here people are dependent on intercourse with one another. They must make themselves understandable to one another. One must know what the other wants, thus the elementary forms of understanding come into being. Point 59. The possibility of creating and maintaining successful mutual interaction between two or more individuals depends on a bridgehead of shared expectations and linguistic skills, and on the possibility of understanding. Without these prerequisites, the likelihood of severe conflict is enhanced. Thus, knowledge of language and action, of communication structures, is directly tied to an interest in successful social action, in what Habermas calls humankind's practical interest. According to Habermas, however, Dilthey was ambiguous on the status of hermeneutics' relation to practical activity. Rather than seeing it as laying down the conditions for the possibility of knowledge, he saw in it dangers for the scientific character of hermeneutics. In a bid to maintain the ideal of pure objectivity, he fell back into objectivism and a conception of Verstehen which retains traces of his early psychologism. Point 60. The result was a position which restricted the cultural sciences to a merely descriptive function. The link between science and life, theory and practice, as well as between fact and value, was broken. A critical approach to a given object of study was ruled out. The categories of the cultural sciences became those of the people or social objects being studied. If all that is demanded is that interpretations of the texts, persons, cultures, or traditions, be descriptive, nothing can be said about the truth, content, or possible deception, ideology, expressed by the subject. Discussion is restricted to questions concerning logical consistency and problematic areas of interpretation. Dilthey also claimed that the process of interpreting another has no necessary effects on the self-understanding and practice of the interpreter. As reality is unaffected by an interpretative intervention, so too is the interpreter. This position depends for its validity on, amongst other things, the possibility of a context-free, neutral observer. But such a notion contradicts the central realization of contemporary hermeneutics, that there is no neutral standpoint outside of history upon which the cultural scientist could base himself. Point 61. Interpretations, people like Gadamer have forcefully argued, cannot escape the language, the preconceptions embedded in it, the background life contexts, of their authors. The relation between social analysts, their language, and their subject objects and the effects on all these of an interpretative intervention, were insufficiently explored by Dilthey. In his investigations of more recent attempts by, for example, Alfred Schutz, Peter Winch and Harold Garfinkel, to uncover the nature of interpretative inquiry in the social sciences, Habermas argues that many of the issues which Dilthey failed to resolve remain unsatisfactorily dealt with. In the work of these individuals there is a lapse into a form of descriptivism and relativism and the subsequent loss of ability to assess the nature of ideological distortion and the truth content of tradition, an inadequate treatment of history, of how, for instance, meaning complexes are created and renewed, an ineffective treatment of the objective context of action as social reality is essentially derived from individual activities or language games, an insufficient account of the nature and conditions of the interpretative process. Point 62. Clearly, a satisfactory treatment of these issues is crucial to Habermas's program in epistemology and methodology. The plausibility of critical social theory depends on an acceptable explication of the relation between language, action, and history. Habermas takes Gadamer's work to be a particularly important step towards the resolution of these problems. Against Dilthey and others who thought that understanding follows life, as a method to gain access to a subject matter, Gadamer conceives it as essential to the original character of the being of human life itself. Point 63. It is, in his view, the condition and mode of human intersubjectivity as such. The medium in which understanding itself is realized is language. Point 64. For Gadamer, language is not just one of man's possessions in the world, for on it depends the fact that man has a world at all. Point 65. Following Heidegger, Gadamer argues that language speaks its own being, it is a universal ontological structure. Point 66. The truth of objects comes to be in the activity of language. The being that can be understood is language. Language is the possibility condition of truth. Point 67. Language mediates between the finite historical nature of humankind and the world, it is the mechanism through which people can come to understand themselves and their relation to others. The mastery of language, referred to by Gadamer as an accomplishment of life, Lebensvollzug, is the precondition of Verstehen. The problem of Verstehen, on Gadamer's account, emerges after language has already been learned. Translation presents the clearest expression of what is taken as the essence of Verstehen, the attempt to achieve understanding in dialogue. Verstehen is inextricably tied to the process of interpretation. It involves the interpreter's attempt to articulate in his or her own language meanings constituted in another universe of discourse. According to Gadamer, interpretative understanding has both a hypothetical and circular dimension. The hermeneutician or social investigator makes an initial interpretation of the meaning as a whole of, for example, a text or social institution. With further reflection and research, the conjectured interpretation can be revised and developed. 68 The process is continuously one of understanding the parts in terms of a conjectured sense of the whole, and altering the latter in light of better knowledge of the former. A unity of sense can be achieved if, and only if, our detailed knowledge of the parts can be integrated without being pulled up short by the subject matter. 69 Interpretations can be tested in dialogue, between the interpreter and the interpreted. For hermeneuticians, Gadamer contends, there are no standards of objectivity which can be recognized independently of the attainment of intersubjective agreement by the partners in the dialogic process. The scientists' interpretations must be based on understanding held in common with their subject objects and expressed through the mutual satisfaction of expectations on both sides, that is, through continuing agreement on the level of both interpretation and practice. The ideal of a neutral, detached observer is, in Gadamer's view, a myth. In contradistinction to Dilthey, he accepts as unavoidable the engagement of the scientist-interpreter in a socio-historical context. Each party enters the dialogue situation with a framework of concepts, beliefs, and standards, a horizon of expectations, which is the product of tradition. Tradition represents an effective historical consciousness constituted by a language community. 70 Verstehen entails the mediation of traditions. Interpretation renders a given subject intelligible in relation to our present horizon of understanding. A successful interpretation, however, not only makes the subject comprehensible for us but also preserves the subject's unique meaning. Thus, in the process of understanding there always takes place a real fusing of horizons. 71 Understanding involves the interpretation of the past as well as, in Gadamer's words, something like the application of the text to be understood to the present situation of the interpreter. 72 Verstehen is necessarily concerned with the claims to truth of its subject matter, for this subject matter embodies answers to questions we hold. To understand at all, hermeneuticians must relate the text, for instance, to their situations, their lives. Application co-determines understanding as a whole from the beginning. 73 In the dialogue of understanding, description and evaluation are inevitably intertwined. The appreciation of the tradition-bound nature of understanding means not only that hermeneutics cannot be restricted to a purely descriptive role but that texts, experiences, actions, etc., have to be understood in their historical contexts. For once the historical dimension of understanding is established, it becomes possible to transcend the surface level of intended meaning. Since tradition is the medium in which meaning is created and transmitted through time, the actions and expressions of a person can only be properly grasped within this context. As tradition lends significance to phenomena, it becomes possible to conceive of them as having a meaning beyond or in conflict with that subjectively intended by their creators. Therefore, in an interpretative analysis it is necessary for the scientist-interpreter to examine whether or not there are discrepancies between manifest and intended meaning. Such discrepancies can become apparent to the analyst even in cases where the actor was not, or is not yet, aware of it. Gadamer has expressed this point forcefully. I maintain that the hermeneutical problem is universal and basic for all interhuman experience, both of history and of the present moment, precisely because of the fact that meaning can be experienced even where it is not actually intended. 74. There are a number of important principles that follow from Gadamer's work. First, tradition and its four meanings, prejudgments, or prejudices are not barriers to understanding but integral elements of it. Second, understanding cannot escape the historicity of traditions. Knowledge is generated within the framework of traditions, the discernment of truth has a temporal structure. As a consequence, there can be no such thing as the correct or final understanding of a phenomenon. The meaning of a text, for example, is always open to future interpretations from new perspectives. Third, since we are ourselves constituted by history and tradition, the process of understanding aspects of the world contributes simultaneously to our self-formation and self-understanding. Verstehen has an irreducible practical dimension. Fourth, the process of self-understanding, like the process of understanding other things, can never be complete. History does not belong to us, but we belong to it. The self-awareness of the individual is only a flickering in the closed circuits of historical life. 75 Fifth, understanding is neither an ideal of human experience nor a method, rather it is the original form of being in the world. 76 Hermeneutics is the universal principle of human thought. In an extensive exchange with Gadamer, Habermas outlined the degree to which he accepts these views. 77 Habermas agrees that the process of coming to an understanding is context-dependent. History is and remains effective in all understanding of tradition. Social analysts are necessarily immersed in and engaged with their socio-historical contexts. A hermeneutical procedure is required when there is a breakdown of an action expectation. Interpretative understanding has significance for self-understanding. But he rejects fundamental aspects of Gadamer's characterization of communicative action and of the condition and limits of interpretative understanding. In particular, he expresses serious reservations about the analysis of the discrepancy between experienced/manifested meaning and intended meaning, and of the nature of tradition. Within the debate between the two men, these points are merged into a discussion about the authority of tradition. He also disagrees, while recognizing the importance of historicity, communication, and understanding, with Gadamer's methodological conclusions. For Gadamer, the fact that interpretation always presupposes the supporting consensus of an ongoing tradition, a structure of four judgments or prejudices, Vorurteilsstruktur, means that there is no independent ground from which to criticize the tradition. Habermas summarizes the position as follows. Any attempt to suggest that this, certainly contingent, consensus is false consciousness is meaningless, since we cannot transcend the discussion in which we are engaged. From this Gadamer deduces the ontological priority of linguistic tradition before all possible critique. At any given time we can thus carry on critique only of individual traditions, inasmuch as we ourselves belong to the comprehensive tradition context of a language. 78. The underlying consensus must be treated as an authentic and legitimate domain of agreement and authority, since in Gadamer's opinion there is no way to step outside it, no standard from which to consider it otherwise, no language available that will allow us to step beyond its bounds in order to see how reality ultimately is or should be constituted. This implies that when a discrepancy is uncovered between intended and manifested meaning, the intended meaning must be interpreted within the given conceptual system of the ongoing tradition. The tradition supporting consensus provides the standards from which the experienced meaning must be understood, for from Gadamer's point of view, theoretical and practical questions only admit of truth within the terms of reference of tradition. Habermas takes issue with this position by challenging as dogmatic its uncritical acceptance of the underlying consensus of tradition. For him, every consensus, in which the understanding of meaning terminates, stands fundamentally under suspicion of being pseudo-communicatively induced. The prejudgmental structure of the understanding of meaning does not guarantee identification of an achieved consensus with a true one. 79. He is critical of Gadamer for failing to come to terms with what the Enlightenment knew, that the dialogue which, according to Gadamer, we are is also a relationship of coercion and, for this very reason, no dialogue at all. 80 Gadamer fails to see the fundamental opposition between authority and reason. Habermas contrasts his critical standpoint toward authority, which he considers, in agreement with Weber, as legitimized force, with what he refers to as Gadamer's dogmatic acceptance of the authority of tradition. Reason in the sense of the principle of rational discourse is the rock on which hitherto factual authorities are smashed rather than the rock on which they are founded. 81. Adept hermeneutics is needed, Habermas thinks, in order to grasp the history of tradition in such a way as to reveal sources of domination and distortion in communication. Before discussing directly what this amounts to, it is worth clarifying the essential ingredients that are missing, in his opinion, from Gadamer's approach to Verstehen and the cultural sciences. By treating tradition and culture as self-sufficient or absolute, Gadamer fails, he maintains, to conceptualize their dependency on other social processes. Habermas agrees that it makes good sense to conceive of language as a kind of meta-institution on which all social institutions are dependent. He has little difficulty with the idea that social action is constituted in ordinary language communication. 82 But language can, he argues, conceal as well as reveal the conditions of social life. The meta-institution of language as tradition is evidently dependent in turn on social processes that are not reducible to normative relationships. Language is also a medium for domination and social power, it serves to legitimate relations of organized force. Insofar as the legitimations do not articulate the power relations whose institutionalization they make possible, insofar as these relations manifest themselves in the legitimations, language is also ideological. 83. A systematic critique of ideology is necessary in order to comprehend the power relations which are embodied in the communicative process and actually constitute the authority relation in tradition. Tradition must be put in context by taking into account the boundaries and empirical conditions under which it develops and changes. By reducing social reality to the world of intersubjectively intended and symbolically transmitted meaning, Gadamer fails to appreciate that this world is part of a complex that, however symbolically mediated, is also shaped by the constraint of material conditions, by the constraint of outer nature that enters into procedures for technical mastery, and by the constraint of inner nature reflected in the repressive character of social power relations. 84. Social action can only be fully understood, Habermas contends, in a framework that is constituted conjointly by language, labor, and domination. A purely interpretative sociology cannot grasp this. An approach is required that, on the one hand, does not suppress the symbolic mediation of social action in favor of a naturalistic view of behavior that is merely controlled by signals and excited by stimuli, and, on the other, does not succumb to an idealism of linguisticality, Sprachlichkeit, and sublimate social processes entirely to cultural tradition. 85. Tradition must be comprehended in relation to other aspects of life, its conditions and functions in the social totality must be explicated so that its subjectively intended content and its objective meaning can be distinguished. 86. What is missing in Gadamer is a critical approach to tradition, a critique of ideology, and an historically orientated analysis of social systems which locates tradition in the social whole. The limitations of an approach based solely upon the speakers of natural languages can be transcended, in Habermas's view, by recognizing that human life unfolds in a framework of language, labor, and domination, and by developing theoretical and empirical accounts of these domains. The theory of social evolution and the theory of communicative competence are crucial stages in this program. They represent an attempt to mitigate the context dependency of understanding by, as one commentator usefully put it, providing a theoretically grounded and methodologically secured account of the pre-understanding that functions in any attempt to grasp meanings. 87. In the remainder of this chapter, and in the next, I will outline how these ideas and others fit with his conception of critical theory. Psychoanalysis and emancipation. Besides the technical interest in controlling objects in the environment and the practical interest in furthering mutual, intersubjective understanding, human beings have, Habermas argues, in knowledge and human interests, a third interest, an emancipatory interest, in securing freedom from hypostatized forces and conditions of distorted communication. This interest is rooted in their capacity to act rationally, to self-consciously reason and to make decisions in light of available knowledge, rules, and needs. The human species' self-formative process is, potentially, a process in which history is made with will and consciousness. But once it is acknowledged that history embodies domination, repression, and the ideological framing of action, it becomes apparent that self-understanding is often limited by unacknowledged conditions. If the rational capabilities of human beings are to be released, a particular type of knowledge becomes necessary to guide the elucidation and abolition of these conditions. The form of knowledge most appropriate for this is self-knowledge generated through self-reflection. Self-reflection brings to consciousness those determinants of a self-formative process of cultivation and self-formation, Bildung, which ideologically determine a contemporary practice and conception of the world. It leads to insight due to the fact that what has previously been unconscious is made conscious in a manner rich in consequences. Analytic insights intervene in life. 88. By bringing to consciousness the determinants of the self-formative process, structures of distortion can be revealed, isolated and, under the proper, specifiable conditions, eradicated. The impetus to achieve self-understanding and autonomy of action is identified with the emancipatory interest in knowledge. It is in human beings' ability to reflect on their own development and, as a consequence, to act with greater consciousness and autonomy that the basis of the emancipatory interest can be uncovered. The interest is an interest in reason, in human beings' capacity to be self-reflective and self-determining. 89. In self-reflection, knowledge for the sake of knowledge comes to coincide with the interest in autonomy and responsibility, Mündigkeit. For the pursuit of reflection knows itself as a moment of emancipation. Reason is at the same time subject to the interest in reason. We can say that it obeys an emancipatory cognitive interest, which aims at the pursuit of reflection. 90. The relation between knowledge and interest is of a different order for the emancipatory interest than it is for the other two interests. With the latter, the act of knowing is not immediately connected with the utilization of knowledge, with the satisfaction of the needs which gave rise to an interest in such knowledge. But theory and practice are intimately connected in the process of self-reflection. Through self-reflection, individuals can become aware of forces which have exerted a hitherto unacknowledged influence over them. Thus, the act of knowing coincides with the act which achieves the goal of the interest, namely emancipation from hypostatized forces. Furthermore, it is only through the act of reflection on the self-formative process of the species that human beings, Habermas claims, can become aware of the connection between knowledge and interest. The true unity of knowledge and interest is only achieved in the emancipatory interest. It is in accomplishing self-reflection that reason grasps itself as interested. 91. The interest in reason, the emancipatory interest, follows from the exigencies of man's struggle for self-preservation. But the actual historical form the interest takes is conditioned by the stage of development of technical activity and by the conditions of symbolic interaction. It is dependent on the interests in possible intersubjective action orientation and in possible technical control. 92. The emancipatory interest has a derivative status. Compared with the technical and practical interests in knowledge, which are both grounded in deeply rooted structures of action and experience, i.e. the constituent elements of social systems, the emancipatory interest in knowledge has a derivative status. It guarantees the connection between theoretical knowledge and an object domain of practical life which comes into existence as a result of systematically distorted communication and thinly legitimized repression. The type of action and experience corresponding to the object domain is, therefore, also derivative. 93. Habermas's formulation of the emancipatory interest is, however, ambiguous, particularly in knowledge and human interests. The basic conditions of human existence are sometimes specified as work, language, and domination, the conditions for three cognitive orientations of equal standing. On other occasions, work and language alone are designated as the fundamental conditions of existence. 94. Domination is then conceived as a systematic distortion of interaction or language, and the interest in emancipation becomes an interest in the transcendence of such structures of communication. In his more recent works, Habermas appears to have adopted the second of these formulations, although some ambiguity remains. Accordingly, systematically distorted communication is seen as the condition of the emancipatory interest. The interest only develops to the extent that domination is institutionalized. Whether or not the empirical conditions will exist for the realization of undistorted communication is, in Habermas's opinion, an open question. 95. The emancipatory interest is the guiding interest of the critically oriented sciences and of all systematic reflection, including philosophy. 96. The goal of the critical sciences is to facilitate the process of methodical self-reflection and to dissolve barriers to the self-conscious development of life. An adequate understanding of all social practices, including scientific inquiry, depends ultimately on these sciences, for by disclosing deformations of communication they attempt to restore to men and women a true awareness of their position in history. While the empirical analytic sciences are structured to generate knowledge in the form of laws and theories which can account for regularities in observable phenomena, and the hermeneutic sciences are structured to allow the recovery of a particular meaning of an action or expression, the critical sciences, Habermas maintains, unite an interest in nomological and interpretative knowledge with a framework aimed at facilitating the process of self-reflection. The model of a critical science that Habermas turns to is that of psychoanalysis as developed by Freud. 97. Psychoanalysis is, he argues, the only tangible example of a science incorporating methodical self-reflection. 98. Although Freud misunderstood the nature of his own discipline by frequently ascribing the status of a natural science to his enterprise, psychoanalysis reveals, in Habermas's view, the logic of a reflective science and important guidelines for the construction of a critical social theory. Freud developed an interpretative framework for the examination of the self-formative process of the individual, particularly of the individual in need of therapeutically guided self-reflection. At first sight, psychoanalysis appears, according to Habermas, to be a process of methodical interpretation, of behavior, dreams, etc., and therefore a hermeneutical science. It provides theoretical perspectives and technical rules for the interpretation of symbolic structures. However, by recognizing the presence of neurotic symptoms which disrupt language games at the level of speech, action, and nonverbal expression, psychoanalysis goes beyond the procedures of traditional hermeneutics. By aiding the analysand to reconstruct his or her life history, the analyst attempts to bring to consciousness the latent content of symbolic expression, a portion of life history that has been systematically repressed. The need for psychoanalysis to penetrate the world of surface meanings and appearances and to recover unconscious wishes and motives, distinguishes the peculiar task of a hermeneutics that cannot be confined to the procedures of philology but rather unites linguistic analysis with the psychological investigation of causal connections. 99. The methods and procedures which Freud used are called by Habermas depth hermeneutics. 100. In the process of depth hermeneutics, the analyst seeks to interpret speech and behavior both on the level of the subject's conscious intentions and on the level of repressed needs and wants. The meaning of observed actions, symbols, etc., can only be adequately understood in terms of the underlying unconscious factors which caused the actor to act as he or she did. A correct interpretation of an action or expression can be supplied only with the successful uncovering of relevant unconscious factors. Systematic reference must be made to experiences which are initially opaque to the patient. In the therapeutic process, however, it is not enough for the analyst to merely present a correct interpretation, rather analysands must come to accept the reconstruction of their past, as they relieve the original scenes which lie at the base of their disturbances. This re-experiencing is awakened during the course of the therapeutic process. Mechanisms of repression which banish particular need interpretations, splitting off individual symbols which represent, at one level, undesired needs and wants from public communication, are weakened through techniques which induce relaxation. 101 The patient is aided to relieve experiences in such a way that the emotions involved are felt as immediately present and real. Freud calls this process transference. Under the conditions of a transference neurosis, the patient is confronted by the analyst with an interpretation of crucial experiences and an attempt is made to induce the patient to reflect upon this interpretation. The physician's constructions can be changed into actual recollections of the patient only to the degree that the latter, confronted with the results of his action in transference, sees himself through the eyes of another and learns to reflect on his symptoms as offshoots of his own behavior. 102. Thus, for Habermas, Freud's psychoanalysis is concerned with the construction of interpretations. As in Gadamerian hermeneutics, dialogue is the medium to gain access to data and test conjectured interpretations. But unlike the interpretations of the hermeneutic sciences, adequate interpretations in psychoanalysis can only be developed with, among other things, the aid of explanations involving causal connections. Such explanations can only be developed, in turn, with reference to a general theory of neurosis, etc., such as that provided by Freud. 103. In order to see this point more clearly, it is useful to delineate the three levels into which Habermas analyzes the theoretical structure of psychoanalysis. 104. The first level is that of metapsychology or meta-hermeneutics. This comprises the basic categories of the discipline, the conceptual constructions, the assumptions about the functional structures of the psychic apparatus and about mechanisms for both the genesis of symptoms and the dissolution of pathological compulsions. 105. On this level one finds, according to Habermas, Freud's theory of neurosis, that is, an explication of the connection between language deformation and behavioral pathology, as well as the ego-id-superego model and the theory of instincts. Metapsychology unfolds the logic of interpretation of the analytic situation of dialogue. Its basic categories are derived from reflection on the conditions of psychoanalytic knowledge, that is, on the very form of communication in which analyst and patient participate. They cannot be explicated independently of this context. Nor can they be assessed directly by empirical test, they can be confirmed or rejected only indirectly, with regard to the outcome of, so to speak, an entire category of processes of inquiry. 106. The metapsychological level is to be distinguished from that of general interpretation. On this latter level, empirically substantive interpretations of self-formative processes can be developed within the framework provided by the metapsychology. 107. The general interpretations are drawn from data collected from clinical experience and operate like theories in the empirical sciences. Thus a general interpretation is fixed and, like a general theory, must prove itself through predictions deduced from it. In psychoanalysis, a general interpretation provides a systematically generalized narrative of the psychodynamic development of the child. By addressing itself to patterns of interaction between child and parent, development of motivational syndromes and learning mechanisms, for example object choice, etc., it allows individual case histories to be understood in terms of a series of causal connections, although its application must be modified, of course, in light of initial conditions and the particularity of the case. The third level involves reconstructions of individual life histories with a therapeutic intent. 108. The actual events of the patient's life are pieced together using the general interpretive scheme, on the one hand, and the fragmentary information obtained in the analytic dialogue, on the other. Each reconstructed individual life history can be viewed as a hypothesis generated by the theory. Verification, however, is not, as in the empirical analytic sciences, merely a matter of establishing agreement concerning the result of an observation in light of a prediction, nor is it, as in the hermeneutic sciences, simply a question of reaching a consensus about an interpretation. Rather, in psychoanalysis, verification means acceptance by the analysand of the reconstruction of his or her life history, acceptance on a level of self-reflection such that the obstacles to memory, etc., are apprehended and dissolved by the patient, such that his or her neurotic symptoms are for all practical purposes overcome. If self-reflection is successful, the patient can gain a conscious understanding of his or her process of development. 109 Thus, in the end, the ultimate criterion of assessment is emancipatory reflection achieved in and through practice, only the context of the self-formative process as a whole has confirming and falsifying power. 110. At this point it is useful to note briefly how Habermas conceives the respective roles of Verstehen and explanation in psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis presents a way of understanding neurosis as the consequence of sequences of law-like developments which act, prior to therapy, as a form of second nature. While understanding cannot be accomplished without explanation, the role of explanation is to mediate between distorted self-understanding and a posited state of self-consciousness. 111 Explanation, in the form of a reconstructed life history, is used both to understand and overcome the pressures of second nature. The complementary utilization of explanation and understanding is necessary, therefore, only while there is a gap between the patient's self-understanding and his or her behavior, as manifest, for instance, in neurotic symptoms. 112 Once the therapy has been successfully concluded and the patient is well, explanation of actions will coincide with the patient's own understanding and the process of explanation itself will become superfluous to the recovery of meaning. Apel sums up the use which he, in accord with Habermas, sees in the psychoanalytical model. I think that this methodological pattern of dialectically mediating communicative understanding by causal explanation is, in fact, the model for a philosophical understanding of all those types of critical social science which have their relation to the practice of life, not in the realm of social engineering, but in provoking public self-reflection and in emancipation of men as subjects. 113. While taking psychoanalysis as the prototype of a critical science, Habermas transposes the model to the realm of social analysis and political practice. The position developed in Zur Logik der Sozialwissenschaften and Knowledge and Human Interests suggests that historical materialism can and must be reformulated as a critical theory of society which incorporates the insights of the psychoanalytic model, particularly its insights into the significance of self-reflection. Seen in this context, historical materialism becomes a critique of ideology with a practical intent. According to Habermas, the critiques which Marx developed as a theory of society and Freud as metapsychology are distinguished precisely by incorporating in their consciousness an interest which directs knowledge, an interest in emancipation going beyond the technical and the practical interest of knowledge. 114. As in psychoanalysis, so in critical theory we begin with an object the nature and meaning of which is in question. Employ dialogue, as in traditional hermeneutics, as an essential means of gaining data and exploring possible interpretations. Move beyond traditional interpretative techniques, because subjects' accounts of their behavior include meanings which remain opaque due to distortion and repression. Explain the opaqueness through explanations involving causal connections. Such explanations can only be constructed with reference to a general theory, itself formulated within terms provided by a meta-theory, systematic reflections on the nature of the object domain under review, for instance identity formation and ideology. Test the general theory by reconstruction of individual cases, life histories in psychoanalysis, specific societies for critical theory, and examine whether or not it has the capacity to reveal and dissolve distortions of communication. Ultimate verification of the entire empirical theoretical enterprise is dependent upon practice, on the eradication of barriers to self-reflection and the overcoming of structures which support such barriers. The methodological character of psychoanalysis provides systematic insight into the levels at which critical theory must be developed, meta-theory, general interpretation, and application of the general interpretation to the development of specific societies. These levels correspond in Habermas's work to his theories of interests and communication, theoretically generalized history, or as he now calls it, the theory of social evolution, and the attempt to reconstruct the life history of a given society in order to uncover and dissolve ideological formations. On this latter level the aim is to identify potential crisis points in the social structure and thereby social groups amenable to the process of enlightenment. 115. Rational reconstruction and critical self-reflection. To summarize, it is Habermas's view that there are three knowledge-constitutive interests and three categories of knowledge. Each of the interests is expressed in a distinct methodological approach to the generation of knowledge. Each is rooted in life, in a complex of activities which is basic to the survival and development of the species. It is only in light of these interests that knowledge can be comprehended. As Habermas writes, as long as these intersets of knowledge are identified and analyzed by way of reflection on the logic of inquiry that structures the natural and the human sciences, they can claim a transcendental status. 116. But Habermas's epistemology is not transcendental in the traditional Kantian sense. There is no ahistorical transcendental subject which provides the preconditions for the constitution of possible experience. Rather, the subject of the constituting activity is the human species. The conditions of the constitution of knowledge are historical, material conditions. Cognitive interests are, thus, transcendental from the point of view of the generation of human knowledge, but are themselves naturalistically grounded. That is, the rule systems governing the cognitive activities of the species have a transcendental function but arise from actual structures of human life, from structures of a species that reproduces its life both through learning processes of socially organized labor and processes of mutual understanding in interactions mediated in ordinary language. 117. The category cognitive interest is neither merely transcendental nor simply empirical. Human knowledge can be conceived of as neither wholly instrumental in regard to an organism's adaptive strategies toward its environment nor as the act of a pure rational being removed from the context of life in contemplation. 118. The cognitive interests exemplify both human continuity with nature and power over nature, in the sense that nature, qua nature as known, is the product of the constituting activity of people. Thus interests can be neither classed with those mechanisms of steering animal behavior that we can call instincts nor entirely severed from the objective context of a life process. 119. In recognition of this tension, Habermas refers to them as quasi-transcendental. Knowledge and human interests has been the object of a great deal of criticism. It is worth exploring now some of the issues raised, for they have directly influenced Habermas's most recent line of inquiry. 120. Among other things, Habermas has been accused of defending a questionable version of pragmatism. It should be noted, however, that despite the connections he draws between knowledge and interests, between knowledge and emancipatory practice, he rejects the view that the success of action is a sufficient criterion of the truth of propositions. 121. He acknowledges that the basis of knowledge in interest affects the possibility of knowledge as such. But he argues in a postscript to knowledge and human interests that the truth of a proposition is not established by means of interest gratification through successful action but only by an argumentative redemption of the truth claim itself. 122. The difference between problems of object constitution and problems of truth was, nonetheless, insufficiently worked out, as Habermas readily admits, in knowledge and human interests. 123. It is not only the context of a successful self-formative process, he now argues, that has confirming or falsifying power. The relation between reflection and emancipation also generates difficulties. Habermas's formulation frequently seems to entail the view that the achievement of self-consciousness is the total concern of the process of emancipation, that self-reflection is coextensive with the struggle for freedom. This clearly questionable position has been commented upon by many of his critics. Carl Otto Apel, for instance, has criticized him for conflating reflection and practical engagement. 124. In recent writings, Habermas has made it quite clear that it was never his intention to conflate these phenomena. The practice of self-reflection, he contends, is a necessary but by no means sufficient condition for the achievement of real, material freedom. 125. The interrelation between self-reflection and freedom must be understood historically. The theory of social evolution, developed for the most part after knowledge and human interests, seeks to go some way towards the specification of this interrelation. But the epistemological import of emancipatory reflection is not thereby clarified, for there is a fundamental ambiguity in the notion of reflection itself. Transcendental reflection on the general conditions of knowledge and action is inadequately distinguished from critical self-reflection. In the postscript to knowledge and human interests, Habermas himself notes that, "It occurred to me only after completing the book that the traditional use of the term reflection, which goes back to German idealism, covers, and confuses two things. On the one hand, it denotes the reflection upon the conditions of potential abilities of a knowing, speaking and acting subject as such. On the other hand, it denotes the reflection upon unconsciously produced constraints to which a determinate subject, or a determinate group of subjects, or a determinate species subject, succumbs in its process of self-reflection. 126. The distinction between these two modes of reflection, which Habermas now calls rational reconstruction and self-reflection, or self-criticism, respectively, is at the heart of his most recent work. His goal is to develop a materialistically transformed transcendental philosophy, a rational reconstruction of universal competencies. Such a philosophy would, in his view, provide an adequate basis for both a historically relevant critique of social life and the exploration of actual developmental possibilities. 127. A rational reconstruction explicates general rules of human competency in a given area or context, for example linguistics, or cognitive development. While reconstructions depend on reflection, this reflection is not limited to a particular subject. Rational reconstructions deal with anonymous rule systems, which any subjects whatsoever can comply with insofar as they have acquired the corresponding competence with respect to these rules. Reconstructions thus do not encompass subjectivity, within the horizon of which alone the experience of reflection in the sense of self-criticism is possible. 128. Self-knowledge is enhanced by rational reconstructions in that one becomes familiar with the range of inevitable subjective conditions which both make human action possible and limit its scope. Such reconstructions can tell us what is entailed in a successful participation in a functioning rule-governed context, that is, they can render explicit know-how, the intuitive knowledge we employ with respect to cognition, speech and action. The impetus to develop a rational reconstruction of a particular area of competence emerges, Habermas thinks, only in the context of a theoretical discourse, that is, it is only when we bracket or suspend the imperatives of everyday action and reflect on the conditions normally assumed in ordinary interaction that we can engage in this type of activity. But while rational reconstruction highlights a priori conditions for the possibility of knowledge and interaction, it remains, Habermas stresses, unlike its ancestors, empirical insofar as it explains the development and acquisition of empirical competencies by empirical subjects. Self-criticism, on the other hand, is a mode of reflection which brings to consciousness those determinants of a self-formative process, Bildung, which ideologically determine a contemporary praxis and conception of the world. 129. Thus self-criticism is the mode of reflection which the analysand is encouraged to engage in during psychoanalysis. Unlike rational reconstruction, self-criticism is directly tied to practice insofar as it is a. Brought to bear on objects of experience whose pseudo-objectivity is to be revealed. b. Brought to bear on something particular, on the particular self-formative process of an ego, or group, identity. c. Characterized by its ability to make unconscious elements conscious in a way which has practical consequences. 130. In a therapeutic dialogue, a rational reconstruction is required in order to facilitate the understanding of developmental processes. Likewise, within the context of a critical social science, the self-criticism which becomes a critique of ideology requires a theory of normal communication as well as a reconstructed history which locates sources of ideology. As Habermas puts it, if critique, moving beyond the interpretative understanding of a context meaning, accepts as its task the explanation of a systematically distorted communication, then it must have the mastery of the idea of undistort communication. 131. Habermas's interest in rational reconstructions has developed, in part, as a result of the fruitfulness of this approach in, for example, linguistics, phonetic and syntactic theory, anthropology, the analysis of mythological worldviews, psychology, ontogenesis of thought and of moral consciousness. In each of these spheres, he believes, elementary deep structures, basic systems of rules, have been successfully isolated. 132. There has been less success in areas where several such structures intermesh, for instance in the investigation of processes of uttering and understanding or in the analysis of the conditions of systematically distorted communication. But it is precisely here, Habermas argues, that attention must be focused. Rewards from this, he clearly thinks, would be substantial. Habermas's program of reconstruction develops, as outlined in the last chapter, at the levels of both the individual and society. On the level of the individual, reconstructions are pursued in three dimensions: cognition, operations of thought, of cognitively processing reality, speech, production of well-formed sentences, and interaction, including the capacity for the regulation of conflict. On the level of society, distinctive elementary deep structures are analyzed for productive forces, in terms of the organizational and technical knowledge embodied in them, and for forms of social integration, in terms of the various types of practical knowledge they incorporate. Hypotheses advanced in the empirical reconstructive process are understood as theoretical statements which are open to test in discourse. Reconstructions appear to represent a pure form of knowledge, for they are not directly dependent on any of the three interests. 133 Unlike critical self-reflection, which directly connects to the emancipatory interest, the transformed transcendental reflection seems to break the links between reason, enlightenment, and emancipation, in other words, between theory and practice. But Habermas has not given up the claim that such a link exists. He has, however, substantially altered his conception of it. 134 The new conception is uncovered in the process of rational reconstruction itself. It is presented in the theory of communicative competence. Habermas's emphasis on the importance of things like the reconstruction of fundamental competencies and the elaboration of a theory of social evolution, should not be taken as evidence of a single-minded concern with theory at the expense of all practical considerations. For these empirical theoretic tasks have, in his view, an immediately practical reference insofar as they serve to aid the diagnosis of contemporary development problems. 135 Furthermore, although the construction of a satisfactory account of past development is essentially an empirical and theoretical problem, the analysis of present circumstances has, Habermas stresses, an unavoidable practical political moment. Since the future cannot be known, a purely theoretical attitude obviously cannot be taken to it. The theorist's provinciality with regard to the future underlines the creative role he or she has in the making of history. The analyst of the present must assume the active standpoint of an evolution theoretic explanation of a future past and explore society in terms of possibilities that are not yet realized. An historical and practical orientation are an inescapable aspect of any attempt to grasp the formative processes of society. Habermas's conception of the critical standpoint one may legitimately take towards the social world is elaborated in the following chapter. 12 The reformulation of the foundations of critical theory. To date, some of Habermas's most important contributions have been on the problem of foundations, the problem of providing a justified normative basis for critical theory in light of the rejection of the possibility of pure theoria. One of the key presuppositions of this work is that moral validity claims are capable of being grounded in a similar way to statements about states of affairs, that is to say, that moral, or practical, questions can be decided with reason. 1 This position is important not only for epistemology and methodology but also for the discussion of legitimation. If a belief in legitimacy is tied to a claim to rightness or correctness, then beyond the mere motivational, psychological, justification of the belief, questions concerning the rationality of the belief can be raised. If legitimacy is not related to such claims, then the only important factor is that there be a positively constituted procedure in whose legality the participants, citizens, believe. In this case, the belief in legality is all that is required to legitimize. The second position leads to a decisionistic ethics according to which ultimate moral, and legal, principles cannot be rationally grounded but must be accepted purely on the basis of individual decision. In order to refute this view and make good his case for the first of the alternatives, Habermas must sustain the possibility of a cognitive ethics, an ethics which upholds the notion that moral questions admit of rational justification. The difficulty with non-cognitive ethics, according to Habermas, is that it cannot account for the binding quality of the moral ought. In the terms of the discussion of legitimation, this means that such an ethics cannot provide an account of the decisive difference between obeying concrete commands and following intersubjectively recognized norms. Point 2 For Habermas, the only way to explain the particular qualities of intersubjectively recognized norms is by recourse to the notion of a consensus based on the primacy of rational criticism. What is needed is recognition of the procedures by which rationally motivated agreement is and can be attained. While no procedures exist which can guarantee a lasting consensus, or which can supply the truth once and for all, there are procedures, Habermas thinks, which generate good reasons to accept or reject competing knowledge claims. These are located in the notion of a discourse. It is Habermas's contention that the presuppositions and procedures of discourse are the basis for establishing both the truth of statements and the correctness of norms. The rationality of discourse resides in the fact that the reciprocal behavioral expectations raised to normative status afford validity to a common interest ascertained without deception. Point 3 By stipulating that the consensus arrived at must be constraint-free, if one is possible on a given issue, there is a guarantee that the consensus expresses the desires of all, the common interest. Such a consensus requires that interests be both generalizable and shared communicatively. The force of discourse rests on the principle of universalization, both, as is shown below, on the level of generalizability of interests and of access to participation in discourse. But how can this principle be established in a non-decisionistic, non-circular way, that is, how can we justify the norm which is used to justify all other norms? Habermas's solution is that this principle is embedded in the very nature of speech. As he argues in the theory of communicative competence, an analysis of universal pragmatics, rules for using sentences in utterances, discloses the transcendental nature of all such acts and, in particular, demonstrates that the expectation of discursive redemption of normative validity claims is already contained in the structure of intersubjectivity and makes specially introduced maxims of universalization superfluous. Point 4 The theory of communicative competence, the centerpiece of Habermas's current work, needs to be carefully elaborated. The 20th century has witnessed the transformation of the philosophy of consciousness into the philosophy of language. Since the philosophy of the later Wittgenstein in particular, it has been realized by many that consciousness is linguistically organized and is only accessible in and through language. The implications of the linguistic turn for a critical social theory are pursued by Habermas. Today, as he puts it, the problem of language has replaced the traditional problem of consciousness. The transcendental critique of language supersedes that of consciousness. 5 After critically examining a number of approaches to the study of language and language use, Habermas attempts to set out a highly novel program for the analysis of the general presuppositions of communicative action, or as he sometimes calls it, the reconstruction of the universal conditions of possible understanding. Point 6 In a major paper entitled What is Universal Pragmatics, he seeks to defend this program. In a number of related essays on communication and truth, the import of this approach is drawn out. Point 7. It is Habermas's contention that conflict, competition, and strategic action in general, as well as other forms of social action, represent derivatives of action oriented to reaching understanding, verstandigungsorientiert. They are derivatives because they involve a suspension or putting out of play of certain of its dimensions, validity claims. Point 8 Since language is the key distinguishing characteristic of human life, and since it cannot be fully comprehended independently of the process of communication, Habermas feels it is particularly important to focus his analysis on explicit speech actions. Although he ignores nonverbalized actions and bodily expressions in his discussion of universal pragmatics, his aim is to produce, eventually, a general analysis of action types. The stages of inquiry seem to be: first, the reconstruction of the universal conditions of possible understanding through the investigation of consensual speech and speech that is oriented toward reaching an understanding; second, the analysis of derivative and deformed modes of communication, such as deceit, manipulation; third, the examination of other related types of action. Hitherto, most of Habermas's attention has been concentrated upon the first part of this project. Universal pragmatics. Drawing upon ideas developed by, among others, Chomsky in linguistics and Austin and Searle in the theory of speech acts, Habermas argues that communicative competence can be rationally reconstructed. Point 9. He states the core idea behind this as follows. Universal pragmatics thematize the elementary units of speech, utterances, in an attitude similar to that in which linguistics does the units of language, sentences. The goal of reconstructive language analysis such as that initiated by Chomsky is an explicit description of the rules that a competent speaker must master in order to form grammatical sentences and to utter them in an acceptable way. It is assumed that communicative competence has just as universal a core as linguistic competence. A general theory of speech actions would thus describe exactly that fundamental system of rules that adult subjects master to the extent that they can fulfill the conditions for a happy employment of sentences in utterances, no matter to which individual language the sentences may belong and in which accidental contexts the utterances may be embedded. Point 10. Habermas is concerned, in particular, to investigate the validity basis of speech, for successful communication is underpinned, in his view, by a rational foundation, by a series of validity claims that have a cognitive character. He develops the thesis that anyone acting communicatively must raise universal validity claims and suppose that they can be vindicated or redeemed. Einlösen. Point 11. To the extent that interlocutors aim at reaching an understanding, they raise 4 different types of claims: Geltungsanspruch, comprehensibility; Verständlichkeit, truth; Wahrheit, rightness/correctness; Richtigkeit, and truthfulness/sincerity, Wahrhaftigkeit. Communicative interaction can be continued only to the degree to which participants credibly sustain these 4 types of validity claim: that the utterance is comprehensible or intelligible, that its prepositional content, or its existential presupposition, is true, that it is legitimate and appropriate in the context, and that it is sincerely spoken. In everyday interaction these claims are usually taken for granted and naively accepted, as, for instance, in gossip. But the assumption is made by interacting subjects that they could, if the background consensus is brought into disrepute, vindicate their beliefs. Habermas realizes, of course, that the assumption of accountability is usually counterfactual. But, he wants to contend, the assumption nevertheless persists. It is a reciprocal presupposition unavoidable in speech. The goal of coming to an understanding is a genuine consensus. This involves bringing about an agreement that culminates in the intersubjective mutuality of reciprocal understanding, shared knowledge, mutual trust, and accord with one another. But understanding is an ambiguous notion. It has a maximal meaning, the genuine consensus referred to above, as well as a minimal meaning, implied when 2 subjects simply understand a linguistic expression in the same way. Point 12. The analysis of universal pragmatas is pursued in order to comprehend the elements and general conditions of understanding. Universal pragmatics directs attention to the infrastructure of speech situations in general, the rules for using sentences in utterances. This infrastructure can be unfolded, albeit crudely, by examining the relations to reality in which every sentence is embedded through its being uttered. Each sentence is situated in relation to external reality, the world of perceived and potentially manipulable objects; normative reality, the realm of socially recognized expectations, values, rules, etc., and inner reality, the arena of intentions. Through language the subject is involved in a process of demarcation. 1. From an environment that he objectifies in the attitude of an observer; 2. From an environment that he conforms to or deviates from in the attitude of a participant; 3. From his own subjectivity, that he expresses or conceals in a first-person attitude; and finally, 4. From the medium of language itself. Point 13. Habermas refers to these domains of reality as external nature, society, internal nature and language, respectively. On his account, these domains appear simultaneously in every speech action as a result of the unavoidable raising of validity claims. Of all the validity claims that can be attached to a sentence, only intelligibility or comprehensibility can be fulfilled immanently to language. A sentence must be grammatical, it must conform to an established system of recognized rules for the use of language. By contrast, the validity of the propositional content of an utterance depends on whether the proposition stated represents a fact, or whether the existential presuppositions of a mentioned propositional content hold. The validity of an intention expressed depends on whether it corresponds to what is actually intended by the speaker, and the validity of the utterance performed depends on whether this action conforms to a recognized normative background. Point 14. The expression of communicative competence is not dependent on particular epistemic presuppositions and concepts, but rather upon the extent to which a speaker causes sentences in general to be engaged in the universal pragmatic functions of representation, expression, and legitimate interpersonal relations. The universal pragmatic functions of representation, expression, and legitimate interpersonal relations have already been the subject of research, although not all have benefited from the same degree of attention. The study of the conditions that have to be met for the representation of experiences and facts, the examination of the logic of the use of predicates and expressions that identify objects, has been a long-standing interest of analytic philosophy. Point 15. By comparison, the study of the expressive function of utterances is underdeveloped. A particular need exists, Habermas stresses, for theoretical work in this area. Point 16. For a theory of communicative competence, however, the investigation of the third dimension of utterances, the establishment of interpersonal relations, is particularly important. It is this that is at the center of Habermas's most recent concerns. In the investigation of the interactive function of language, speech act theory provides vital clues. A speech act is the employment of a sentence in an utterance under certain conditions. Speech act theory is directed to understanding the performative status of linguistic utterances, the way in which we do things in saying something. The sense in which one can utter sentences in speech acts, do things in saying, was analyzed by Austin as the elocutionary force of speech actions. This notion attempts to grasp the way in which every utterance must, at least implicitly, establish and bring to expression a certain relation between the speaker and his counterpart. Habermas seeks to distinguish two communicative levels on which speaker and hearer must, if they want to communicate their intentions and needs, come to an understanding. A. The level of intersubjectivity on which speaker and hearer, through elocutionary acts, establish the relations that permit them to come to an understanding with one another, and b. The level of propositional content which is communicated. Point 17. Participants in dialogue have to combine communication of a content with communication about the role in which the communicated content is used. The propositional content, P, can be expressed in a variety of different ways, for example in assertions, promises and commands. The proposition, he is in the car, can be articulated as an assertion, he is in the car, as a promise, I promise that he is in the car, and in many other forms. If there is to be communication through an utterance, its content must be understood as something and the sense in which the propositional content is employed must be established. The double structure and inherent reflexivity of ordinary language communication are two of its most important features. While the details of Habermas's position need not be elaborated here, it is important to grasp the questions which underlie his concern with the double structure of speech. What is the source of the elocutionary force of an utterance? In what does this force consist? How does the speaker influence the hearer to take up an interpersonal relation with him? What is the basis of a speech act's generative power? 18. He seeks to address these problems with special reference to a particular class of speech acts, propositionally differentiated and institutionally unbound speech actions. These are speech acts that do not presuppose specific institutions, or sets of institutions, where quite explicit rules and norms determine the conditions of speech action, as in, for instance, betting, marrying, christening. The challenge to speech act theory, Habermas believes, is to work out the basis of institutionally unbound speech actions. Austin and Searle sought to examine illocutionary force by focusing on the conditions of the success or failure of speech acts. By the success of a speech act, Habermas understands a situation in which the hearer not only grasps the meaning of the sentence uttered but actually enters into the relationship intended by the speaker. While Austin's work on this issue is most often restricted to institutionally bound speech acts, cases of explicit rule or norm violation, Searle's deals more directly with those types of speech act which most concern Habermas. Searle points to 4 types of condition that have to be met by unbound speech acts: propositional rules, preparatory rules, which specify the generalized or restricted contexts for possible types of speech action; essential rules, which require that the utterance offered counts as an offer of a certain kind; and sincerity rules, which demand a discernible readiness to enter into a specific kind of interpersonal bond. Point 19. The relationship which the speaker enters into with an illocutionary act means, on this account, a guarantee that, in consequence of his utterance, he will fulfill certain conditions, for example, regard a question as settled when a satisfactory answer is given, drop an assertion when it proves to be false, follow his own advice when he finds himself in the same situation as the hearer, and so on. Thus the illocutionary force of an acceptable speech act consists in the fact that it can move a hearer to rely on the speech act typical commitments of the speaker. Point 20. As a result of the binding force of established norms which constitute the background and medium of institutionally bound speech acts, a particular pattern of relations is created. Institutionally unbound speech acts cannot draw their force from such normative contexts. The creation of a pattern of interaction under these conditions appears to depend on the speaker's power of suggestion and capacity to move and influence the hearer, on the one hand, and the hearer's willingness to make assumptions about the seriousness of the speaker's engagement, on the other. It is Habermas's contention, however, that the illocutionary force in the unbound situation can be fully comprehended only if we take into consideration sequences of speech actions that are connected with one another on the basis of a reciprocal recognition of validity claims. Point 21. The basis on which the hearers are moved to enter into specific relations is not simply dependent on the apparent sincerity of the speaker. With their illocutionary acts, speaker and hearer raise validity claims and demand they be recognized. But this recognition need not follow irrationally, since the validity claims have a cognitive character and can be checked. I would like therefore to defend the following thesis: in the final analysis, the speaker can illocutionary influence the hearer and vice versa, because speech act typical commitments are connected with cognitively testable validity claims, that is, because the reciprocal bonds have a rational basis. The engaged speaker normally connects the specific sense in which he would like to take up an interpersonal relationship with a thematically stressed validity claim, and thereby chooses a specific mode of communication. Point 22. In sequences of speech acts, the content of the engagement is determined by specific reference to, and emphasis upon, universal validity claims. Each act carries specific meaning, but it puts forward general claims. Point 23. Thus, speech act typical commitments are linked to, implicit and sometimes explicit, obligations to provide grounds or justifications. Consequently, the hearer can be rationally motivated to accept the content of the speaker's engagement. Habermas elucidates this by reference to the 3 modes of communication: the cognitive, interactive, and expressive. He does not claim that every speech action can be unambiguously classified under these headings. Rather, his view is that every competent speaker has in principle the possibility of unequivocally selecting one mode, because with every speech act he must raise, given that comprehensibility is already fulfilled, 3 universal validity claims, so that he can single out one of them to the matize as a component of speech. Point 24. The relationship between different types of language use and validity claims is set out in the table below. Every speech act imminent obligation can be made good at 2 levels, namely immediately, in the context of utterance, whether through recourse to experiential certainty, through indicating a corresponding normative background, or through affirmation of what is evident to oneself, and mediately, in discourse or in the succession of consistent actions. The mediate satisfaction of validity claims is different for each mode of communication. In the cognitive use of language, if an initial statement is found unconvincing, the truth claim can be tested in a theoretical discourse. In the interactive use of language, if the rightness of an utterance is doubted, it can become the subject of a practical discourse. In the expressive use of language, if the truthfulness or sincerity of an utterance is questioned, it can be checked against future action. But no matter what emphasis is placed in speech on these respective claims, the possibility is given of examining every utterance to find out whether it is true or untrue, justified or unjustified, truthful or untruthful, because, as Habermas puts it, in speech, grammatical sentences are embedded in relations to reality in such a way that in an acceptable speech action segments of external nature, society, and internal nature always come into appearance together. Point 25. Theoretical and practical discourse. Behind all smoothly functioning communication is a background consensus based on the mutual recognition by all interlocutors of validity claims. It is assumed that all participating subjects could, if the background consensus is brought into disrepute, justify their views and attitudes. What is the status of this assumption? It is obvious, Habermas holds, that institutionalized actions do not as a rule fit this model of pure communication. But, he goes on to argue, we cannot avoid counterfactually proceeding as if the model were really the case. On this unavoidable fiction rests the humanity of intercourse among men. Point 26. The supposition of accountability is a necessary feature of ordinary language communication, without it the nature of ordinary language could not be comprehended. That this supposition persists as an expectation, despite its counterfactual status, gives rise to a crucial question, a question which must be answered if the argument is to be advanced: how is this counterfactual stabilized? Habermas's position is that this can be achieved only through legitimation of the ruling systems of norms and through the anchoring of the belief in legitimacy in systematic barriers to will-forming communication. The claim that our norms can be grounded is redeemed through legitimizing worldviews. The validity of these worldviews is in turn secured in a communication structure which excludes discursive will formation, the barriers to communication which make a fiction precisely of the reciprocal imputation of accountability, support at the same time the belief in legitimacy that sustains the fiction and prevents its being found out. That is the paradoxical achievement of ideologies, whose individual prototype is the neurotic disturbance. Point 27. A theory of systematically distorted communication is required to explain the actual pattern of communication. But before discussing the elements of such a theory, a number of further issues have to be addressed. How can we distinguish a true from a false consensus? How can we exempt discourse itself, the arena in which knowledge claims are tested, from distortion? What are the criteria for distinguishing non-distorted from distorted communication? The imminent obligations of speech remain unfulfilled so long as people unreflectively adopt a frame of meaning. But should one, or more, of the validity claims be challenged, as frequently occurs, communicative interaction can continue only if the claim is redeemed. If it is not, there is always, of course, recourse to other types of action, for example struggle and conflict. Each claim requires, Habermas argues, a different mode of redemption to restore consensual interaction. Of the four types of validity claim, two, Wahrheit and Richtigkeit, require specific forms of discursive justification. Verständlichkeit, as the basic condition of all ordinary language communication, is either factually redeemed/negotiated or it is not, while Wahrhaftigkeit depends for its redemption on an assessment of actual behavior, the demonstration of good intent. The validity of questioned and problematic truth claims or norms can be redeemed only through argumentation in, respectively, a theoretical, empirical and practical discourse. Point 28. In discourse our relation to action is transformed. As opposed to other forms of communicative interaction, the speech situation depends, Habermas maintains, upon the suspension of the constraints of action. There is only one form of compulsion permissible, the force of the better argument. There is only one acceptable motive, the cooperative search for truth. Point 29. By drawing a distinction between the conditions and problems of the constitution of reality, on the one hand, and the redemption of truth claims about reality, on the other, Habermas seeks to clarify this bold, and seemingly unrealistic, view of the discursive process. It is his intention to demonstrate that the a priori of experience, which lays down the objects and structure of possible action-related experience, is independent of the a priori of argumentative reasoning, which lays down the conditions of possible discourse. The theory of cognitive interest specifies the a priori of experience, the structure of a given object domain. The theory of communication, which connects directly, as is shown below, to a theory of truth, specifies the a priori of argumentative reasoning, the conditions of discourse. These theories together combine to define the limits of theories which are built up from accumulated evidence. Theories can only, on Habermas's account, be constructed, and progressively reconstructed, in the context of conditions pertaining to the nature of argumentation and within the limits of prior objectivation of experienceable occurrences. Point 30. In everyday interaction, statements are generated about the objects of experience. These statements imply truth claims. Experiences support these claims, but the truth of opinions and norms can be redeemed only through argumentation. A claim founded in experience is, Habermas contends, by no means a grounded claim. 31. The grounding of claims has nothing to do with the relation between individual sentences and reality, but above all with the coherence between sentences within systems of speech. 32. For when statements about objects of possible action-related experience are found to be in need of corroboration, they break their connections with practical life in one fundamental respect: their truth claims, which in practical life are simply presupposed, are now suspended and tested. 33. Statements in need of assessment become sentences in a discourse. In discourse, facts can be established. Following Strawson, Habermas argues that facts do not correspond to things and happenings. Facts are what statements, when true, state. 34. They are not constituted, since they are not entities in the world but correlates of propositions on the level of argumentative reasoning. 35. When a statement becomes part of a discourse, it focuses on a state of affairs, trying to make explicit and to question a truth claim. In so doing, it presupposes, of course, identifiable objects. Statements need not be simply about linguistic phenomena. But we cannot break out, as the correspondence theory of truth attempts, of the sphere of language. 36. In asserting a state of affairs, I precisely do not assert an experience. I can only draw upon structurally analogous experiences as data in an attempt to ground the truth claim embodied in my statement. 37. In asserting what is the case, the claim is made that the asserted statements are true. Truth belongs categorically to the world of thoughts, in Freya's sense, and not to that of perception. 38. The meaning of facts and states of affairs, therefore, cannot be established without reference to the process whereby the truth claims of statements are tested. 39. In order to uncover the meaning of truth implied in the pragmatics of assertions, an analysis of the argumentative corroboration of validity claims, of the logic of discourse, is required. Point 40. The analysis of discourse is dependent on an explication of the notion of providing rational grounds or rational motivation for the acceptance, suspension, or rejection of a validity claim. This is done in terms of the formal, not in the sense of syntactical or semantical sense, but in the pragmatic sense, properties of argumentation. Habermas distinguishes a number of levels of argument for the two arenas of discourse, which are outlined in the table on page 342.41. Theoretical empirical discourse. Practical discourse. Conclusions. Statements. Precepts/evaluations. Controversial validity claim. Truth. Correctness/propriety. Demanded from opponent. Explanations. Justifications. Data. Causes, of events, motives, of behavior. Grounds. Warrant. Empirical uniformities, hypothetical laws, etc. Behavioral/evaluative norms or principles. Backing. Observations, results of surveys, factual accounts, etc. Interpretations of needs, values, inferences, secondary implications, etc. Drawing on the work of Stephen Thalman, he argues that statements or evaluative judgments can only be grounded as elements of a hierarchy of concepts and considerations, that is, as elements embedded in a structure of argument. This hierarchy can be analyzed in terms of the conclusion that is to be grounded, particular statements in theoretical discourse, commands or evaluations in practical discourse, the data that is submitted as pertinent, causes, grounds, the warrant which establishes the link between data and conclusions, general laws, moral principles, and the backing which makes this link plausible, observation reports, considerations of secondary implications of following a particular norm. Point 42. The form of a theoretical empirical discourse is illustrated by Habermas with an example adapted from Thalman. The assertion, Harry is a British subject, conclusion, can be explained by the identification of a cause, Harry was born in Bermuda, data. This explanation is reached through the deductive application of a generalization, a man born in Bermuda will generally be a British subject, warrant. The plausibility of this generalization is justified on account of the following statutes and other legal provisions. Backing. Point 43. Practical discourse, as should be clear from the table above, has a parallel structure. In order to ensure that the process of argumentation is affected by nothing other than the force of the better argument, Habermas argues that the conditions of discourse must make possible a progressive radicalization of argument. There must be freedom to move to increasing levels of reflection. The levels involved can be depicted as follows. 44. In theoretical discourse there must be freedom to enter a discourse, check questioned claims, evaluate explanations, modify a given conceptual framework, and reflect on the nature of knowledge as such. In practical discourse it must be possible to let commands or prohibitions enter discourse when they can no longer be taken for granted, assess justifications, alter conceptions of norms, etc., and reflect on the nature of political will. A validity claim can only be adequately redeemed if it is possible to enter freely into discourse and move between its different levels. A consensus reached in this situation is a grounded, justified, consensus. The conditions of this situation, the conditions of discourse free of constraint or systematically distorted communication, can be specified formally, Habermas maintains, in terms of the pragmatic structure of communication itself, that is, it can be formalized in the concept of an ideal speech situation. The condition for a grounded consensus is a situation in which there is mutual understanding between participants, equal chances to select and employ speech acts, recognition of the legitimacy of each to participate in the dialogue as an autonomous and equal partner, and where the resulting consensus is due simply to the force of the better argument. In other words, the conditions of the ideal speech situation must ensure equal opportunity for discussion, free from all domination, whether arising from conscious strategic behavior and/or systematically distorted communication, internal and/or external constraints. A consensus attained in this situation, referred to by Habermas as a rational consensus, is the ultimate criterion of the truth of a statement or the correctness of norms. The criterion is not the fact that some consensus has been reached, but rather that at all times and all places, if only we enter a discourse, a consensus can be arrived at under conditions which show the consensus to be grounded. Point 45. The conditions of the ideal speech situation represent, Habermas recognizes, an ideal. But this does not of itself undermine its significance. For, as he explains it, the ideal speech situation is neither an empirical phenomenon nor simply a construct, but a reciprocal supposition unavoidable in discourse. This supposition can, but need not be, counterfactual, but even when counterfactual it is a fiction which is operatively effective in communication. I would therefore prefer to speak of an anticipation of an ideal speech situation. This alone is the warrant which permits us to join to an actually attained consensus the claim of a rational consensus. At the same time it is a critical standard against which every actually realized consensus can be called into question and tested. Point 46. The conclusion of Habermas's analysis of discourse is that it rests on a normative foundation. In systematic argument we assume the reality of an ideal speech situation, it is anticipated, but as anticipated, also effective. Point 47. Without such an anticipation, Habermas contends, we would not and could not enter discourse. In attempting to rationally motivate and justify a line of argumentative reasoning we must, he insists, presuppose that the outcome of the debate will rest simply on the force of the better argument, and not on accidental or systematic constraints. If the assumption was not made, then the very meaning of discourse would be radically changed. Each time we pursue a theoretical or practical argument with the intention of reaching a rational agreement, we presuppose an ideal speech situation, we assume its reality. It is constitutive of the meaning of discourse. The anticipated situation, however, is rarely, if ever, approximated in actual speech situations. But despite this, the ideal can serve as a standard for the critique of systematically distorted communication and as a guide for the institutionalization of discourse. Where it is clearly violated, doubt can be cast on the genuineness of the consensus and the legitimacy of all that is derived from it. Whether or not the empirical conditions can be practically created for the realization of this ideal of reason and life is a separate question, and it is not one, in Habermas's opinion, that admits of an a priori answer. The fundamental norms of rational speech which are built into universal pragmatics contain a practical hypothesis. Point 48. In his work on ontogenesis and phylogenesis, Habermas is exploring, as is indicated in Chapter 10, the changing nature of theoretical and practical reason over time. By examining the major stages of individual development and social evolution, he hopes to show that at both levels there is a growing capacity to master theoretical and practical discourse. But the attempt to realize the conditions of an ideal speech situation can be imagined by Habermas only as a self-controlled learning process. Point 49. There is no set of institutions which can be specified as the only legitimate basis of social organization. What type of institutions prevails depends on a multiplicity of social and political conditions. The concern motivating Habermas's analysis is less to discover the correct forms of social organization, for example direct democracy, but rather to find concrete arrangements which would ground the presumption that the basic institutions of society and the political decisions would meet with the unforced agreement of all those involved, if they could participate, as free and equal, in discursive will formation. Point 50. In summary, therefore, it is Habermas's view that the analysis of speech shows it is oriented to the idea of understanding, to the idea of a genuine consensus, which is rarely realized. The analysis of the consensus shows it to be based on four types of validity claim. The analysis of validity claims shows that they can only be established by, among other things, discourse. The analysis of discourse ties it to the idea of a situation in which agreement is reached simply on the basis of the better argument, an ideal speech situation. The analysis of the ideal speech situation shows it to involve assumptions about the institutional context of interaction. Point 51. The end point of this argument is that the structure of speech is held to involve the anticipation of a form of life in which truth, freedom, and justice are possible. Critical theory is, therefore, grounded on a normative standard that is not arbitrary, but inherent in the very structure of social action and language. With this reconceptualization of the basis of critique, Habermas seeks to defend the claim that truth and virtue, facts and values, and theory and practice are inseparable. For the truth of statements is linked in the last analysis to the intention of the good and true life. Point 52. The argument for the unity of argumentation must not be conflated with arguments for the unity of scientific theories. The unity of reasoning, Habermas states in the postscript to Knowledge and Human Interests, is compatible with a differential meaning constitution of the object domains. Point 53. There is, however, a certain unity between the a priori of experience and the a priori of argumentative reasoning, between action, experience, and discourse. This unity is maintained by the knowledge constitutive interests themselves. They preserve the latent nexus between action and theoretical knowledge. They are responsible for the transformation of opinions into theorems and for the retransformation of theorems into action-oriented knowledge. 54. Critique and practical action. As a consequence of the positions outlined above, the critique of ideology can take as a framework, Habermas argues, a model of the suppression of generalizable interests. 55. The critique would involve a comparison of the existing, historical normative structures of a society with those which hypothetically would be the case if norms were arrived at discursively. This would allow a measure of the degree and nature of ideology in a given society. Such a counterfactually projected reconstruction can be guided by the question justified, in Habermas's view, by considerations from universal pragmatics: how would the members of a social system, at a given stage of development of productive forces, have collectively and bindingly interpreted their needs, and which norms would they have accepted as justified, if they could and would have decided on the organization of social intercourse through discursive will formation, with adequate knowledge of the limiting conditions and functional imperatives of their society. 56. The fruitful employment of the model also requires certain assumptions from conflict theory, namely that conflict concerning action oriented to institutionalized norms arises only when the consensus governing the distribution of opportunities for satisfying needs breaks down. The conflict can come to consciousness only within the categories of the interpretative system obtaining at that specific historical time. At such time, action oriented to norms gives way to interest oriented, strategic action. Habermas needs two further assumptions for his model of a critique of ideology. One is the empirical assumption that the interests that actually emerge in conflict situations coincide sufficiently with the interests that the same parties would express if they were to enter into a discourse at that time. The second is the methodological assumption that hidden interests can be reconstructed even in cases where there is no manifested conflict, and that these interests could be brought to consciousness in such a way that it would lead to conflict and strategic action. Marx, Habermas asserts, was working with these or equivalent assumptions in his theory of class conflict. The above assumptions give Habermas the framework for what he calls the advocacy model. The advocacy role of the critical theory of society would consist in ascertaining generalizable, though nevertheless suppressed, interests in a representatively simulated discourse between groups which are differentiated, or could be non-arbitrarily differentiated, from one another by an articulated, or at least virtual, opposition of interests. 57. Using such indicators of potential conflict as discrepancies between level of claims, and politically permitted level of satisfaction, or differences between legal norms and legal reality, or codified rules of exclusion which distinguish one political system from another, a result could be obtained which would indicate the nature of ideological repression and the level of generalizable interests possible at a given historical point. But the result would, of course, be a hypothetical one. The social scientist can only hypothetically project this ascription of interests. Indeed, a direct confirmation of this hypothesis would be possible only in the form of a practical discourse among the very individuals or groups involved. Indirect confirmation is possible on the basis of observable conflicts to the extent that the ascribed interest positions can be connected with predictions about conflict motivations. 58. But when this model is applied to an assessment of contemporary normative structures and their interpretations, and reveals ideological elements in the de facto consensus about the existing distribution of scarce values, then it becomes, is, a force in the process of enlightenment, an advocate for a society based on democratic, discursive will formation. In the final analysis, the theory serves primarily to enlighten its addressees about the position which they occupy in an antagonistic social system, and about the interests of which they could become conscious as objectively their own in the situation. Only to the extent that the organized enlightenment and counsel lead to the target group recognizing itself in the proffered interpretations does the analytically proposed interpretation become an actual consciousness, and the objectively attributed interest situation the interest situation of a group capable of action. 59. The question now arises, how, in light of the theory, is the political struggle for emancipation to be organized and carried out? What is Habermas's conception of the relationship between theory and practice in practice? In order to answer these questions, we need to turn back to the model of psychoanalysis as a critical science. For Habermas, psychoanalysis links theory with practice through methodically incorporating self-reflection. But how can the psychoanalytic model be transferred to the level of social and political interaction? Are there safeguards that can be applied to aid its application and sanctions that would help avoid its abuse? In political struggles, there does not seem to be any overriding authority that can impose sanctions. Nor does it appear that we can easily speak, when reflecting on conflict between classes, of the voluntary submission of one class to a group, party, etc., for the purpose of systematic enlightenment. In recognition of these problems, Habermas was led to make a number of distinctions about the function and organization of enlightenment. 3 levels are differentiated. The first is the formation and extension of critical theorems, which can stand up to scientific discourse. 60 On this level, theory is established via scientific procedures, the aim of which is the generation of true claims about the socio-historical world. The validity of these claims rests ultimately on their redeemability in a discursively generated consensus. The second level is the organization of processes of enlightenment. 61 This is the level on which the theory generated is therapeutically applied to eradicate the repressive structure of communication which blocks the capacities of individuals, or groups or classes, to locate themselves in history and to articulate their interests. Through the systematic application of the theory developed in discourse, and self-reflection on the part of the subject/object of investigation, the theorems can be tested in the only way which can lead to their genuine confirmation. The third and final level is concerned with the selection of appropriate strategies, the solution of tactical questions, and the conduct of the political struggle. 62 This level must be clearly differentiated, Habermas emphasizes, from the second level. While the theory which is developed on the first level can be used to legitimize the organization of the process of enlightenment, it cannot in a like manner be used to justify particular political actions. That is, theory cannot dictate and justify action. Theory can be used to create agents capable of full participation in decisions concerning action, and it can be used to support arguments in favor of certain courses of action. But it cannot be used, in any automatic or mechanistic way, to generate strategy or to ensure the success of strategic action. For strategic movement contains an irreducible element of uncertainty and risk, an element which can only be fully taken account of in the context in which it arises. While aspects of human being in the world provide the conditions for the possibility of theory as well as the basis for its justification, theory does not provide the grounds, conditions, or justifications for day-to-day political decisions. 63. The structure of norms in advanced capitalism. In his discussion of motivation crises, Habermas explores whether in the complex societies of advanced capitalism norms are still connected to a process of justification. If it is the case that they are not, then it can be supposed that the socio-cultural system has been successfully uncoupled from the political-economic system, at least as concerns legitimation and motivation formation. While the logic of development of worldviews, according to Habermas, does not indicate that practical reason must be divorced from a concern with justification, the steering problems of complex societies might create a situation in which this happens, then, legitimation problems per se would cease. 64. In legitimation crisis, Habermas notes that there is, at the present time, a perceptible change in bourgeois consciousness along with an attack on the values of the bourgeois individual. This phenomenon can be viewed in at least 2 ways. It might be a retreat on the part of the bourgeoisie from its own values in light of increasing pressure to make good its ideals. Or, it might be viewed as the collapse of what had been a generally pervasive culture, a culture now dysfunctional for socialization. This latter interpretation Habermas calls, in recognition of the Frankfurt School's work, the thesis of the end of the individual. 65 But whether or not we are witnessing the destruction of the traditional individual cannot, in Habermas's view, be answered at this point. There is no clear-cut evidence which would allow one to settle the issue. 66 This very lack of evidence, however, throws doubt upon the claim that changes in socialization are systematically destroying people's ability to recognize and put forward practical claims. As Habermas points out, such a world has obviously not yet been realized. The process of destruction, if such process is taking place, can still be halted. To this end, he contends, an ever greater adherence to, and partiality for, reason and critique is required. Habermas seeks to give this commitment still clearer and more detailed expression. His writings on social evolution and crisis tendencies provide a framework for further studies into patterns of social development. His reformulation of the notion of critique lays a basis for the criticism of domination, a criticism which he intends to develop. His writings on epistemology and method provide a re-examination of the links between social science and emancipation, links which he continues to affirm and explicate. Habermas's work to date ends on a note of guarded optimism. While the reality of advanced capitalism is ambiguous, reason can, with the right support, preserve its cunning. Part 3. The importance and limitations of critical theory. 13. An assessment of the Frankfurt School and Habermas. The issues raised by the members of the Frankfurt School and Habermas are of profound importance. Their criticisms of traditional approaches to philosophy, of conventional schools of social science and of orthodox Marxism provide a major challenge to writers in these areas. Horkheimer's thought on ideology, Adorno's work on reification and fetishism, Marcuse's writings on labor and repressive de-sublimation and Habermas's reflections on distorted communication recast the terms of reference of critique and reinforce the emancipatory intent of Marx's enterprise. Although the various models of critical theory do not satisfactorily resolve many of the questions which they raise, nevertheless the way connections are established between apparently disparate traditions of thought and fields of inquiry, the constant attention to both philosophical and empirical problems, the concern with theory and practice, all indicate, in my opinion, that critical theory constitutes one of the major sources for contemporary social and political thought. A number of common, but erroneous views about critical theory were outlined in the introduction. Point 1. The work of the critical theorists seems especially prone to hostile and inadequate polemic. It is interesting to speculate as to why this is so. By criticizing and drawing upon a variety of seemingly quite different schools of thought, they break out of the protected positions often given to established members of a tradition. By recasting the terms of reference of philosophical and social inquiry, they risk pleasing no established parties. By working with a critical intent against various forms of domination and by simultaneously refusing to specify what is to be done, they antagonize all those who seem to require a hard and fast doctrine to guide their action. Before raising criticisms of the substantive contributions of critical theory in this chapter, I would like to examine a number of objections often made by those who have been strongly influenced by Leninism or Trotskyism or by Louis Althusser's understanding of Marxism. Of all the attacks on critical theory, those launched from this direction have been perhaps the harshest and most misconceived. A reply to Marxist critics. In a number of short works, Perry Anderson and Göran Thorborn, for example, have sought to provide a balance sheet of critical theory's achievements and limitations. Point 2. Despite the occasional generous comment, Anderson and Thorborn are unequivocal in their assessment. Not only do the limitations of critical theory far outweigh the achievements, but to remain within the problematic of critical theory is to risk intellectual paralysis and a failure to produce a genuine reconciliation of theory and practice, Marxism and revolutionary politics. Point 3. Summing up the position of the Frankfurt School, and all those whom he calls Western Marxists, Anderson writes, method as impotence, art as consolation, pessimism as quiescence. Point 4. Thorborn expresses his views of the Frankfurt School thus: there is an underlying structure, which involves a double reduction of science and politics to philosophy. Further, Adorno's and Horkheimer's involvement in the authoritarian personality Marx, at the level of social analysis. A complete capitulation to bourgeois social psychology in theory, method, and political conclusions. Point 5. Another recent critic of the Frankfurt School, Slater, argues that while the Frankfurt School of the 1930s and early 1940s made a serious contribution to the elucidation and articulation of historical materialism, it failed to achieve the relation to praxis which is central to the Marxist project. Point 6 on Slater's reading, the leading members of the Institute of Social Research failed to relate concretely to the praxis and theory of the class struggles in Germany, and their work lacks economic concreteness, that is, a thorough analysis of the economic base. Point 7 the result is that their attempts to develop, for example, a historical materialist aesthetics, miss the vital practical class standpoint. Point 8 yet another critic writes in a discussion of Habermas, critical theory does not possess concepts necessary to discern, let alone comprehend, class relations at the general systemic level. Point 9 critical theory makes impossible the systematic identification and analysis of class structural phenomena in relation to the development of the forces and relations of production. Point 10 in the opinion of such authors, critical theory represents, at best, a diversion both from the path of true science, therefore, and from a close connection with the practical activity of the proletariat. Anderson. The charges made against critical theory fall into four main areas, although not all of the critics raise issues in each of them. I would like to mention these briefly and then assess them, for such an assessment provides a useful backdrop against which the major achievements of critical theory can be located. First, there is the view that critical theory, far from breaking with the heritage of classical German idealism, reproduces idealist positions. Point 11 its radical break is not with idealism but with real, materialist science. The epistemological basis of critical theory is metaphysical humanism. In a position saturated with the influence of Hegel, history is portrayed as an all-embracing process, in which an historical subject realizes itself. Society is reduced to a creator-subject. Truth becomes objective only in the metaphysical sense of being inherent in the essence of human reality. Point 12 several consequences are said to follow from this, including the neglect of the scientific specificity of Marx's critique of political economy, the subordination of analyses of concrete situations to a general assessment of reality in terms of the degree to which human essence is realized, and the loss of a view of social totalities as structures of irreducible complexity involving processes of discontinuous development. Point 13. Second, the charge is made that critical theory shows undue concern for philosophical and theoretical problems pursued at the expense of Marxist topics. A constant concourse with thought systems outside of historical materialism, various types of idealism, psychoanalysis, is claimed to be a striking feature of the critical theorist's work. Point 14 critical theory turns attention away from classical Marxist issues, it neglects the essential concerns of historical materialism, scrutiny of the economic laws of motion of capital as a mode of production, analysis of the political machinery of the bourgeois state, strategy of the class struggle necessary to overthrow it. Point 15 critical theory's interest in philosophy betrays a distance from practical political concerns, a sad but inevitable result, Anderson contends, of the rift between theory and practice, science and proletarian insurgency, which characterized the period in which it developed. Point 16 third. Connected with the above is the view that an excessive amount of time was spent studying superstructural phenomena, aesthetics and culture, thus further detracting from serious engagement with the key determinants of social life. Finally, a general remoteness from, rather than involvement with, working-class politics, is said to characterize the life of Horkheimer and the others. They were isolated in academic settings, increasingly concerned with a second-order discourse, on Marxism, rather than in Marxism. Point 17 instead of moving as Marx did from philosophy to economics and politics, they turned back to ever more abstract issues. The above portrayal of critical theory is for the most part inaccurate and misleading. It is worth examining not only the nature of the misrepresentations but also some of the alternative positions suggested by the critics, their claims about the core structures of reality, science, and the key issues in politics. For critical theory developed, in part, as a critique of precisely that kind of view which claimed to have fully captured these phenomena. The debate over what constitutes Marxism, the essential structures of society, the nature of scientific inquiry, etc. is inseparable from the genesis of critical theory itself. It is striking that the characterization of critical theory by, for instance, Thorborn and Slater, rests on an insufficiently differentiated analysis of the positions of each of the critical theorists. 18 Thorborn, for example, explicates Horkheimer's concept of history with a quotation from Marcuse. 19 Slater elaborates Horkheimer's notion of critical theory through Marcuse's critique of Hegel and Marx. 20 The Frankfurt School's analysis of fascism is expounded by Thorborn with a brief summary of one of Marcuse's articles, thus leaving aside the diverse contributions of the Institute members discussed in the first 5 chapters of this book. The general conflation of positions has a number of serious consequences. First, the very different views of, for instance, Adorno and Marcuse on Hegel and Marx remain unexplicated. Yet these two men stressed quite different aspects of Hegel and Marx. Second, the various models of critical theory expounded by Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse are ignored. As a result, the real break between, for example, Adorno's final stage of development, exemplified by works like Negative Dialectics, and Marcuse's notion of critique, which directly preserves many of Hegel's ideas, is bypassed. While an argument might be made that Marcuse's work resembles the position outlined in the first of the 4 sets of criticisms, Adorno's bears no such resemblance. Adorno frequently attacked the notion of a general subject in history, anthropocentric conceptions of the historical process, and the concept of the negation of the negation. He affirmed the primacy of the object. He fiercely criticized attempts to articulate the fundamental structure of being as well as all thought systems that claimed privileged access to human destination. 21. Many of Horkheimer's views, especially from the late 1930s, were similar to Adorno's. But even Horkheimer's earlier works, which were expounded in some detail in Chapter 6, there is no evidence that history is being described simply as a process in which a historical subject realizes itself. It is precisely because Adorno and Horkheimer saw no inescapable path for human history and no inevitable transformation of capitalism, that they were so concerned with critique, with criticizing ideology and thus helping to create awareness of the possibility of a break with the existing structure of domination. Even Marcuse's work, which clearly affirms the concept of the negation and a materialistically transformed version of Hegel's concept of truth, resembles only superficially the portrait offered by critics. His writings on the concepts of species being and labor seek to capture the dynamic character of sensuous, practical activity and make it the foundation of the notion of essence. 22 His formulation of the latter leads, in his early writings at any rate, into history rather than out or it. Further, the conception of human as natural and sensuous beings that are universal and free, does not prevent examination of the way in which, in a capitalist mode of production, the laws of the economy become the primary determinants of social and political conditions. On the contrary, it allows inquiry into the nature of these laws, their appearance as natural but their actual dependence on particular social practices, and their many effects, not just on economy-state relations but on the nature of social relations themselves. To reflect on historically constituted human capacities, on unfulfilled needs and wants is not, moreover, to collapse into a metaphysical humanism. Rather, it is to treat seriously the claim of all those who believe things might be otherwise than they are, that potentialities for radical change exist. The presuppositions entailed in this view, including the belief that certain groups have the capacity and desire to organize their lives differently, require investigation. It is one of Marcuse's merits to have pursued issues such as these. Although there are pronounced difficulties with some of Marcuse's positions, difficulties that I will come to later, a critique of his work requires, as a minimum precondition, sensitivity both to the kinds of questions he was concerned with and to the different stages of development of his thought. Third, the accusation of idealism rests, as has been pointed out in one recent reply to Anderson, on the unsubstantiated assumption that the influence of idealism was completely negative. 23 The Frankfurt Schools and Habermas's concern with idealism, and with a variety of other traditions of social thought and philosophy, was not motivated by a retreat to non-Marxist thinking, but by an ambition to revitalize Marxism. As Marx had turned to Hegel for a method that can be a scandal and an abomination to the bourgeoisie and its doctrinaire spokesman, and for ideas that would bring to life hitherto existing materialism, so the critical theorists looked to Hegel for similar reasons. They were faced with an orthodoxy in Marxism, established by the Third International in particular, that reduced the Marxian project to an ideology that could legitimate Stalinism, a science that could steer an all-powerful state, and a body of ideas that ran directly contrary to the revolutionary, emancipatory, and fundamentally democratic dimensions of Marx's program. At a theoretical level, the reduction of Marxism to dialectical materialism trivialized the significance of human agency, and, at a political level, justified the exclusion of the mass of people from active participation in decisions that affect their lives. As Marx indicated in the Theses on Feuerbach, idealism restores insight into the active side of materialism. 24 The retrieval of precisely this aspect of materialism, the interplay between sensuous human activity and nature, between human subjectivity and second nature, enabled the critical theorists, at various stages in their careers, to restore to the center of Marxism some of the most radical and subversive elements of Marx's work. The latter are encapsulated by the view, defended by Horkheimer, Adorno, Marcuse, and Habermas, that the process of emancipation is inseparable from the struggle for self-emancipation. Or, as Habermas put it, democratization, greater popular participation and decentralization of the process of formation of the collective will are essential because the market plus administration cannot satisfy a whole series of collective needs. 25. Third-Born argues that critical theory's real innovation lies in its radical break with science. In this he sees one of its most serious failings and the source of many of its deficiencies. But while it is true that each of the critical theorists launched attacks on various models of science, positivism, on science and technology as ideology, and very clearly in Marcuse's case, on modern science and technology as such, Third-Born's criticism is wholly ungrounded. For it relies on a dogmatic assertion, an assertion stemming from Althusser, that science can be neatly demarcated from ideology. The assertion is dogmatic because Althusser and Third-Born provide no plausible criteria to settle disputes over what constitutes the scientific and what does not. 26 Critical theorists have contributed extensively to debates on this issue. Third-Born does not assess their contributions. He merely calls for science against critical theory. The readiness with which he dismisses Habermas's interest in scientific theory is astonishing. 27. The charge that critical theorists had an excessive interest in philosophy and the theoretical traditions of non-Marxists is also ill-considered. There are a number of separate issues involved here. Philosophical concerns, obviously, were at the heart of part of the critical theorists' project. But their interest in philosophy, like their interest in idealism, was not just, as Third-Born implies, an interest in the philosophical per se. It stemmed from a direct concern with major problems in theory and in practice. For example, Horkheimer and Adorno were anxious to resist the degeneration of Marxism into a form of technocratic consciousness, the increasing pervasiveness of instrumental reason in many spheres of life, and the influence of idealism, positivism, and crude materialism. In resisting these things, furthermore, they were not simply concerned to dismiss them out of hand. They were well aware of the contradictions involved in rejecting the dogmatic dogmatically. The engagement with philosophy and non-Marxist traditions of thought was, therefore, a necessity for the struggle against misleading and pernicious doctrines. But there are other important reasons for engaging with authors who draw their inspiration from non-Marxist perspectives. The acknowledgement that Marxism in its Stalinist manifestation became a repressive ideology, thereby confirming that as a body of ideas it is not the sole key to truth, constitutes one of the crucial premises of critical theory. It allows recognition not only of the fact that classical Marxist concepts are inadequate to account for a range of phenomena, fascism, Stalinism, but also of the fact that the ideas and theories of, for example, Weber and Freud, provide vital clues to problems that face Marxists, why revolution in the West was expected and why it had not occurred. The critical theorists' concern to assess and, where applicable, develop non-Marxist thought was, again, not an attempt to undermine Marxism, but an attempt to reinvigorate and develop it. Whether or not critical theory is adequate to this task is, of course, another question, a question I will return to later. It should, in addition, be clear from my exposition of critical theory that the pursuit of philosophical problems was not at the expense of certain classical Marxist concerns. The central importance of Marx's contributions to political economy was acknowledged by each of the critical theorists. In fact, they tended to take its validity for granted. Point 28 While Horkheimer and Adorno did not pursue detailed analyses of the economy themselves, such analyses were encouraged in the Institute. The work of Pollock, Newman, and Gurland is often ignored by critics of the Frankfurt School. If it were properly addressed, the charge that the school neglected political economy would lose a great deal of its force. Any view that Habermas ignores the essential concerns of political economy also appears rather thin in light of his analysis of, for example, crisis tendencies. But the very objection that key Marxist problems were neglected needs to be examined carefully. For when the point is made, it is usually taken for granted that these problem areas are synonymous with political economy and with the theory and practice of Leninist, or Trotskyist, politics. Yet this equation was rejected by each of the critical theorists. Their positions, however, are rarely confronted by their critics. With respect to political economy, the position of critical theory is clear: political economy is crucial but too narrow a base when taken alone for the development of Marxist concerns. I shall return to this point again in the discussion of the focus on aesthetics and culture. The supposed equation between Marxist politics and a Leninist, or Trotskyist, program raises additional questions. While it is the case that critical theory has not provided an extended discussion of the strategy of the party necessary to overthrow the bourgeois state, this is not an oversight or a rejection of the importance of practical concerns. Instead, it must be understood as a result both of an explicit hostility to Leninist forms of organization as the mode of political intervention and as an explicit and urgent attempt to uncover and expose the factors which currently make positive claims about the possibility of revolutionary change in the West appear a mere fantasy. Leninist vanguard organizations were looked upon critically because it was thought they reproduced a chronic division of labor, bureaucracy, and authoritarian leadership. Although it is true that the critical theorists did not produce a sustained political theory, they stand in the tradition of those who maintain the unity of socialism and liberty and who argue that the aims of a rational society must be embedded in the means used to establish that society. Horkheimer et al. Hoped that their work would help to compel changes in consciousness and political action in a similar way to the effects generated by capital. Their project was a form of political praxis with significant political implications. Far from reflecting a distance from practical political problems, their interest in theory and critique was directly related to an ambition to analyze new forms of domination, undermine ideology, enhance awareness of the material conditions of life circumstances, and to aid the creation of radical political movements. The view that the Frankfurt School's studies of aesthetics and culture constitute, in part, a distraction from the key determinants of social and political life is also questionable in a number of respects. First, it fails to confront their arguments that the critique of political economy does not provide a sufficient basis to investigate the increasing encroachment of the market and bureaucratic organizations into areas of life hitherto free of them, and that the general interlocking of base and superstructure, of civil society and the polity, seems to make radical alternatives to the present society remote. Second, it assumes that if only the Frankfurt School had grasped the objective nature of the contradiction between the social character of the productive forces and the private character of the relations of production, the nature of the capitalist mode of production, then the collapse of their analysis into an obsession with the subjective could have been avoided. Point 29 In the critiques of critical theory launched from an Althusserian perspective, the concept of mode of production is presented as if the Frankfurt School and Habermas had never heard of it, and as if it can unlock all the core dimensions of capitalism. But a careful reading of critical theory would reveal that in most of the Frankfurt School's substantive analysis the concept of the capitalist mode of production is central, that Habermas seeks to develop an array of analytic tools which include this concept, that all the critical theorists had the strongest objections to the use of an hypostatized notion of modes of production. Their work sought to expose the complex relations and mediations which prevent the forces and relations of production from being characterized simply as objective, as things developing over the heads of human agents. An analysis of the components of culture, of identity formation, etc. is necessary because history is made by the situated conduct of partially knowing subjects. The contradiction between the forces and relations of production does not give rise to a fixed crisis path. The course of the crisis, the nature of its resolution, depends on the practices of social agents, and on how they understand the situation they are part of. Critical theory does not downplay structure, but seeks to examine the interplay between structure and social practices, the mediation of the objective and subjective in and through particular social phenomena. It is quite wrong to suggest that in place of the complex unity of mode of production, Habermas proposes the dualism of instrumental action and communicative action. Point 30 Habermas's distinction between two types of action is meant to capture the differences between the types of action that underpin, produce and reproduce, the complex unity. Although Habermas clearly thinks that the notion of mode of production is insufficient to analyze social formations, this is not because, as Chapter 10 makes clear, action concepts are substituted for it. To infer this is simply to mistake the different levels of analysis at which he works. Finally, the objection that critical theory developed in an academic setting isolated from working-class politics, and that it became increasingly embroiled in abstract issues and second-order discourse, requires comment. It is true that critical theory did develop, as has most of the criticism of critical theory, in an academic context. It is also the case that critical theory developed largely in isolation from working-class politics. Given that the most active years of the Institute of Social Research were also the years of fascism, Stalinism, and the Second World War, this is hardly surprising, though it must be added that such isolation clearly suited Horkheimer as he grew more conservative in the years following the Second World War. But the criticism of lack of involvement itself presupposes an attachment to the view that the only form of legitimate political involvement is active participation in day-to-day working-class politics. One of the significant achievements of critical theory is, in my view, to have shown that there are many ways of contributing to the project of human emancipation and that the terms of reference of the political are wider than is often thought. The Frankfurt School and Habermas sought to extend and adapt the insights of Marx's work in order to reveal the complex factors which hinder people coming to consciousness of themselves as capable of different action. The Frankfurt School's criticisms of contemporary culture, authoritarianism, bureaucracy, and so on were intended to help foster independent thinking and the struggle for emancipation. They directed attention to the effects of domination not only in production but in the family, the environment, and other areas of life. Consequently, their work transformed the concept of the political. It directed attention to issues such as the division of labor, sexism, ecological problems, as well as the central question of ownership and control. This has crucial potential significance which was recognized by sections of the New Left in the 1960s. In short, critical theory took Marxism into a range of new areas. The extension of the focus of critique, the expansion of the domain of political reflection, helped to open up many dimensions of life to critical social analysis and active intervention. Critical theory's leading spokesman made important independent contributions to these issues. Horkheimer's attempts to develop a critique of ideology, to focus attention on the necessity of interdisciplinary research in the comprehension of cultural, political, and economic phenomena, and to pursue the analysis of the antagonisms of society into the depths of the individual psyche, provide lessons for social inquiry which have by no means been exhausted. 31 Adorno's unfolding of the logic of commodity production and exchange value, his development of immanent critique, his use of negative dialectics in cultural criticism, especially in his studies on music, and his critique of all philosophies which try to establish indubitable first principles, stand as an enduring challenge to all those who would seek to understand society and science within the framework of traditional approaches. 32 The retrieval and defense by Marcuse of negative thinking in the writings of Hegel, Marx and Freud represents a major achievement in light of the existing interpretations which have neglected or distorted their emphasis on negation. 33 His examination of the obstacles to negative thinking in contemporary capitalist and socialist societies, which are, of course, recognized to be immense, with the simultaneous commitment to utopian thinking, are a provocative challenge to the dominant orthodoxies in liberalism and Marxism. Habermas's achievements cannot easily be placed alongside those of the earlier critical theorists, although they often address similar problems. His criticisms of 19th and 20th century philosophy, especially scientism and hermeneutics, offer original interpretations along with radically new proposals for epistemology. The theories of knowledge, constitutive interests, and of communicative competence rank as bold achievements in philosophy. His review of the philosophy of social science provides one of the most systematic and coherent accounts of the field. His explication of the scientization of politics and his reworking of crisis theory in the context of an analysis of social evolution is a novel framework for posing basic questions about past and contemporary society. And Habermas has, perhaps more than anyone else, contributed to the fruitful comparison and assessment of continental and Anglo-American philosophy and social theory. The thought of the critical theorists marks one of the major sources of stimulus in 20th century philosophical and social thought. It sets out an array of ideas and theories which invite debate and assessment, but given the diversity of the work, it is necessary to circumscribe the range of issues that will be dealt with here. I would like to pose a series of questions about the cogency of some of the critical theorists' views on the economy, polity, and the factors which shape social struggle. In the remaining space of this chapter, I will focus on the notion of critical theory itself in chapter 14. It should be emphasized that the discussion is not exhaustive. My critical remarks are intended to have a tentative status, indicating certain limitations and raising issues which require, in my view, further attention. The economy, the polity, and social struggle. The Frankfurt School. Although I have defended critical theory against the general position advanced by critics such as Anderson and Third, a number of their points converge with my own views. I agree, for example, that critical theory fails to grasp adequately the pattern of conflicts and tensions in society and that it maintains an exaggerated notion of the cohesion of capitalism. I agree, moreover, that the level at which some of the critical theorists' work often makes the relevance of their ideas to social and political events hard to grasp. This does not entail endorsing the view that many of the critical theorists' concerns are merely abstract. But points such as these must be detached from the framework in which they are posed by those essentially dismissive of critical theory. The work of the Frankfurt School and of the Institute of Social Research does not lead, I want to argue, to an adequate theory of economics, politics, or of their relation to one another. Their conception of capitalist, and socialist, development is excessively influenced by their experience of fascism and Nazism. While categories of conflict, including class and class conflict, remain even in the Frankfurt theorists' late work, they are not adequately elaborated. A conception of society is presented which overestimates its internal homogeneity. Society appears in their writings as steered from above rather than as the outcome, as I believe it to be, of a continuous process of struggle over rules and resources. 34. From the late 1930s onward in particular, Horkheimer, Adorno and Marcuse postulated an over-harmonious relation between the state, administrative apparatuses, and the economy. While none of these men defended a straightforward theory, in the conventional sense of a hierarchy of interrelated propositions, about the state-economy relation, a series of claims were made about this domain. Many of the generalizations were based on Pollock's writings about pre-Nazi and Nazi Germany. The economy in Weimar and Nazi Germany was subjected to massive political intervention. But it would be wrong to infer from this, as Pollock did, that the various regimes supporting the intervention had a highly defined sense of purpose and a straightforward capacity to execute their will. Recent research has strongly suggested, for example, that even the workings of the Nazi government were characterized by an extreme diffusion and dislocation of authority, and a highly disordered proliferation of agencies and hierarchies. 35 The research has tended to bear out the position taken by Newman in Behemoth, not adhered to for the most part by Horkheimer or Adorno, that the Nazi period, like the decade in Germany before it, was marked by an absence of clear structure and central political control. If one looks beyond the Nazi regime and, indeed, beyond the framework of nation-states in general, then the relations between the economy and polity appear even more complex, and anything but a simple unity or carefully controlled and closed relation, as Marcuse, in particular, sometimes suggests. 36 The economic and political dynamics of the 1970s are a clear testimony to this. Despite massive state intervention, economic crises persist. They may not take a simply economic form as various crisis tendencies are interlaced, but they manifest few signs of being brought under the sway of centralized administrations and bureaucracies. 37. 4 points need to be made about the Frankfurt School's view that the economy and state are deeply interlocked in capitalist societies. 38 First, it leads to an unsatisfactory notion of domination, that is, a notion which suggests a rigid relation between various public and private bureaucracies, and a conception of administrative and/or bureaucratic and/or class domination as seemingly inescapable. The mechanisms which lead to this state of affairs are poorly elaborated and documented, especially the configurations of social relations and conflicts that underlie these apparent developments. As a consequence, the power of the ruling class and the control center of the system appear as an obvious and/or necessary outcome, rather than one that has been, and is, a focus of struggle. 39 Second, by failing to examine the development of particular policies and reforms, regarding, for instance, national health, nationalization, and by treating them as, more or less, the outcome of maneuvers from above, the positions developed by Horkheimer et al., especially after 1940, seem to deny several important possibilities: the possibility of conflict and struggle over state activities, of the state being conceived as an arena of class and other types of struggle, and the possibility of reforms being instituted which work to circumscribe and perhaps undermine, in the long run, the accumulation process. 40 Recent research on the constant pressure on government and state to legitimate their activities and on the unintended consequences of state intervention in the material and non-material infrastructure of society, fiscal crisis, testify to the importance of not closing off these perspectives from analysis. 41. Third, there are policies that are put into effect by public administrations, for example, internal reforms of their own organization structures, which cannot simply be explained, as the Frankfurt School thought, by reference to the pursuit of profit and production maximization and/or the commitment to instrumental reason and/or various forms of direct corporate pressure. 42 To explain policies such as these, it is necessary to have an account of the structuration, production and reproduction of state organizations, both in terms of their internal operations and their relations to the economy and other social realms. 43 The preliminary work done in this area suggests that the positions developed by the Frankfurt School are insufficient accounts of this complex reality. 44. Fourth, the work of the Institute's economists is inadequate to explain the persistence of political business cycles and the unemployment and inflation facing advanced capitalist societies. The interrelation of economic outcomes with everyday understandings of them is also inadequately developed. It has been shown in a recent analysis by Douglas Hibbs that not only are objective economic interests, class interests, at the basis of the political business cycle, generated as it is, in large part, by cyclical movements in labor costs, the struggle over national income, but also that a fairly high degree of awareness exists, amongst all parties involved, as to who wins and who loses at the macroeconomic level. 45 Objective economic outcomes, insofar as they are reflected in the movement of wages, profits, and the distribution of personal income over the business cycle, are understood and transformed into various, class-based, preferences. This degree of class conflict and consciousness, while not to be confused with revolutionary activity, cannot be explained satisfactorily with the Frankfurt School's terms of reference. 46. The school's tendency to hold an exaggerated view of the integration, or unity, of economy and state relations is complemented by an overestimation of the significance of instrumental reason, technique and technology in the shaping of political attitudes and demands. The stress Adorno put on reification and fetishism in the analysis of consciousness and ideology, along with Marcuse's strong emphasis on the pressures towards depoliticization, contain many insights, but they cannot account, I believe, for the diversity in the levels of awareness of social conditions. This point can best be illustrated by reference to the whole notion of society's reach into the individual. To the extent that generalizations can be made about social consciousness, and most historical and comparative work suggests great caution is needed here, they might suggest, as Michael Mann and Anthony Giddens, amongst others, have argued, that a dual consciousness is often expressed in communities and workplaces. 47 This implies a quite radical interpretation of many everyday events but a relatively conservative, privatistic interest in dominant political parties and processes. Many institutions and processes are perceived and hypostatized as natural, the way things have been and always will be, but the language used to express and account for immediate needs and their frustrations often reveals a marked penetration of ideology or dominant interpretative systems. Ideology is understood here as a set of beliefs that mask or conceal aspects of reality, particularly social contradictions, in the interests of dominant social groups or classes. 48 Social structures may mold the individual, but meaning systems do not in any straightforward sense reflect the stamp of the production process or the culture industry. Nor is there much evidence to suggest, as Marcuse sometimes does, that consumption patterns foster a strong identification with the establishment. While many members of the Frankfurt School clearly recognize this, at a theoretical level it is not taken systematically into account. If it were, they would not have asserted so strongly that the superego is increasingly representative of collectivities, e.g. the school, class and/or state. Rather, they would understand some of the key constitutive elements of identity formation as the result of interaction between active, reflective, and critical participants, the result of social struggle, and not simply, as the Frankfurt School sometimes suggests, the outcome of imposition. Although there is evidence of dissensus and various levels of class consciousness, it is clear that there has also been widespread compliance to dominant ideas. The question is, what does this compliance mean? What does it entail? Does it reflect normative integration, as Habermas, amongst others, might suggest, or depoliticization, as Marcuse has forcefully argued? There are strong reasons and evidence to suggest that, in many cases, this compliance is best interpreted as a combination of pragmatic acceptance of existing institutions and false consciousness. Pragmatic acceptance or acquiescence is involved because few alternatives are seen to the status quo and it is recognized that one must participate in it, if comfort and security in life are to be achieved. False consciousness can be argued to be involved, though this is clearly a more contentious claim, because the asymmetrical distribution of power, transformative capacity, in contemporary society is mobilized, albeit often unintentionally, to prevent working people from properly understanding the reality they experience. The notion of dual consciousness lends important support to this idea. Frames of meaning often utilized to articulate needs and account for everyday life frequently diverge from the interpretative schemes employed to make sense of traditional political institutions. The mode in which the latter are understood can be traced back, in part, to the family, to schooling, and to the culture industry, to socialization processes which embody ideas and theories about life which do not coincide with many people's own accounts of the realities of working life. 49 The conservative ideology often expressed by these processes does not, however, simply replace everyday interpretations. Dissensus and seemingly deviant frames of meaning remain. 50 The Frankfurt School's analysis, especially Adorno's, of contemporary culture represents one of the most important areas of their work. It helps explain, more clearly than all conventional sociological accounts, the ways in which dominant ideologies penetrate everyday interpretative schemes. But assumptions are made in this analysis which, in light of my discussion above, need to be questioned. Particularly, a homology is often assumed, quite unjustifiably, between the form and content of the culture industry and the actual consciousness of working people. This assumption is most often found in Horkheimer's, Lowenthal's, and Marcuse's writings, though it also exists in Adorno's thought. Their work often shifts quite sharply, as one commentator has aptly noted, from an internal aesthetic analysis of capitalist commercial culture to its assumed effects on mass behavior and consciousness. This shift in position neglects the important consideration that the cultural media function through a complex of mediating factors and influences so that the cultural object itself is grasped, understood, and assimilated through the influence of peer groups, occupational and professional groups, family, and other social institutions. 51 Reactions to the culture industry, along with the actual effects of cultural consumption, remain under-researched. Connected with this is a tendency for the Institute's members to overlook the need for a differentiated historical analysis of the development of different aesthetic forms, art, literature, music. 52 The development of mass culture has been uneven. Their work underestimates the degree to which contemporary culture often combines a variety of impulses and elements. For example, it is not at all clear that Adorno's characterization of popular music, see pages 99 to 104, holds for a variety of very popular musical innovations. The complexity and subtlety of much of the Beatles' music is a case in point. Nor can the different type of reactions to popular music simply be placed under the rather fixed categories Adorno tended to elaborate. 53 A case could be made, more systematically than Adorno does, that the appeal of some kinds of popular music, certain strains of soul, blues, rock, and jazz, can be traced to a subversive or critical element. Their style and message sometimes create rhythms and events which are in contradiction with most people's rather more passive involvement in other areas of life. Adorno failed to differentiate adequately the variety of possible reactions to popular music. It is at least an open question as to the effects on thought and action of the latter, and certainly more research and analysis is required to settle the issue. Reliance on the immanent method itself is perhaps directly responsible for some of the problems in the Frankfurt School's account of contemporary culture. The importance of national and local cultures for individual and social identity is underestimated. Their approach to culture could have been considerably enriched if they had supplemented immanent critique with a comparative historical perspective. For in taking certain national or local historical trajectories as the units of analysis and comparison, one can uncover some of the elements unique to particular constellations of social relations and cultural practices, elements which are vital in explaining the very different histories, political and cultural, which persist across nations, despite the fact that they have in common a capitalist mode of production. This same point can be made with respect to the Frankfurt School's treatment of industrial and political organizations and collectivities. A different series of issues arise when we consider the framework employed to investigate socio-psychological questions. The framework was, of course, adopted in large part from Freud and, as Habermas points out, with good reason. If one considers the normative implications of notions like ego strength, dismantling the ego-distant parts of the superego and reducing the domain in which unconscious defense mechanisms functions, it becomes clear that psychoanalysis singles out certain personality structures as ideal. In the work of the Institute of Social Research, Basic psychological and sociological concepts can be interlaced because the perspective projected in them of an autonomous ego and an emancipated society reciprocally require one another. 54. An autonomous ego can be sustained only if the structures which support the authoritarian state are undermined. But this notion of an autonomous ego is ambiguous. For it seems to harbor assumptions about identity as a property of the individual, assumptions which imply, in the last analysis, that identity comprises a given set of qualities and potentialities for smooth functioning integration. 55. Now Adorno, in particular, was scathing about assumptions such as these, at least, as they were manifest in Fromm's writings. Yet in the work of most of the Institute's members they reappear. In Marcuse these notions are explicit and boldly explicated. He maintains the very un-Freudian idea of the self-sublimation of sexuality. The obstructions and limitations upon libido can, in the good society, be set and accepted by the instinct itself, rather than by conflict between eros and external reality. 56. In Horkheimer's writings and even in Adorno's, especially in the authoritarian personality, a not altogether dissimilar idea is alluded to, an idea which appears to preserve the heritage of idealist philosophy, a heritage which holds out the possibility of an uncooped ego that is potentially identical with itself. A notion like this is employed as a benchmark to assess societies that fail to produce, as Habermas wryly put it, upright individuals. 57. But it is hard to grasp the precise content of notions such as these. For they are frequently expressed as part of a paradoxical thesis. On the one hand, history, as manifest through specific social conditions, is granted primacy as the crucial determinant of character structure, while on the other hand, a unitary human nature is postulated. In my view, Adorno most successfully brought together these two tenets by interpreting Freud's instinct theory as a basis for a large variety of patterns in the human psyche. Horkheimer and, in particular, Marcuse, in the latter half of his career, are less convincing in their attempt to extricate themselves from the problems entailed by this thesis. Horkheimer's notion of what is immanent in man or immanent in human labor, and Marcuse's concept of individual needs and potentialities, developed in the context of the thesis of the obsolescence of the Freudian notion of man, seem to ascribe to human beings certain qualities which, however distorted or repressed, somehow remain the basis for hope. Horkheimer, the ultimate source of progressive change, Marcuse. As a consequence, they often fall back on a concept of critique which they themselves, in other contexts, rejected. An ahistorical essence becomes the criterion for the evaluation of the present. 58. A number of issues concerning Freud's interpretation could be raised. But one issue above all others deserves to be mentioned, for it has implications for the thesis of the end of the individual and the explanation given for authoritarian behavior. A strong case can be made that, for Freud, it is less the father in reality, the actually strong or weak man, and more the symbolic father that is crucial for the passage of the Oedipus complex. 59. There are several implications of this, but one is of special importance: a weak father in reality can produce children with strong superegos. In Civilization and Its Discontents, Freud footnotes Melanie Klein's work in support of this view. 60. This whole issue might not be so significant if it were not for a series of studies of socialization which appear to lend considerable support, albeit indirectly, to this emphasis of Freud's. The studies reveal low correlations and/or marked inconsistencies across research findings between individual and cultural differences in parental practices and differences in children's motivational behavior. Many of these studies have focused on conscience strength, the superego, through measures of resistance to temptation and measures of guilt. 61. They have attempted to relate childhood and adolescent differences in conscience strength to early experiences of restraint of gratification, amount and type of moral discipline, and parent attitudes and power structures. 62. As Kohlberg points out in a survey of this literature, in general no correlations have been found between parental modes of handling infantile wants, needs, drives, and later moral behaviors or attitudes. nor have significant relations been found between amounts of various types of discipline, for example love withdrawal and moral views and actions. 63 It appears, therefore, that one of the Frankfurt School's bases for explaining authoritarianism is problematic. The reach of society into the individual may not depend directly on the socio-economic position of the father and particular parental practices. This conclusion is reinforced by a consideration of the time period in which the authoritarian personality is said to have emerged. The generation that most actively participated in the rise of fascism and Nazism were born in the years preceding and during the First World War. This was not a time of mass unemployment in which the father's potency, as socio-economic provider, was wholly shattered. Mass unemployment, unemployment affecting 26% of the population, was a feature of the late 1920s and early 1930s. The children born during this period were not pivotal in the rise of authoritarianism. 64. The authoritarian personality itself has been subject to an array of criticisms. These include the charges that the personality syndrome is not just associated with right-wing political views. Intolerance of ambiguity, stereotyping and suggestibility can be associated with a wide spectrum of political positions. The key questionnaires, designed so that a yes answer indicates a high score in all cases, gives rise to a response bias. Since some people tend to answer survey questions positively, the F scale cannot be claimed to be correlated with, for example, ethnocentrism, since the F scale contains many reworded elements of the E and AS scales. 65 All these criticisms have some substance. The postulated relation of the personality syndrome to specific political convictions must be rejected, although relations between the syndrome and a tendency to express authoritarian attitudes appear to have been confirmed. There is something to be made of the oft-repeated charge that the Frankfurt School failed, ultimately, to integrate studies of the individual and social consciousness with political economy and institutional analysis. Because so many of the most important features of contemporary capitalist society are seen as the result of initiatives from public and private bureaucracies, Marcuse, or as the outcome of illusion, reification, Adorno, the importance of analyzing particular patterns of social relations, the labor process, the experiences people have of it as well as its structure, and political organizations, is downgraded. Adorno's thesis of increasing reification, for example, fails to develop a detailed theory of the ways in which reification is produced and experienced by individuals in various social settings. Many changes are postulated to have occurred in the organization of production, consumption, and in the structure of the labor force, but these are only pointed to in a general way. Without more detailed accounts of these phenomena, the alleged opaqueness of society remains unpenetrated. Reification becomes a synonym for an all-embracing power structure, which appears to affect everyone in an equal manner. 66 Without systematic reflection on the contexts in which it is produced and reproduced, it remains, when used so generally, a less than compelling notion. An image of society is projected which can be read as a left counterpart to the discredited end of ideology thesis. Marcuse's one-dimensional man is open to a similar objection. Many of his claims about changes in production, productivity, and state intervention give the impression of an increasingly homogeneous and depoliticized society. These views, however, are, at best, only loosely supported by evidence and fail to capture the seemingly irreducible conflicts and tensions in society. 67. This last series of points is connected with what, I think, is an insufficient approach to, or use of, techniques of historical investigation. Despite the Frankfurt School's continual emphasis on history and the importance of historical inquiry, their work lacks sufficient historical detail on the ways in which social forms are created, sustained, and changed. Despite the intention, most clearly articulated by Horkheimer, to bring together theoretical considerations and empirical research, many of their boldest claims are under-researched. Precisely that which they sought to grasp, the fluid reality of sociological and psychological life, is neglected. This occurred, I would like to suggest, for two reasons. First, models of societal development were too readily drawn from experiences of fascism, Nazism, and Stalinism. Second, as confidence in the possibility of fundamental social change was gradually lost, particularly by Horkheimer and Adorno, hopes were increasingly vested in the individual as the fount of freedom, despite all the arguments they made against such a position. As a consequence, there is a tendency, most notable in Horkheimer's and Marcuse's work, to lose touch with the essential referent of Marxian and Freudian concepts. Each of these respective systems of thought is concerned, at its center, with relations between individuals, groups, and other collectivities, with relations characterized by irreducible conflicts and contradictions. It is these that one loses sight of in, for instance, Horkheimer's use of concepts like mode of production in his writings of the 1940s onward, and in Marcuse's use of the ego, superego, ID system. Habermas's approach to the analysis of capitalism raises a number of parallel considerations. These can be seen most clearly in the crisis argument developed in Legitimation Crisis. This argument relies on many system-theoretic concepts and assumptions. Accordingly, the practical activity of social agents tends, as McCarthy has noted, to recede into the background. 68 The same tendency is fostered by Habermas's gradual de-emphasis of hermeneutic motifs in favor of a more strongly theoretical program. As the universalistic elements in the theories of communication and social evolution have come to the fore, the situational and practical aspects of social inquiry have declined in systematic importance. 69 This shift in direction has implications which merge with some of those of the Frankfurt analysis. Critique is addressed to mankind as such and not to any particular class or group. While this position follows, in part, from some convincing arguments against orthodox Marxist expectations, it also follows, much more disconcertingly, from the categorical system itself. Habermas' program, at least as it is articulated to date, diverts attention away from the analysis of concrete social and political situations, where particular interests weigh rather more heavily than universal species capacities. Central to the arguments of Legitimation Crisis is the view that the ideology of advanced capitalism is being undermined. This argument is crucial to the contention that in the changing structures of consciousness the grounds for a new principle of organization can be located. For just as Marx argued that in the womb of the old mode of production a new mode is born and develops, so Habermas argues that a new and more developed form of consciousness is emerging which will not support capitalist value relations. But within the terms of Habermas's characterization of the structure of consciousness there is a tendency to overestimate the degree to which liberal capitalist ideology has been eroded, and generalize too readily about complex empirical phenomena. If one examines the substantial number of studies analyzing the nature of the social cohesion of capitalist societies, one thing emerges with clarity: patterns of consciousness, especially class consciousness, vary significantly across and within specific cultures and countries. 70 At the empirical level there is no ready evidence to support Habermas's contention of the potentially imminent realization of a communicative ethics, the highest stage of man's inner cognitive logic. On the available evidence, and in light of there being no substantial evidence in his own work, there does not seem to be a sufficient basis to locate the emergence of a principle of organization of a postmodern society. Contemporary changes in normative structures have, it seems, a very ambiguous relationship to discursive will formation, universality, and critique. This point connects to another difficulty with the argument. Habermas refers to groups of, amongst others, students and women as evidence that the system is failing to produce the requisite amounts of necessary motivation. Apart from the fact that the argument sounds a little like a new leftover from the 1960s, the further conclusion that this phenomenon will spread to other segments of the population is, as it is currently formulated, not very convincing. 71 There is little approaching a revolutionary subject in Habermas's argument, and this despite the fact that he recognizes the need for a theory such as his to be able to identify the subject of emancipation. Processes of actual transformation remain unthematized. We remain very much in the dark as to the nature of political processes and events. As a consequence, it is difficult to draw any political conclusions from the crisis argument. The practical implications of the theory are undeveloped. Different problems arise in Habermas's discussion of actual and potential system crises. System crises, economic and rationality, can, on his account, be potentially contained, although it does not follow that they will be. Containment occurs, however, only at the cost of increasing legitimation pressures on the state. The state is the interface at which the tensions of both system integration and social integration meet. Habermas's argument rests, of course, on the claim that organized capitalism can control its potential system crises, as opposed to social identity crises. Can this claim be supported? Most of Habermas's remarks on system crises, like those of the Frankfurt School, center around considerations of the nation-state, that is, the focus is on the changing relation between the state and economy within an ideal typical capitalist country. His discussion of past and present economic tendencies pays little, if any, systematic attention to developments of international capitalism. He raises important considerations in connection with the law of value, but the referent and context is usually that of the nation-state. It is crucially important to explore the development of capitalism in one country in the context of international political economy. The capitalist world was created in dependence on an international market and is ever more dependent on international trade. Before one can conclude that economic crises can be contained, on either a national or international level, the relationship between economic crises in the nation-state and crisis tendencies in the international market must be better analyzed and explained. These issues deserve a much more substantial treatment than Habermas gives them. 72 Without an analysis of them, Habermas's conception of the logic of crisis development can be questioned, for the political economic constraints on capitalist development might be much less open to control and manipulation than he suggests. Habermas's claim that there are logics of development in history treads a fine line between the stronger claims of Hegelian teleology and historical relativism, but there are problems here too. The argument for the importance of cognitive development is enormously suggestive, and, as he himself readily admits, highly problematic. Any discussion of a logic, or logics, of development carries with it certain dangers. In a somewhat different context, Adorno pointed out that, to suppose, if only methodologically, anything like an independent logic of culture is to collaborate in the hypostasis of culture, the ideological proton pseudos. The substance of culture, according to this argument, resides not in culture alone but in its relation to something external, to the material life process. Culture, as Marx observed of juridical and political systems, cannot be fully understood either in terms of itself, or in terms of the so-called universal development of the mind. To ignore this, is to make ideology the basic matter and thus to establish it firmly. 73. Habermas would hope to avoid the weakness to which Adorno refers. But obviously he does want to defend the idea of a logic of development of key components of communicative interaction, worldviews, for instance, that cannot be reduced to the logic of the development of work. In so doing, his argument carries with it a tendency to accept certain forms of distorted communication and hence certain levels of social repression, as unavoidable at various stages in history. I believe that this position was also held by Marx. Given this view, it is extremely important to elaborate when in any given society systematically distorted communication is unavoidable and when it is not. If criteria for these judgments are not provided, we risk, as Adorno put it, making ideology the basic matter and thus reinforcing it. Habermas's conception of critical theory, as I indicate below, does not address these issues satisfactorily. Further, the rather formal nature of Habermas's current enterprise makes it very hard to see what explanatory force his theories and arguments have. It is not at all clear, for instance, how the diversity of cultures, China, India, the West, can be made sense of within the terms of the theory of social evolution. The same can be said even if attention is restricted to the application of his ideas to capitalism. Concepts like rationality crisis, Legitimation crises are not easy to employ, for they are elaborated without detailed reference to specific instances of crises and the conditions which have generated them. The relation of rationality crisis to, for example, class structure and its related patterns of struggle remains unexplicated. Theoretical categorization is combined with an insufficient regard for historical analysis of evolving social relations. 74. 14. The concept of critical theory. In recent discussions of critical theory, especially those in the literature of the social sciences, Habermas's work is often presented as if it were self-evidently the pinnacle of critical theory. The general emphasis on Habermas's ideas has a number of unfortunate consequences. First, the differences in scope of the various types of critical theory remain unexplicated. Second, there is a tendency to ignore the fact that some of the writings of the Frankfurt School offer alternative positions to those defended by Habermas. For instance, in one introduction to critical theory, the Frankfurt School is said to have evolved through 4 stages of development, stages which appear to comprise a path of cumulative and progressive development from the earliest writings of Horkheimer and Adorno to Habermas's most current works. 1. As should be quite clear from parts 1 and 2 of this book, views such as these fail to do justice to the very considerable differences that exist between, for example, the standpoint developed by Adorno in negative dialectics, and that of Habermas in knowledge and human interests. Inaccurate views of this genre, however, are overshadowed by the highly misleading impression of critical theory created by studies which appear motivated merely by a desire to discredit it theoretically. It is worth mentioning briefly 2 such studies in order to illustrate the insubstantial nature of the cases often made against the positions of the critical theorists. They provide a useful background to my own commentary on the concept of critical theory as understood by each of its authors. Zoltan Tar, in a book published in 1977, seeks to assess the contributions of Horkheimer and Adorno. 2. In Tar's opinion, critical theory is the document of the disintegration of old Central European bourgeois society, the expression of a certain socio-historic condition and the situation of a social group, the marginal bourgeois Jewish intelligentsia. 3. His main conclusion is that critical theory cannot qualify either as Marxism or as scientific sociology. It made precious few, if any, contributions to either of these and is, in the last analysis, another existential philosophy. 4. Tar frequently accuses Horkheimer and Adorno of not defining their key terms, like reflection, and for failing to support, with argument and evidence, their philosophy and sociology. Yet Tar himself neither defines the concept of existentialism nor provides arguments as to its main flaws. Without this, one of his major conclusions remains devoid of critical content. 5. The view that Horkheimer and Adorno are neither Marxists nor scientific sociologists is derived by comparing their work to ideal types of Marxism and scientific sociology. 6. These types are presented without argument, without discussion of their relation to one another, and as if there were a consensus as to the basic elements of these doctrines. The debate over what precisely constitutes these doctrines, a debate which was vital to critical theory, is simply bypassed. As a consequence, the significance of much of critical theory is missed. Tar's use of biographical information in the book in order to explain a number of Horkheimer's and Adorno's positions further detracts from serious argument. To establish a connection, for instance, between Horkheimer's Jewish background and his philosophy is not enough to bring the latter into disrepute. Nor can the language which Horkheimer used to express himself be disparaged by simply saying that it is saturated with biblical terminology such as true, truth, false, suffering. 7. Tar sets up a straw man and then, from a variety of positions which are unrelated to each other, tries to knock it down. Karl Popper, in a well-known article, Reason or Revolution, 1970, says of the critical theorists generally that they were simply talking trivialities in high-sounding language. 8. Of Habermas he writes, most of what he says seems to me trivial, the rest seems to me mistaken. 9. It is striking that Popper, a putative champion of open discussion and argument, presents these harsh assessments after only a most cursory reference to critical theory. He fails to analyze any of the major works of Horkheimer, Adorno, or Habermas. The little he says about Adorno and Habermas is itself mistaken. He does not discuss Horkheimer. This can be illustrated by reference to his remarks on Habermas. Popper characterizes Habermas's views as follows. Professor Habermas seems to think that only one who is a practical critic of existing society can produce serious theoretical arguments about society, since social knowledge cannot be divorced from fundamental social attitudes. Point 10. Popper's reply to this position is, in his own words, very simple. He welcomes discussion about the problems of society but adds, I certainly do not think that the debate about the reform of society should be reserved for those who first put in a claim for recognition as political revolutionaries, and who see the sole function of the revolutionary intellectual in pointing out as much as possible that is repulsive in our social life, accepting their own social roles. Point 11. Popper clearly misrepresents Habermas's position. Habermas's writings continuously indicate how seriously he takes the views of those with whom he disagrees. His reformulation of Marx's theories, drawing as it does on a variety of non-Marxist thinkers, makes any suggestion that he thinks one must be a practical critic of existing society to produce serious arguments, appear quite absurd. Moreover, Popper fails to differentiate a position like that of Habermas, which focuses on cognitive interests, from that of the sociology of knowledge, which directly relates knowledge to social attitudes. Further, Popper's reply to Habermas compounds the errors. It is a striking feature of Habermas's work that far from first putting in a claim as revolutionary and using this in some sense to justify a critique of society, he continuously asks himself if a critical standpoint can be justified and, if so, in what form. Habermas's work is distinguished by a concern for rational criticism. My critical commentary below focuses on the main tenets of each of the models of critical theory and on grounds given for them. Issues are also raised about the fundamental nature of the critical enterprise. Since Horkheimer's position in the early 1940s grew closer to Adorno's, I shall begin with remarks on Adorno's views and keep my comments on Horkheimer brief. Adorno. Adorno's work has a style and character which marks it off from the rest of critical theory. His thought is much harder to expound than that of the others. To try to summarize its qualities is to take a considerable risk. Adorno's work is often elusive, and deliberately so. This is a source of both strength and weakness. It is a source of strength because the intricate nature of many of Adorno's studies ensures that practically each time one reads them, something new is gleaned. It is a source of weakness because it is often not apparent whether Adorno is offering, for example, an explanation of a phenomenon, or an elaborately spun metaphor, or a deliberate hyperbole to stir political action. The problem, a severe problem for anyone who seeks to come to grips with Adorno's thought, is to know what kind of assessment Adorno's work requires, that is, the status of his theories and claims. Fundamental questions can, I believe, be raised about Adorno's method. Unable to accept as the foundation for social investigation classical Hegelian views, the standpoint of the proletariat, the position of the party and its leadership, or the claims to rigor of various models of the natural sciences, hermeneutic philosophy, and so on, Adorno gave priority to immanent criticism. The continuous process of flux and change in history, Adorno consistently stressed, undermines most conventional methods of philosophical and social reflection, and all approaches, in fact, which have a pretense to universality. Horkheimer and, indeed, Marcuse often expressed a similar position, but many of their own ideas are quite inconsistent with it. The immanent mode of inquiry is held to be capable of scrutinizing social and cultural phenomena and simultaneously generating its own foundations. It is only through the enactment of immanent criticism, according to Adorno, that traditional questions concerning, for example, the relation of theory and practice, or the nature of what exists, can be answered. Yet, as I illustrate below, this view is questionable. Immanent criticism depends for its validity on the discovery of a discrepancy between a subject/object's concept and its actuality. Such an analysis rests on being able to uncover the guiding idea of a phenomenon and to disentangle the self-contradictions which the phenomenon displays in itself. As Adorno put it, theory must transform the concepts which it brings, as it were, from the outside into those which the object has of itself, into that which the object would, left to itself, like to be, and confront it with what it is. The analysis requires the acceptance of certain views of the concept of the object, whether the object be a society or musical work. But what happens when there are competing views as to the object's concept? What standards should a critique of ideology then employ? The objection that the choice of standards becomes arbitrary has a certain force. Now Adorno recognized a fundamentally contingent dimension in the relation of subject and object. Against Hegel he maintained that there is no basic starting or ending point to the cognitive process. For Adorno there is no foundation for cognition independent of particular configurations of concepts and objects. This position, he hoped to demonstrate, does not entail a commitment to epistemological and ethical relativism. But it is hard to accept the latter point. 12 It is not clear how one can judge, for example, within his terms of reference, between competing claims about an object. At a certain level negative dialectics seems to do little more than reflect the rift between social reality and the concepts it posits. When Adorno argued that the truth or falsity of capitalist society can be assessed according to whether or not it fulfills its concept, he presupposed that we can specify this concept. Yet even if there is some degree of historical agreement as to the nature of this, bourgeois society claiming, for example, to represent a free and just process of exchange, to sustain liberty and equality, these concepts will not point to a basis for critique unless their content is carefully unfolded. To do this is to reveal fundamental disagreements, even if we restrict attention to bourgeois political theorists, about the nature of equality and liberty. Each different understanding of the term could give rise to different critiques, thus opening up such questions as, which standards should we choose? How do we judge between them? These are the very kinds of questions Adorno's analysis sought to circumvent. Yet an historical account cannot avoid them. Point 13. Adorno's focus on objective illusion, however, and, in particular, his concern with reification give his approach an unambiguous critical stance, the exposure of the social relations and processes which underpin the making of unlike things alike. While his disjunctive approach seeks to reveal truth and error contained in various views about the world, it is difficult to see how, within his terms, one can go beyond criticism of inadequate perspectives to develop concrete alternative accounts and theories. For the possibility of negative dialectics is intimately tied to the object's concept. The problems which result are highlighted by an examination of the status of the utopian moment, the unfulfilled potentialities, which negative dialectics seeks to reveal. Leaving aside the issue that many types of concepts do not refer to such a moment and that Adorno did not clarify at any length the nature of concepts that do, it may be asked whether or not the vision of potentialities has anything more than a formal or logical status, a mere registration that reality and concept do not coincide and that reality is not all it might be. Or, to put the point differently, what kind of historical import and relevance does Adorno's dialectical criticism have? The revelation of non-identity is also the revelation of that which is not yet. What is represented by this notion? Marx was able to avoid the charge of utopianism in his day by being able to identify the subject of revolutionary activity with a class which, he argued, had the potential power to transcend conditions of domination. Adorno did not accept many aspects of this analysis. For him history did not indicate that a revolutionary working class movement was likely to materialize in the future. Yet, if he and, indeed, Horkheimer are to avoid the charge of utopianism, then the nature of the not yet, the emancipatory potential, must be analyzed, while a subject of possible emancipation must be identified. In my view, too little attention is paid to these concerns and to how one might address them. While Adorno refused, for good reason, to offer a static, ahistorical vision of utopia, of unfulfilled possibilities, he did not give the utopian moment sufficiently precise content. Without such precision, the force of critique is weakened. The diffuse nature of the utopian moment implies diffuse criticism, for the not yet remains an unspecified wishful image. Adorno succeeded, perhaps better than anyone else, in elaborating the critical, negative aspects of Marx's political economy. But his philosophy of criticism is too unsystematic to provide a foundation for the construction of a theory of capitalist and socialist development. Negative dialectics does not capture the positive or constructive dimension of a work like Capital, which depends on the systematic elaboration of new concepts and generalizations. It must of course be remembered that Adorno did not intend to provide such theories. He never linked his enterprise to such an objective. Nevertheless, his critical stances do depend, in part, on a stock of social theory and criticisms of it. Although he made a major contribution to the development of Marxian viewpoints in the arts and humanities, the social theorist will not find in his work a developed theory of contemporary society nor a basis for constructing such a theory. Both Marcuse and Horkheimer, at certain times of their lives, expressed their conception of critique and hopes for social transformation in relatively positive terms. Adorno eschewed a similar approach for fear of losing the capacity to experience the non-identical. But he did so not only at the cost of the ability to reformulate creatively theories of society, but also at the cost of taking a positive stance in relation to social struggles. For as the specification of the not yet runs the risk of diverting attention from the open range of possibilities, the pursuit of actual goals creates the danger, on Adorno's account, of being consumed, swallowed up. 14 Paradoxically, Adorno's reflections on damaged life, which contain insights full of practical implications, tied him to a position which prevents recognition of the relation of these reflections to concrete historical problems. Adorno's work stands as a sober reminder of the risks and difficulties involved in elaborating a constructive approach to society and philosophy. Horkheimer. The possible convergence of reason and freedom was said, by Horkheimer, in the late 1920s and 1930s, to be immanent to man, or as he sometimes put it, to human labor. On this account, critical theory makes its own the idea of a rational society, the goal of a community of free human beings. To avoid the charge that this version of critical theory represents and defends an arbitrary ethical ideal forcing itself on history, or is nothing more than the product of speculation, the onus is on Horkheimer, if he is to complete his case, to provide arguments and evidence for what might be immanent or potential in the human species, for example, a capacity of a given kind for self-knowledge, self-fulfillment, dialogue, etc., or of what is immanent and possible in social developments, for example in struggles or crises. For this to be done, the phenomena which such a theory interprets must be shown in some sense to be a. Historically developing, for example, needs which cannot be satisfied under the present system of labor and which represent, potentially generalizable interests, and/or b. Historically necessary, for example, to the survival of human beings, and/or c. Natural historical properties of the species, for example, qualities of species being, or species needs, which under certain conditions can be realized. Horkheimer's essays written throughout the 1930s suggest that he intended to argue along the lines of strategy, A, and, but to a lesser extent, strategy, C. In his later work, Dialectic of Enlightenment Onward, strategy, B, appears to underpin his approach. But in all cases there are only bits of an argument, which are often, especially in the essays, inconsistent with one another. What is required, for instance, if strategy, A, is to be persuasive, is a theory of the development of needs which reveal them to be compatible with universal practical principles. Horkheimer's argument about how in a capitalist mode of production the needs of the members of the community as a whole remain unfulfilled, as individuals' individuality is distorted and denied, is an interesting step towards meeting this requirement. 15 But the connections, in actual social movements, between needs, interests, and the universal principles of equality and liberty, remain unexplored. Horkheimer does not demonstrate why the interest in a rational society is universal. Nor does he demonstrate, a further necessary step, why critical theory is the correct theoretical expression of this interest. 16 None of these points receives adequate attention in his writings. The notion of what constitutes a rational society is, like Adorno's notion of unfulfilled possibilities, undeveloped. On Horkheimer's view this is inevitable, the truths to be drawn out are primarily negations. Yet the unpacking, concretization and elaboration of the idea of a rational society seems of central importance if it is to become something more than an abstract standard accessible only to isolated theorists. How can we or might we recognize the interest in rational society, know its content, let alone deduce institutional structures compatible with its principles? How are we to differentiate what Horkheimer held to be imminent and potential from those who claim to represent an alternative view, the party, intellectuals, other critical theorists? Are there criteria that make such distinctions possible? Or are there a multitude of competing moral and political standpoints compatible with the general interest in a rational society? Horkheimer had an unfortunate tendency to avoid these questions or to treat answers to them as self-evident. The critical thrust of his work is, as a result, diminished. Marcuse, on the other hand, gives more attention to issues such as these. Marcuse, in his account of historical materialism, his defense of a philosophy of labor, his elaboration of a Marxian dialectic and his integration of aspects of Marx's and Freud's work, Marcuse develops a distinctive view of the relation of theory and practice, human potentiality, the possibilities contained in the present and the contours of a rational society. While he resolutely refuses to state what is to be done, he does suggest alternative modes of organizing human relationships, a suggestion which is grounded in a theory of the relation between human needs, the material conditions of life, and social organization. There are several directions one could take in commenting on Marcuse's position. For example, much could be said about the relationship between causality, teleology and unfreedom and about what is referred to as the dialectic. 17 However, I will restrict attention here to his concept of critical theory. First, difficulties arise in Marcuse's thought because it is not always clear at what level his arguments are developed. 18 Arguments move between, for example, strong metaphysical statements about the nature of being, conceiving of human existence as grounded in eros, bold reflections on human nature, on the conditions of human life and social reproduction, and sweeping generalizations about historical development, as, for instance, in eros and civilization. My point here is less that Marcuse uses inconsistent arguments and poor evidence, although, as indicated in the previous chapter, this is sometimes the case, but more that it is not always apparent what criteria should be applied in assessing texts like One-Dimensional Man. On the one hand, this work might be read as a political tract, on the other, it could be understood as a set of propositions about the actual and potential development of capitalist society. At the latter level it is inadequate, at the former level it was extremely effective. A more fundamental issue is raised by Marcuse's oft-asserted position that it is historical rather than purely epistemological conditions which determine the meaningfulness and truth of propositions, that history itself generates criteria for the assessment of the validity of statements. For this position assumes what it has, in fact, to prove, namely, that history is the final court of appeal for the justification of assertions. The general view that whatever exists or happens is completely explicable by categories wholly continuous with, immanent within, and restricted to the empirical domain of objects and events is itself in need of philosophical justification. 19 Yet a thesis such as this is hard for Marcuse to defend, for he is committed to the view that from Marx onward the essential problems of philosophy have been successfully dissolved into social theory. Philosophy culminates with Hegel, and Marx's innovations demonstrate that the formal and substantive, the logical and evaluative, can no longer be treated as separate languages. To defend this thesis arguments would have to be provided which cannot, at least in any obvious sense, be reduced to social analysis. Point 20. A number of problems follow from Marcuse's conception of philosophy. For example, he says that in a rationally organized society labor can win back its originally libidinous character and become a joyful experience. Marx, on the other hand, attacked the thesis that labor can become play in a free society. In the Grundrisse, he chastised Fourier's romantic, naive, dreaming shopgirl's view that labor must become fun. Really free labor, e.g. composing, is at the same time grimly serious, the most intensive effort. Point 21. The question arises, how do we decide which interpretations of labor are correct and which are distortions? In even posing this question within the theoretical framework of Marcuse's early work, we are caught in a circle. For the only criterion of truth he uses in these texts is derived from a conception of labor, precisely the standpoint that is here problematic and questioned. To what standards and criteria can one appeal in determining whether the original, Marcusean, notion of labor is false, or that some of its premises are erroneous? As the criterion of truth, the standpoint derived from labor does not allow us to challenge it without undermining the entire theoretical structure. The theory can only answer its critics by restating its premises. Marcuse accepts, of course, certain key Hegelian ideas but transposes them onto a historical and materialist basis. This leads to another dilemma. From one perspective, history is the arena for the realization of human potentiality, the negation of all negativity, and on this basis critical theory gains its transformative power. However, from another perspective, critical theory exposes history as the history of repression. The problem is, how can history at once provide the criterion for critical theory and be the history of repression which critical theory claims it to be? Marcuse seeks to resolve this antinomy through his philosophical reading of Marx's concept of labor and of Freud's theory of individual and social development. Given his extremely bleak picture of the actual state of society, what basis can be provided for the theory of what exists in potentiality? While Marcuse does point, for example, to certain cultural forms and social struggles as evidence that the promise of the good life has not been entirely eclipsed, he tends to understand these phenomena as the manifestation of the structure of human potentiality uncovered in his anthropology. As such, he relies on a general theory of man to understand the specific actions of human beings and yet, at the same time, claims the specific actions of human beings are the locus of the general theory of man. The position tends toward an essence which is a fugitive among its own historical manifestations. Point 22. While concrete materialist history is the locus for the normative anthropology, it is hard to see how, especially on Marcuse's account, the concrete history bears out the anthropology. The claim to be theoretically situated in concrete materialist history is heavily compromised by the introduction of an objectivistic conception of human potentiality, of instincts, etc., and by the lack of a sufficiently differentiated, concretely grounded, empirical analysis of historical conflicts and struggles. Ultimately, Marcuse locates reason or rationality in human instincts. That which is rational reconciles the pleasure and reality principles. Point 23. What people really want is intuitively accessible. Theory accounts for why what is really desired often goes unrecognized. But one cannot simply appeal, as Marcuse does, to instincts to settle questions about real wants, for wants cannot be articulated independently of the circumstances of their development and of the way in which they are conceived. Marcuse's analysis is both too general and too specific. It can be demonstrated to be too general because it is compatible with a vast number of conceptions of what is good or desirable. It is too specific because it does not refer adequately to the formation of needs in history. What is required and what is missing is a more detailed examination of human wants and their relationship to historical developments. How wants emerge and how they are recognized and conceived, need analysis. Habermas. Habermas's project is also open to a number of criticisms. His attempts to sustain the distinctions between labor and interaction, the various knowledge-constitutive interests, distinct types of knowledge and inquiry, discourse, and the ideal speech situation, are not wholly convincing. It is worth pointing to a few of the problems as they have implications for the very nature of his enterprise. Point 24. Habermas's work proceeds at a number of different levels. Frequently, he seeks to set out a number of fundamental analytic distinctions which elucidate certain logical relations and which, he hopes, provide the terms which enable the reconstruction of historical materialism. Beside the fact that it is often difficult to follow the nature of the argument that provides the basis for these categories, for example, it is unclear in knowledge and human interests what precisely the mode of argument is that establishes the interests as quasi-transcendental. The validity and utility of the categories themselves often remains questionable. For example, the distinction between work and interaction, or purpose of rational action and communicative action, is fundamental to his writings. Work is understood as instrumental activity through which nature is transformed. By communicative interaction, Habermas understands symbolic interaction governed by consensual norms which define reciprocal expectations. The contrast, as it is sometimes formulated, is between two distinct types of action, one which is grounded in intersubjectivity and is dependent upon convention and institutional structures, interaction, and one which is not, work. But in this formulation it is hard to see how the distinction can be sustained. For work is always also interaction. Work presupposes community, it is governed by socially interpreted relations. It is dependent for its organization on dialogical rules, on knowing how to go on, which are grounded in complexes of speech and action. Although technical rules are crucial elements of instrumental action, they are always articulated within the framework of communication, the a priori of communication. Point 25. The appropriation of nature on the part of the individual is, as Marx put it in the Grundriss, within and through a specific form of society. The category of work can only be adequately articulated as a subcategory of interaction. But the category of interaction is also, in a number of its formulations, unsatisfactory. For it often appears to refer to a realm of language, gesture, and action, independent of any reference to external nature, which is confronted by individuals through work. Thus communicative interaction seems to unfold in isolation from the world of things. Yet individuals interact through frameworks of social relations which are inextricably tied to the production and distribution of resources. How these spheres are connected is problematic in Habermas's writings. If the category of interaction is to be useful, it also has to be recast, incorporating these various dimensions in an alternative conceptual framework. Habermas could reply to the above criticism by arguing, as in fact he has done, that he is analyzing parts of a complex. As he put it in the postscript to Knowledge and Human Interests. I do not mind at all calling both phenomena work and interaction praxis. Nor do I deny that normally instrumental action is embedded in communicative action. But I see no reason why we should not adequately analyze a complex, i.e. dissect it into parts. Point 26. Expressed like this, Habermas's earlier formulation of the work/interaction distinction is somewhat misleading. But even the new formulation leads to difficulties. For it remains unclear as to whether instrumental action is to be understood as an element of all human activity, governed by socially interpreted relations, or as a distinct type of human action, isolated from social contexts. If it is the latter, then the problems posed above re-emerge. If it is the former, then the interconnections between means-ends elements of action and the integration of nature into practical life and symbolic interchange, remain to be carefully specified. The category of praxis, in other words, requires explication. None of this is to say that for analytic purposes it is entirely unhelpful to examine instrumentally oriented action. But it is to say that such action cannot be adequately described without reference to the social context which is produced and reproduced in and through its enactment. In the Marxian perspective, as Marcuse has convincingly shown, labor cannot be simply represented by the concept of instrumental action. Point 27. The concept of instrumental action simplifies the changing relations between people and nature affected by different patterns of productive forces. Point 28. Accordingly, given problems with the work/interaction distinction, Aspects of Habermas's critique of Marx run into difficulties. While Marx does often appear to assume unjustifiably that changes in the relations of production are directly dependent on developments in the productive forces, he cannot be accused, at a meta-theoretical level, of reducing interaction to work. For his concept of labor is not synonymous with the concept of work. While Marx does understand the unfolding of human powers and needs in history in relation to labor, this does not entail the collapse of interaction into a narrow instrumentalist framework. The referent of labor is always a form of social activity. The difficulty of making a categorical distinction between types of action is paralleled by the problem of sustaining a radical distinction between different types of science and forms of knowledge. For although there are significant differences between understanding a natural object as an instance of a particular type of phenomenon and understanding what a fellow human being says, as there are between predicting the behavior of a natural object and a social agent, it seems readily apparent from post-Kuhnian philosophy of science that no straightforward separation can be made between what Habermas calls the empirical analytic and the hermeneutic sciences. The respective forms of knowledge of these sciences cannot be adequately grasped by reference to the hypothetico-deductive model of explanation and interpretative accounts. Hermeneutic problems are central to all attempts to comprehend law-like regularities in natural or social phenomena, while a knowledge of regularities and a capacity for prediction seems an important constitutive element of most forms of interpretative knowledge. Point 29. A strong argument can be made that the mediation of understanding by explanatory procedures is the typical structure of many scientific disciplines. The case for this has been made recently by some of those who defend a network model of science. Point 30. Habermas's conception of the relationship between knowledge and interests is also problematic. To begin his argument, he has to establish at least three things. In the first place, he must establish that the action and interest structure of the species is of the form he claims, but given the difficulty with the distinction between work and interaction, the distinctions between types of action and interest structure become equally questionable. Second, Habermas must show that the structure of knowledge and explanatory claims is as he suggests, but it is hard to see, given the problems with his conception of the empirical analytic and hermeneutic sciences, how he could sustain his position. However, even if there were no problems with these issues, there would be with the third, the need to establish that the action and interest structure provides the conditions for the possibility of knowledge. For to argue, as Habermas does, that humans have an interest in controlling and manipulating objects in their natural environment and that to fulfill this they require knowledge of regularities, etc., is not enough to establish that this interest is the crucial condition of knowledge, or that it is the constitutive basis of an object domain. Certain forms of empirical analytic knowledge do not have any obvious relation to technical control. As Mary Hesse has pointed out, many theories in large are pragmatic knowledge, for example, about fossils or quasars, without necessarily forming the basis of technology. 31 An interest in prediction is not necessarily an interest in technical control. There does not seem to be a link between predictive knowledge and the technical interest in certain sciences and theories. Further, Habermas has not provided sufficient arguments to demonstrate that a range of orientations we can and do take toward nature, contemplative, playful, poetic, mimetic, communicative, are non-cognitive. 32 Why should an attitude to our own body or to aspects of the external environment which is, for example, contemplative or playful, have no cognitive status? Cannot aspects of nature be disclosed subject to an interest in pleasure and or sensuous activity and or non-technical use? It is not at all clear that there are three and only three cognitive interests. To say this is not to deny that an interest in prediction and or control has a place in the natural sciences. Nor is it to deny the constitutive role of need and desire in knowledge. But to recognize these things is quite different from granting a trans-historical role to any particular interest. The whole notion of a quasi-transcendental interest can, moreover, be called into question. For in attempting to bring together a transcendental and naturalistic approach to knowledge, Habermas is caught in a dilemma: either nature has the transcendental status of a constituted objectivity and cannot, therefore, be the ground of the constituting subject, or nature is the ground of subjectivity and cannot, therefore, be simply a constituted objectivity. 33 His approach appears to grant primacy simultaneously to the natural conditions of life, the source of interests and the origins of the structure of action, and to the historical world in which nature is socially constructed. The theory of cognitive interests appears to entail both an objectivistic ontology of nature and a conception of nature as a mere abstraction required by thought. Habermas's attempts to unite these perspectives are not convincing. 34. A number of objections of a different kind can be made to the use of psychoanalysis as the model of critical social science. First, it is not apparent how far the analogy between psychoanalysis and critical social science can be pushed. For example, it may be noted that there are problems with Habermas's conception of the organization of enlightenment as it is envisaged on the model of the psychoanalytic dialogue. Central to Freud's theory of enlightenment is the process of transference. It is not enough for the therapist merely to present a correct interpretation, only if a re-experience occurs, of the experiences that caused neurosis, can the analysand successfully transcend his or her distorted self-understanding and neurotic behavior. The crucial question here is, what political or social experience can be taken as analogous, on the level of social enlightenment, to transference within the psychoanalytic situation? Habermas does not analyze this problem. One can similarly question the comparability of the structure of neurosis and ideology. The production of ideology, unlike that of neurosis, requires the concealment or masking of aspects of reality in the interests of particular social groups or classes. By seeing both ideology and neurosis through a communications paradigm, Habermas risks deflecting attention from the specificity of each, that is, from the link of neurosis with the dynamic of desire and the necessity of repression in the achievement of self-identity, on the one hand, and, on the other, the connection of ideology with the clash of material interests. At a more fundamental level, the general applicability of the psychoanalytic model can be doubted. In what ways can a dialogue between individuals become a model for the analysis of relations between classes and groups? How can a relationship which is essentially voluntary become the methodological model for understanding and changing social situations characterized by unequal distribution of scarce resources, discrepancies in material interests and power relations? As has been noted by one commentator, the psychoanalytic encounter places an epoche upon the interests, in the usual sense, and involvements of everyday life, and reconstitutes them on a symbolic level as components, or deformations, of dialogue. Such a framework is thus peculiarly apposite to Habermas's conceptualization of interaction, as communicative interaction or symbolic interchange, which also abstracts from the material context of practical day-to-day conduct. 35. But, given the difficulties with the work/interaction distinction, this model of the communicative process is unsatisfactory. Communication in society cannot be conceived in isolation from the world of things. An epoche on this world makes the object of Habermas's critical science unclear. In his recent work, Legitimation Crisis and zur Rekonstruktion des historischen Materialismus, it is readily apparent that he does not focus his analysis of advanced capitalism on the labor process. Is this because the labor process is assigned to the sphere of work and, therefore, not subject to domination understood as systematically distorted communication? There is much in Habermas's writings to suggest that he does not hold this view. Yet this highly questionable position is an implication of his thought as it is currently developed. It is necessary for a theory such as Habermas's to identify the subject of emancipation. The questions arise, to whom is critical theory addressed? How, in any concrete situation, can critical theory be applied? Who is to be the instigator or promoter of enlightenment? It is clear that a discussion of these issues is important if Habermas is to argue successfully that the organization of enlightenment at the social level can be fashioned after critical theory. His model of the critical project requires that a catalyst and agent of social transformation be specified. Yet these issues are only discussed at a most abstract level. For instance, in relation to the theory of political organization. 36 The theory of the relationship between theory and political and moral life is undeveloped, as are the modes in which this relationship might be enacted. Since the development of the theory of communicative competence, the relationship between truth claims sustained in discourse and those vindicated in the process of enlightenment has become obscure. It appears now that a rational consensus, a consensus attained in a context that approximates the ideal speech situation, is, for Habermas, the ultimate criterion of truth or of the correctness of norms. In knowledge and human interests, however, the process of assessing problematic truth claims is tied directly to practice. Theory is tested in and through practice, in the struggle to overcome and dissolve barriers to self-reflection. Clearly, our capacity to enter a genuine discourse is conditioned by emancipatory practice of this kind. But while critical self-reflection might be argued to be a necessary condition for discourse, though how much self-knowledge one requires is itself a controversial issue, it is not a sufficient condition. For the requirements of a rational consensus involve assumptions not only about the individual's knowledge states, but also about the relations between individuals. The successful continuation of self-formative processes represents only one condition for the realization of the symmetry requirement and, therefore, of a genuine discourse. The issues raised by the discrepancy between the position of knowledge and human interests and the later views are not put to rest by simply adopting the position taken up by the theory of communicative competence. For the ideal speech situation itself is not a sufficient condition for a fully open discourse, nor, by extension, for the critical assessment of barriers to this type of discourse in society. The conditions of the ideal speech situation fail to cover a range of phenomena, from the nature, content, of cultural traditions to the distribution of material resources, which are obviously important determinants of the possibility of discourse, and, more generally, of a rational, free, and just society. 37 The difficulties with the category of communicative interaction, the problems of connecting interaction with the world of things, are reproduced here. There are other shortcomings with the theory of communicative competence. The supposition of the ideal speech situation and, therefore, the presence of the ideas of truth and freedom as anticipations in speech, are argued to be operative in discourse. While it seems clear that the idea of an unrestrained discourse is a regulative ideal in discourse, it would be a contradictionary in adjecto to enter discourse without this goal. The claim that all speech is oriented to the idea of a genuine consensus is hard to sustain. It is not at all obvious, as one critic put it, that anything within the various other language games of ordinary language, for example poetry, banter, can be said to impel speakers to enter discourse. 38 For what counts as competent rule usage has been shown by Garfinkel and others to vary across social settings. 39 The expected level of accountability changes with different types of everyday practice. The conditions of understanding, one might conjecture, are closely tied to the practical purposes and ordinary interests of hearers, speakers, and other participants. It appears that understanding is always the understanding of something for particular purposes. Why we should take discourse as the model of communicative action and why we should employ criteria from it for the assessment of other spheres of ordinary language communication, remains obscure. Additional problems can also be raised concerning the relation of action and discourse. As a form of communication in which the constraints of action are suspended, Habermas holds that it is possible for individuals in discourse to step outside of their web of everyday beliefs and commitments. This implies a capacity for a complete transformation in psychic states and interests, a capacity which would lead one to expect that people could adopt wholly new concerns and attitudes in systematic argument. Not only is such an expectation unrealistic, but it is also fundamentally irrelevant. 40 The conduct of various forms of discourse, say mathematics, seems compatible with a large range of psychological states and belief systems. Discourse can proceed if one claim, or a set of claims, is picked out from the range of presuppositions one inevitably holds in a non-discursive or discursive attitude. Although Habermas's model of discourse and action can be altered to take this objection into account, the whole issue links to another serious difficulty. 41. While the idea of unconstrained discourse as the regulative principle of discourse is important, it is not apparent that it generates criteria that actually aid the resolution of disputes between competing theoretical systems or value positions. How does the approach, as one critic put it, help us in the face of the great ideological struggles of the age, involving religious and anti-religious creeds, nationalist and pan-nationalist doctrines of all kinds, and all varieties of socialism, liberalism, and conservatism? How does it help even when trying to decide between the views of, say, Herbert Marcuse and John Rawls? For it is precisely the claim of such contending doctrines that each advances views which are reasonable and rational. 42. Habermas's conception of discourse and the ideal speech situation does not provide a basis or procedure which would unambiguously lead to the adoption of one of these positions. At a certain level, however, this is not a criticism, since Habermas would argue that he is less concerned with particular theoretical and value positions which are relative to social and historical contexts, and more with the conditions for the possibility of argument as such. That is, his project of developing a theory of communication is directed to the explication of the nature of understanding, the structure of human reason and the conditions of discourse. He is concerned with why and how it is that argument and learning are unavoidable in human life, and with why and how certain positions are established as true or correct. But to the extent that he claims that from the theory of communicative competence one can specify the contours of the good and true life, and resolve disputes between, for example, Marcuse and Rawls, the questions posed above do raise critical issues. For once we have opted for argument, and discourse has begun, the old questions re-emerge: does the symmetry requirement, the requirement that there should be a symmetrical distribution in chances to select and employ speech acts, set bounds on the kinds of theoretical and practical positions that can be established? How do we judge the force of the better argument? What kinds of evidence can legitimately be employed? How do we solve disputes between competing positions claiming to establish objective moral and political stances? The symmetry requirement and the notion of the force of the better argument do not, as currently elaborated, resolve these vital concerns. Unresolved problems. Two central problems are manifest throughout the writings of the Frankfurt School and of Habermas. The first concerns the relation of critique and history. How can the possibility of critique be sustained, if the historical contextuality of knowledge is recognized? Or, to put the question somewhat differently, how can critical theory at once acknowledge its historicality and yet be critical? How can critical theory be part of the movement of history and a means of enlightenment? Each of the critical theorists thought it was possible to locate a basis for critique, a basis which is both part of historical reality and yet not identical with this reality. The means for doing this was, as I have tried to show, different for each of the theorists. The Horkheimer of the early 1930s pointed to a subject that was both a central part of society and yet not identifiable with the status quo. By articulating and clarifying the emerging consciousness of this subject, the proletariat, critical theory conceived itself as an agent of enlightenment in the historical process. For Adorno, as well as for Horkheimer from the 40s, the concept provided the critical wedge for both grasping the real and revealing its limitations. Marcuse's model of critique is grounded in human instincts and theory. The former provides access to what human beings really desire, while the latter explains why at present they cannot recognize their desires. In Habermas's model, the ideal speech situation is the foundation for criticism. It is both anticipated in discourse and yet marks an unrealized actuality. There are difficulties, as I have indicated, with each of these conceptions of critical theory. While the critical theorists have convincingly exposed some of the major flaws of certain traditional and conventional approaches to philosophy and social investigation, they have not, in my assessment, adequately demonstrated that critical theory has a special theoretical status, that is, they have not resolved a whole series of epistemological and methodological issues they intended to settle or render redundant. The difficulties embodied in each of the models of critical theory should not be taken to imply that the critique of ideology, or critique generally, has no place in social inquiry. The nature of the difficulties do point, however, to the necessity of rethinking the way in which critique is understood. The second problem concerns theory and practice. It is striking that critical theory acknowledges no central revolutionary agent, while its proponents seek to develop Marxism. They present a revolutionary theory in an age which, on their account, is non-revolutionary. In so doing, their work exhibits a paradox, particularly embarrassing since they maintain that the potentialities for human and social change must be historically based. They offer a theory of the importance of fundamental social transformation which has little basis in social struggle. The critical theorists' expansion of the terms of reference of critique and the notion of the political constitute an important step in holding together the tensions of their position. But the tensions in the main arise from a questionable thesis, a thesis which leads them to underestimate both the significance of certain types of political struggle and the importance of their own work for these struggles. One of the main concerns of Frankfurt social theory is to explain why revolution, as envisaged by Marx, has not occurred in the West. Habermas's contributions to social theory are predicated, much less strongly, on a similar concern. In trying to account for the absence of revolution, the critical theorists tend, in my view, to underrate the complexity of political events. Their assumption that change should have occurred through a decisive break with the existing order, leads them to give undue weight to the power of the forces operating to stabilize society. In attempting to explain why what they expected was absent, they exaggerate the capacity of the system to absorb opposition. As a consequence, critical theory loses sight of a range of important social and political struggles both within the West and beyond it, struggles which have changed and are continuing to change the face of politics. The struggles, for instance, between labor and capital, while not constituting a revolutionary situation, show no signs of abating in countries like Britain. They continue to impinge on the successful reproduction of capitalism. Further, the massive political changes in China, Cuba, and Vietnam point to a range of political circumstances which cannot be encompassed within a theory that focuses on the Western capitalist nation-state. Neither the implications of diverse and changing political movements, nor the importance of non-European societies in world politics, are adequately recognized by the critical theorists. I do not think it is surprising, therefore, that some of the leading spokesmen of critical theory were taken aback when they encountered the radical movements of the 1960s. Horkheimer and Adorno, in particular, did not recognize the political significance of some of the demands of the New Left. This was not true, of course, of Marcuse, for reasons which I hope have become clear in the course of this book. Nonetheless, although they were not always able to appreciate the changing constellation of political events, their interest in theory and critique, in analysis of the many forms of domination which inhibit radical political movements, had considerable practical impact. Their work in these domains stands, I believe, as an integral and important part of the Marxist tradition. Appendix: The Odyssey. In the second part of Dialectic of Enlightenment, Horkheimer and Adorno discuss Homer's Odyssey. The choice of subject appears at first a curious one. But, as I want to show briefly below, it is quite consistent with the general concerns, outlined in Chapter 4 above, of their text. Nietzsche's insight into the dialectic of enlightenment provides the basis for Horkheimer's and Adorno's interpretation of the Odyssey. For them the Odyssey represents an enactment of the dialectic, it is not a mere epiphenomenon. There is no work which offers more eloquent testimony of the mutual implication of enlightenment and myth. Their hope is to reveal the primal powers celebrated in the poem, display its concerns with domination and exploitation, and show how, since the beginning of Western thought, the struggle for self-preservation and autonomy has been linked to sacrifice, renunciation and repression. Within the German idealist tradition, the Homeric tale was often thought to anticipate or portray an ideal unity of subject and object, culture and nature, universal and particular. For Horkheimer and Adorno, the Odyssey is a tale about the development of human subjectivity and culture and about the trials which face enlightened reason. The poem's central character exemplifies both the general and a particular form of the struggle for liberation from nature, the self-positing, autonomous subject, and the bourgeois individual. In demonstrating, in contradistinction to a host of classical interpretations, that Homer did not simply describe and praise the life and times of a Greek hero, they sought to emancipate the writings of the first great poet of the Western world from ideology. Odysseus is the poem's hero. He represents the individual struggling for a life independent of the immediate vicissitudes of fate and temptation. His lot is a continuous fight against the diversity which threatens all unity, that is, the individual ego is constantly tested in a variety of situations. His adventures and confrontations with, for example, the beautiful goddess Circe, the temptations of the sirens or of the lotus and the cattle of Hyperion are continual challenges to his potential autonomy. Where there are allurements and dangers, and where impulse or instinct governs action, the would-be developed subject is threatened with destruction. To ensure his self-preservation he must pursue a purely pragmatic policy of self-interest. Only through repression of instincts and continual sacrifice, a denial of nature in man for the sake of domination over non-human nature and over other men, can Odysseus survive. This very denial, the nucleus of all civilizing rationality, is the germ cell of the bourgeois individual. In fact, Odysseus is its prototype. 1 He is the self who saves his life by always restraining himself and forgetting his immediate needs. 2 He survives through repression of inner nature and consciously contrived adaptation to outer nature. The nimblewit survives only at the price of his own dream, which he wins only by demystifying himself as well as the powers without. He can never have everything, he has always to wait, to be patient, to do without. He may not taste the lotus or eat the cattle of the sun god Hyperion, and when he steers between the rocks he must count on the loss of the men whom Scylla plucks from the boat. He just pulls through, struggle is his survival, and all the fame that he and the others win in the process serves merely to confirm that the title of hero is only gained at the price of the abasement and mortification of the instinct for undivided happiness. 3. He masters nature by rational calculation. The formula for his cunning is that of the instrumental spirit. Odysseus represents rationality against the power of fate. But his rationality assumes a restrictive form, it meets the constant presence of nature only through subjective, instrumental, reason. The voyage from Troy to Ithaca reveals the space whose measure the self must take. Odysseus might be thought of as powerless when faced with domination of the gods of mythic fate on the one side, and temptation, the weakness of the will on the other. Both threaten the individual's course. But both are not simply givens. Odysseus, as rational individual and as captain of his ship, acts as sacrifice and priest at one and the same time. By calculating his own sacrifice, he effectively negates the power to whom the sacrifice is made. In this way he redeems the life he had forfeited. 4 Sacrifice represents, on Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, one of the earliest forms of rational exchange. Through it people gain a device by which the gods may be mastered. Odysseus never chooses to engage in direct conflict with the mythic forces. Rather, he engages with them through sacrificial ceremonies which he dares not contravene. The ceremonies are preconditions of his own rational decision. The magical pattern of rational exchange renders possible a certain degree of control over nature, over its forces of repetition. The gods are overthrown by the very system by which they are honored. 5. For Horkheimer and Adorno, Odysseus' behavior is also reminiscent of the casual barterer, who takes a risk, steps outside tradition and the domestic economy, the casual process of exchange between private households, and embarks for unknown lands and possible riches. His adventurous spirit, when measured against the prevailing agricultural mores, contains elements of apparent unconventionality. Yet, the wily solitary is already Homo economicus, hence the Odyssey is already a Robinsonade. 6 Like Robinson Crusoe, Odysseus makes the most of his weak position. Through reason and wit he survives and pursues his goals. Furthermore, the very weakness of his position acts as an ideology to advance his interests. His Defenselessness against the breakers is of the same stamp as the traveler's justification of his enrichment at the expense of the savage. The possibility of failure becomes the postulate of a moral excuse for profit. From the standpoint of the developed exchange society and its individuals, the adventures of Odysseus are an exact representation of the risks which mark out the road to success. 7. As a result of ceremony and sacrifice, death is staved off. As a result of self-control and the fulfillment of the moral code, aristocratic and familial purity, temptation is overcome. As a result of both economic and military risk, glory is pursued and Odysseus becomes a hero. The hero of the Odyssey lives by the original constitutive principle of civil society. The other side of the coin of his success and knowledge is other people's misery and ignorance. Nowhere is this better illustrated than in the encounter with the sirens. 8 In legend it was held to be impossible to escape the allurement of their beautiful song. Once the song of pleasure is heard, the self is lost. For Homer, the sirens know everything that has ever happened. In exchange for their knowledge they demand the future. It is the price that has to be paid for one who seeks to live in the memories of the past. The sirens represent one of the great temptations that threaten the I in all stages of development. The temptation to lose the self has always been there, with the blind determination to maintain it. 9 The boundary between self and destruction has always been fragile. Odysseus, warned by Circe, knows of the dangers ahead. He discovers two ways to escape. For his men he prescribes the plugging of their ears with wax. When his ship passes the sirens they are prevented from hearing the song. They must simply row with all their strength. Odysseus, of course, listens and escapes. He hears the melody of temptation but is tied to the mast and impotent to respond. The sirens episode symbolizes the mode in which crews, servants, and laborers produce their oppressor's life together with their own. 10 Odysseus' men must be fresh and concentrate as they look ahead, and must ignore whatever lies to one side. They cannot enjoy their labor because it is performed under pressure, in desperation, with senses stopped by force. The servant remains enslaved in body and soul. 11 Their master neither labors nor succumbs to the temptation of immediate gratification. He indulges in the beauty of the song. But the sirens' voices become mere objects of contemplation, become art. He is a passive listener at a concert. Thus while Odysseus can enjoy culture and art, his pleasure doesn't lead to action. The capacity for the appreciation of culture and manual labor break apart. If Odysseus is a prototype of the bourgeois individual, a great deal of the Odyssey is an anticipation of things to come. Phases of the journey homeward can be taken to represent stages in the history of civilization and the introversion of sacrifice. Odysseus struggles to master nature and people. He seeks access to treasures and bounty through mimesis. By imitating nature he learns to adapt to it. But the subjective spirit instrumental reason which cancels the animation of nature can master a despiritualized nature only by imitating its rigidity and despiritualizing itself in turn. 12 In learning to imitate, Odysseus learns renunciation. Survival depends on the suppression of a range of needs and on the frequent treatment of fellow humans as objects. As he becomes aware of some of nature's regularities, he also learns of some of its violence. In imitating nature's rigidity he himself becomes rigid. He treats his crew as he treats his knowledge of the weather. They are all, ultimately, means to his end. His enlightenment enters into the service of domination. A few examples can usefully illustrate this theme. One of Odysseus' first encounters is with the Lotus Eaters. Their land offers many of the opportunities marks associated with primitive communism. Once the lotus has been eaten, people sink into a harmonious relationship with their environment. But the harmony and happiness created are not the work of self-conscious labor. Rather they reflect an organic, impulsive unity between man and nature. As Horkheimer and Adorno put it, for adherents of the rationale of self-preservation, this kind of idyll is impermissible. For Odysseus the happiness offered by the lotus is more illusion, a dull vegetation, and at best only the absence of the awareness of misfortune. 13 But for his crew the illusion promises, at least, a certain contentment. Some want to stay. Odysseus' response is immediate. He forces them back to the boats. He acts in the interest of self-conscious preservation. He seeks a reflected unity between men and nature, a genuine homecoming. Admirable as his enterprise may seem, one cannot but be ambivalent about his achievement. The goal which he pursues will never be within the grasp of the ordinary crewman, and in forcing them to submit to his will, he denies them one of the few opportunities they have encountered to escape from misery and toil. Odysseus' ship sails on. The next island to which they are driven is the home of the Cyclops Polyphemus, the giant with the cartwheel-sized eye. Cyclops embodies aspects of the prehistoric world. Yet, in terms of history, he represents, in comparison to lotus eaters, a later stage in world development, the barbaric age proper, one of hunters and herdsmen. 14 For Homer, Cyclops is a lawless-minded monster. The giant cave dweller lives according to brute egoism. He is part of a society which is already patriarchal, grounded on the subjection of the physically weaker. It is a disorderly world which is not yet organized, albeit in an alienated manner, by the yardstick of fixed property and its hierarchy. By refusing to leave the island early, a result of Odysseus' stubborn curiosity, Cyclops captures our hero and some of his best men. Odysseus only escapes by trickery. He attempts to befriend the giant and tells him his name is No Man. He offers the giant wine. When Cyclops is drunk and asleep, Odysseus and his crewmen blind him. Cyclops cries out in pain and, as Odysseus calculated, he answers his tribesman's inquiry as to the source of his anguish by saying that no man had hurt him. Thus, the other giants return home and Odysseus avoids punishment and slips away. In myth, the word must have direct power over fact, expression, and intention penetrate one another. 15 To the giant no man was Odysseus' name. The adventurer cunningly exploits the distinction between name and object, word and thing. The trick worked. But Odysseus' self-assertion is also, as it has been for Western people, a form of self-denial. He only establishes an identity by denying his identity and, once again, does this at the expense of the lives of some of his crew. The Odyssey provides many illustrations of the way in which reason collapses into repressive and mythical forms. Odysseus' encounter with the magical goddess Circe reveals aspects of these forms and explores them in relation to sexuality. Circe symbolizes much of what is attractive and fearful for men in women. She is ascribed magical qualities. Magic has often been a symbol of the power, the secret power, of women. Circe's beauty enthralls those of Odysseus' crew that have been sent to explore her island. She tempts them to give themselves up to instinct. 16 She promises happiness and fulfillment but threatens autonomy. Those who give themselves up to Circe's powers are transformed into peaceful, wild animals. The animal form of the tempted man has always been associated with a reversion to basic impulse. 17 They are not actually hurt or injured. The mythic commandment to which they succumb liberates at the same time the repressed nature in them. The repression of instinct that makes them individuals, and separates them from animals, was the introversion of repression in the hopelessly closed cycle of nature. But because they have already been men, the civilized epic cannot represent what has happened to them as anything other than unseemly degradation. 18 The temptress is, however, vulnerable. Her power comes to her only by male mediation. As such, she is open to male domination. Odysseus resists her magic, on the advice of another goddess. Eventually he sleeps with her, but only after he has extracted an oath that secures his protection. Thus the goddess shows herself to be the first female character. 19 Through a contractually protected exchange she becomes powerless. Marriage itself represents a later stage in the development and stabilization of the patriarchal order. Odysseus' ultimate return to his wife, Penelope, marks a return to pleasure in the fixed order of life and property. The encounter with Circe marks an early but clear stage in women's, and Odysseus' homecoming. Homeland is, of course, the telos of the Homeric journey. It symbolizes the state of having escaped. The idea of being home is a primary source of Odysseus' motivation and drive. Throughout the Odyssey, homeland is opposed to myth. Odysseus longs for oneness, a sense of wholeness and the settled life. In Philhellenic and fascist interpretations, the longing has often been associated with an impulse to return to a lost antiquity. But for Horkheimer and Adorno, this interpretation is quite wrong. The law of Homeric escape reveals eloquent discourse itself, and the possibility of retaining in memory the disaster that has occurred. Point 20. This is why the hero is so frequently introduced as narrator. Reason, reflection, and remembrance ultimately triumph over the repressive forms they have taken. Odysseus' return, anticipating the possible homecoming of Western human beings, is to a life wrested from myth. His home, however, does not allow us to forget the horror of his journey. Nor do we forget that the home is his. The Odyssean homecoming might promise reconciliation between people and nature, and between people and one another, but it remains a promise, it awaits actualization.